Welcome everyone to the North American Strikers League Season 6, and now we're getting into the final week here, week 9 of regular season, and things have never been this tense. From what I know, every team does actually have the possibility to make playoffs, but there's tiebreakers and some niche situations, so the teams are still motivated to get these wins, and it's going to be big. We're going to start off our first match here, kind of strong here, Demons Raw against Bun Bun Bonanza. Kind of big here. Bun Bun sitting at 4-4. Demons Raw at 3-5 right now. Sloth. Oh, what's going to happen, man?
I don't know what's going to happen. I just know both of these teams very much care about the outcome because for Raw to keep their chances alive in the first place, they need to win here. Yes, it's still going to look a little bit difficult. They need to have other games go very specific ways. But they need to win here to stay alive. And meanwhile, Bun Bun is looking to just confirm themselves an upper bracket start by taking a win here as well, as we're going into heavy impact at lab. Oh no.
Yeah, heavy impact at lab could spell out some destruction here, as we do have a couple of players taking the stacks on stacks, one siphoning one on each team. We have Snake Juliet taking the Vicious Van Brace to just try to survive as long as they possibly can, kind of like a war of attrition at some situations, with siphoning one kind of being like that kind of slow burn there though. Although, I mean, the Demons Raw team has got Vice, they got Luna. I mean, that is sort of an overwhelming amount of damage. Juno, pretty solid at dealing damage, and Zentaro is just simply good at it. So we'll see if this Dubu actually can control this core at least enough. I mean, going for a huge dribble there and actually gets the ball down to Liari with that sequence. Lilybun feeling good right now, getting some of those stacks on stacks going, and first point on over to Bun.
Yeah, they need to be playing for that kind of control aspect of it, because if it comes down to pure damage, Demons Raw just do have a way better comp, I feel like, to be executing. But Bun Bun does have that Juno, does have Liari on it, and that's going to be very suffocating on the defensive end. And the damage it was shown there as well, as Scyther 12 was taken out just flat out. So we'll see if that KO is going to continue to snowball. No, Scyther is back, and we're back to a 3v3.
Yep, 3v3 up. Still two barriers here for Bun. Lilybun's going to move up here. It gets kind of hit by the power cord. Keeps control of that ball. Can't catch it with the Oni Blade there. Scyther going to remain on the front lines here, doing a little bit of damage to Snake. No one gets the ball. The barrier is holding for just a moment here. The Supernova also fails, and they still keep this one up. Continues to hold that barrier, which does end up wasting a lot of time for Demons Raw. The kill finally goes out, but it's actually in the favor of Bun Bun Bonanza. And we'll see if this power play can actually result in the final kill here, though. Frightfully Fresh, trying to hold the line here. Scyther goes for the flick, has the flip, spends the IRS instead, but it's going to result in a barrier here for Bun Bun, and Fudgy gets in there, boosts right into Lilybun's face, stun and strike it in. All right, 1-1 here. It's already kind of intense right now. It almost feels like we're in set 2.
Yeah, very much so. And I also want to mention, because we have like such a polarizing start, you have stacks on stacks and heavy impact, which means stacks on stacks, you just want to stay alive as much as possible. Meanwhile, with heavy impact, you're looking for all these KOs. So a combination of both of those, finding these KOs just even so much more impactful, because you're resetting stacks. You can see that on Snake already, who was back down to 12 because he was taken out last point. So each KO you find is not only a power play, but it's also a complete reset in that movement speed.
Yeah, honestly, with current patch and the way the siphoning one is, I thought we would see less stacks on stacks in this game total, but we do see 4. A kill being exchanged here. Bun Bun Bonanza gonna lose Scyther, as Demons Raw is gonna try to keep this barrier alive, push that one through, up on over to Snake. The dash punch dealing a little damage to Liari, but does not find the mark on the ball. A interesting strike. Like, they kind of stacked strikes there, but it ended up working out. Maybe caused a little bit of a mix-up there for Lilybun, and they get that point there on that power play. Fudgy Waffles, full stacks, the only one in the game right now, so they are fast.
They are very fast, and they don't want to be playing off of that as well. But Liari and Lilybun on the other side, they do have their stacks almost full as well. So if they can keep those alive, they can just be overwhelming with the pressure that they can create off of a Juno and a Dubu as well, as Lilybun's playing incredibly aggressive here as well. But it works out. You get a barrier for it, right? That's exactly the value you want, as a black hole respawns at the worst time possible.
Yeah, that did a lot of damage to Demons Raw. Fudgy, who is full stacked here, is completely staggered. Very at risk of dying here, though. Scyther and Lilybun trying to keep the ball on the front side here, though. Gonna lose the somersault in that situation. Frightfully Fresh also looking a little bit weak, but going to regenerate just a little bit here. Has this flip, going to spend it on out of there, clears the ball on over to the Lilybun, who's going to try to push it onto the bottom side. Liari goes in with the jump. Scyther keeps it in as well, and they do end up finding a kill onto Fudgy Waffles, man. Those stacks are gone. Power play here for Bun Bun Bonanza. If they can finish it off, it would obviously be pretty great, but even if they can't, they do reset those stacks. They get another power play here, man. Bun Bun, they might actually have more damage than it seems.
I do feel like they have a lot of like surprising base damage, because the thing is as well, Liari with the Blubbles is just continuously going to harass the defense for Frightfully Fresh and Fudgy Waffles by just having the Blobs be there. Neither Luna or Vice do really well at defending against Juno, so you need to step on those Blubbles, and that's just damage that continuously comes out. And again, I mean, if we're talking about damage on the side of Bun Bun, you have Cypher 12 with Siphoning Wand, Heavy Impact, Centauro. So that's definitely going to help quite a bit as well if you do want to take out the side of Demon's Drop.
Yeah, it is definitely true. We do have double stacks here for Bun Bun Bonanza. They're going to be quite a bit faster. You can see Liari going to run circles around Fudgy Waffles right now. Snake moving in here with this flip. There goes the Fortress to hold the line on the top side. Liari can't seem to get their hand on the ball, though, so the Fortress only stalls a little bit here. Flips. Fudgy Waffles does get the strike on in. It's going to drop the final barrier here. This is big for the last point of the set. First Awakening could be pretty impactful. A heavy impact, some might say. Snake blasts that one. I'm not entirely sure how that ended up being red here, but the Bun Bun Bonanza do end up finding the kill. Frightfully Fresh kind of whiffs on the Supernova, and now the power play might result in the end of the set. A back pass over to Lilybun. Liari trying to get it in there, Scyther flips. They do end up defending it, though. Now the power play is over. Oh my god, Lilybun grabs the ball out of the hands of the air, out of the goal, basically, and it's going to keep this point going once again.
I don't know how this point is still alive. It felt like it was over like 4 different times already, but in the end, the side of Bun Bun do find it. Liari with these Blubbles being just so efficient with it as well, as they do get the first draft priority here, and that's where it gets a bit, it's important, right? If you have such a like heavy snowball-y type of game with a heavy impact start and a stacks and stack start as well, you do want to have first choice. Looking at these Awakenings here, you have Extra Special, you have Deadeye, you have Stinger, which all enable a lot of like damage gameplay as well, and you have Fight or Flight, which gets picked up by Liari here, which obviously on Juno, a great pickup as well. She interacts with Core quite often, so these speed boosts are going to be happening so often as well. Deadeye falling down to Fudgy Waffles. He's obviously very happy about that, as the rest pick up... Oh, Stinger on Vice. Ooh, bit scary.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage here picked up by Demon's Raw here. Deadeye and Stinger is kind of big. Scyther does get extra special. A little bit more movement, a little bit more damage, a little bit more everything, right? Honestly, yo, Lilybun, the reason they got that somersault there was probably Pauldron's, but I'm chatting away as Scyther is going to be taken out just so quickly here, though. Possibly the reason behind some of these Awakenings that were picked. Luna is now, I mean, that is the Luna Awakening here, though. She is extremely powerful. Now we're going to have to try to do some core control here. We got our 3v3 back up. We can see all the members of Bun Bun Bonanza are kind of weak right now. Liari being the kill target here for Snake. Just going to forego that situation, go for a little bit of ball gameplay. Liari might be in position to get this one, but still going to play safe here. You can see that just being staggered sometimes really just takes you out of the play, and sometimes it's just enough to get that player moving around the board and not interacting with the ball, and it's kind of like that pseudo power play you usually talk about.
Yeah, most definitely, but the side of Demon's Draw are looking for an actual power play here, as Scyther is being put down into stagger. Does have 3 evades, doesn't want to use them though, because he's also very close to flip, so he's going to be able to recover some of that HP again using the orbs and going back into non-stagger now as the attack is again mounting. It's a lot of like midfield control going back and forth, both teams trying to set themselves up to take a barrier, and Scyther 12 will find it, needs to flip to evade the whammy as well. Doesn't get a core into any dangerous position though. It's Snake in front of the net now with the flip, gets handled by Scyther's ultimate though, and the core is still in play for both sides.
Yeah, tough, intense situation here, though, into overtime. Liari playing Juno has a little bit of an advantage on the overtime. Luna also hits the ball pretty hard. Lots of core knockback. Fudgy, couple strikes away from getting a flip. Scyther realizes that, tries to go for maybe a kill here, get them to spend an evade. Now they finally do have that flip. Trying to get them to use it a little bit early, though. They do spend it in a situation where they can't really get much out of it there, so I'm going to go ahead and say Scyther does get what they want out of that aggressive situation here. Ball rolling on up to Lilybun. Gets it out through Snake, although once again Fudgy Waffles blasted here with the boost. Flip over to Lilybun and they get it through. Scyther wins that situation. Actually, if they were strike warring, it wouldn't have been red, so it looks like Fudgy probably just didn't get their hands on the ball there, though either way, a Bun takes the next point in the next set.
Yeah, really good eye from Lilybun there to find Scyther, and Scyther did a nice redirect to actually put it in the net as a lot of damage come out. Snake almost dead, and Scyther taken out completely as one barrier drops, second barrier drops. Fudgy now in front of the net cannot get the goal. Liari with a beautiful defense, but surely Snake can put it in. No, Lilybun is still there. That pauldron's helping so much for survivability right now for her as well, as the ball is still in play and not in the goal. What a defense.
Wow, Lilybun fighting for their life, bro. Scyther helping as much as he can, but finally the pressure is just mounting too heavily. Fudgy gets it on in there with that boost. Being able to reposition that quickly here with Luna is certainly one of the advantages of having boost saved off cooldown there. And we're going to start this next point on the bottom side. Liari goes in kind of hard there, gets the Make It Rain going. A power chord from Frightfully Fresh is going to take that first barrier here down to Fudgy Waffles, who might have a boost. Yeah, there it goes, but you know, gets countered by the somersault, but a lot of pressure once again is going to mount that barrier on out of here, though. Snake maybe be able to play something with this. Maybe has dash cooldown, or dash strike on cooldown. Going to dribble a little bit here to grab some of those cooldowns back. Scyther 12 looking a little bit weak here, though. They might end up going for a kill. They can't seem to find it before. You know, just passing the ball between two players really just gets that experience, gets that extra energy going, and honestly, it's really just not that bad to keep possession of the ball here.
Yeah, most definitely. The possession of the ball, you're controlling the play, right? You're setting yourselves up. You do drop a barrier now on the side of the Demons. They're all bots. The attack is still very much alive. Fudgy Waffles here uses the flip as well. Wanted to get core on it, but didn't quite find it. Scyther 12, though, getting a bit low again, and Snake is just looking for this KO. Potentially has a Julie ultimate soon as well to try to secure it. As no, the black hole will actually be the one to secure this, and a beautiful dash strike from Snake will get it past Lilybun. Nothing she can do there.
Funny situation where we do have some deaths, some power plays here, but all players right now who have stacks are stacked up right here. Only Scyther finding themselves on out of here, though. Everyone quite fast, fully stacked up. They're going for a ton of damage here, though. Snake really got their eye on Scyther. Mistimes the flip on the evade, although they are still stacking up a whole lot of damage. A dash punch gets whiffed. Liari moves out of the way nicely there. Frightful Fish going to hold on to the ball, send the Thunder Strike over there. Not going to find its mark either. Down to hands of Lilybun, trying to get it over to Liari, who actually gets it pretty far through there. But once again, to no avail. The barrier is going to hold for now. Liari having a tough time getting it through Fudgy Waffles right now, though. Scyther can't maintain possession of the ball either, though. Frightful Fish gets on in there with a lot of cooldowns, and the Crater Maker is going to make that barrier go down. More pressure once again from the backside. I mean, this team is a lot of projectiles, so much damage, and when Snake gets in there, it's just a whole lot of misdirection to get these barriers.
Yeah, most definitely, and Fudgy will dash in there as well, almost gets the goal in, but does not find it as the flip is forced out by Frightfully Fresh there to hold on to the barrier. The pressure hasn't subsided yet, though. Scyther will get it and get a KO, and yeah, that's... look at those HP bars, man. They're just struggling.
Yeah, that was a lot of pressure there applied from Bun Bonanza. I think Fudgy Waffles was possibly backing up a little too much when they really needed to get strike advantage from Frightfully Fresh in that play, but no problem here. Moving on to the next one here. Once again, last point of this set will result in another Grand Awakening chosen out of the 8. So we want to see if Team Inzra can keep themselves together and get something a little bit more powerful. I mean, damn, did they get a lot of power before? But Lilybun, Bun Bonanza, Scyther, Liari, they are taking it right now. Next set over to Bun Bonanza, bro. I mean, Bun's looking good, dude. It could be a bonanza.
It could very much, and they're gonna be rewarded with potentially a super surge on Scyther. I'm curious to see if there's maybe another priority here as well, because we have a hot shot in here. Oh yeah, well, Adrenaline Rush makes sense. I didn't see that one. Zentaro gets his mask and is gonna be running away with it, getting all those power resets and just that damage threat that Adrenaline Rush comes with it. Prizefighter actually a pretty strong pickup as well for Liari. Not only does it deny it off of Frightfully Fresh and Snake, it also just, again, it adds up, right? You find KOs. Scyther 12 is going to find KOs on his own. Liari's going to get involved in it and going to get stacks, which means these blobs are going to hurt even more down the line.
That is absolutely true here. Like, we see a deny of Hot Shot from Fudgy Waffles, but honestly, that Guide Awakening is just good on Luna, in my opinion. I mean, all of the base core knockback makes all of her moves, I think, pre-overtime, make the ball red. I mean, you can see it right there. Boom, gone. Ball is completely gone, and so is that barrier. things like Hotshot, like all this core speed, just result in a whole bunch of extra barriers going down for no reason. And I mean, Snake kind of just solo doloed right there with a little bit of reinforcement from the backside. Gets that point nicely here for Demon's Ra. I mean, Snake also took team player, so we are doing some back pass gaming here. I'm interested to see how they make this one work.
Yeah, most definitely. And you mentioned the core speed, and that is so important as well, because defensive goalies tend to not do insanely well around core speed if they're being thrown at angles that they cannot reach. Dubu doesn't really have a lot of range to be working with, so if you just send the core at red speeds all the time, it just needs to come at a little bit of an awkward angle, and you can't really do much in that goalie position there. So we'll see if that's going to come into play as well as we're going back into the third point of this third set here.
Yep, Fortress is out on the top side here, though. Scythe are going to use that advantage to grab that barrier nicely. Liari blocking that out pass. Lilybun going to reinforce Scyther from the top side here, though. The Black Hole is also going to cover Bun Bun Bonanza as they have so much pressure. You can see it. Fudgy Waffles in Africa now, completely gone for a while. Grabs the orb. They're going to try to hold as much pressure as they can in this 2v3. Fudgy Waffles finally gets back here, though. One barrier down for Bun Bun Bonanza. Lilybun, no problem. Grabbing it, not the angle they were looking for. Frightfully Fresh, wiping that sweat off the brow there. Few keeps the point alive. Fudgy Waffles once again smashing it as hard as physically possible here. Hotshot looking really good and actually cleans up the kill onto Liari. So now we have a power play here for Bun Bun. Gonna self-dribble there a little bit to get some more angles, and they do it well nicely. Fudgy Waffles gets it on through, and they get that ult out from Dubu. So Demons are looking good this set.
Not only do they get the ult out from Dubu, Liari is now down to 0 prize fighter stacks and 0 stacks on stacks, which means both of these awakenings, they don't really bring a lot of value, as the last of 8 from Liari has to go out as well. Both barriers are already down on the side of Bun Bun, as Demons are trying to get this momentum going for themselves, get this point. Flip comes out from Frightfully Fresh, will defend it, but Scythe doing so much damage up front. Fudgy and Frightfully having such a hard time staying alive, almost getting the goal, but can't find it. The strike is good. We'll just have to see and wait if that core goes in, and some KOs are going to get found.
Yeah, intense situation here for Lilybun. I mean, with Luna doing what she is doing right now with the core, the ball do be flying at Mach speeds, but nice kill confirmed there from Scyther. Is also going to secure an Adrenaline Rush stack there, so they're going to get some speed, get all their cooldowns pretty much back here. Frightfully Fresh going to blast that ball with a Supernova, try to maintain control. We got our third player back here, though. Fudgy Waffle goes in. Lilybun trying to prepare for it, but a kill once again, I think, from... Actually, I'm not really sure who it was from. Either way, going to try to stall as long as possible. Bun Bun Bonanza can't get it through. The log might have been just too early. The log does some strange things sometimes, but either way, the punch is going to get it on through there. Snake with that primary. And secure a set for Demon's Draw. Luna could probably be the best person on their team to get that first awakening.
You do have a missile propulsion here, but I wonder if something like a bulk up or a prime time could also just be a solid pickup, because on the side of Bun Bun, who's really going to make use of missile prop? You know, I'm just kind of yapping. Of course it's going to be a missile prop on the Luna. The bulk up still finds its way onto Scyther, which is a bit scary. It's more damage, a little bit more HP finding its way all around. Lilybun getting more size, which makes the defense a bit easier for Dubu, but also makes you a bigger target. And prime time also being a very valuable pickup for Liari, because that's going to keep up core pressure so much more consistently, because you have so many more bubbles to be working with.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more cooldowns to work with, which is really great for Juno, which naturally has slightly lower cooldowns in general here. Flighty Flesh loads up that Supernova, going to blast that ball into orbit. Snake really threatening standing in one place situation is going to cause the Fortress to come out there, though. Frightfully Fresh going to Thunder Strike that one, jump on over, get a strike on in there. They're not going to do much more for that pressure there. Scyther gets it in there with the rush. That was a surprising amount of core speed there, possibly from that bulk up. Do end up getting that barrier here. Snake taking a whole lot of extra damage here, though, spending the log on Frightfully Fresh's cooldown. Not going to have it up for this next dash punch if it comes, although they are definitely keeping Snake out of the play here as much as they can. The Flurry jumps in here, though. Crater Maker, he can't seem to get this barrier, though, until Fudgy Waffles, the barrier destroyer, gets their hands on the ball. This Hotshot has done wonders for the side of Demon's Ra here, though. But they do have a little bit of the 2v2 situation here, though. Has the cooldowns to get it through, and that's kind of right there is a really good example of the caveat of just having Luna on the team, right? She's so good when she spends those cooldowns, but they're a little long, right? And you just don't have them for defensive situations. And Luna's not even the goalie here. She just could not hold against Slice and Dice.
Most definitely. But the saving grace for Demon's Row right now is that they have 2 flips to be working with. One comes out right there from Fudgy, frightfully still holding his own as the abilities do come out. And again, damage just gets dumped. Basically, the entirety of Bon down to half HP. Scyther 12 also has a flip, so probably going to be a little bit hesitant to use that just to stay alive. Maybe also an avenue to get KOs. Oh my, where did Leori go? I feel like the 7 abilities just hit at once. That HP bar disappeared. Scyther 12 now also just trying to stay alive as Lilybun is holding on to this defense, but Core is not in. No, and the flip is used as well.
I like the idea there for Lilybun to like really move up and just like stand directly onto Snake and just have the bigger strike, but they found a way to Snake found a way to win that strike war situation, which certainly is going to result in that goal. Wow, big entrance there. It's an explosive entrance, you might say, from Fudgy Waffles. It's going to make things a little awkward. Get an evade out of there. Here comes a Thunderstruck. It's going to completely wash Lilybun out away from that barrier. Going to maintain control here, though. Red team playing pretty heavy defense, though. They do actually end up knocking Snake off the board, spending that recovery drone, which is at least a little bit of a saving grace here, though. Lots of damage here from Frightfully Fresh. Scyther gets hit pretty hard. Liari loses about half their health as well, and a kill target has been set. There it goes. Fudgy Waffles finds the kill onto Scyther. One more power play loaded on in here for Demon's Rock. Can they get it in there? Whoa, Snake with a crazy angle, but man, Lilybun on point right now to get that defense. Fudgy Waffles goes crazy behind the back. It's going to take their own barrier, but I understand that sometimes these things are necessary, though. Lilybun once again kind of playing with fire there, doing a big strike war against Snake, and it's going to work out for them, though. Although they have a 2v1 situation, Oni Blade is going to reduce that to nothing, but wow, an insanely good strike. Is going to get it on through, right in between, and that is nasl. That was a nasl strike.
Yeah, most definitely. There was a lot of size on Lilybun, but it just wasn't enough because I was so kind of like perfectly positioned to go around her, which is so difficult to be dealing with, as Demon's Row are not letting up here, just immediately getting an attack going again, gets one barrier, or looking to get the second one as well, as Liari actually answers with a barrier on their own. Scyther 12 has a flip, but does not use it yet, and the HP bar is just going. Fudgy putting out so much damage on this Luna pick right here, so difficult to stay alive, as the barrier gets taken with a black hole as well. Demon's Row just really wanting to force this set 5 here, and they almost do, but Liari is there.
Nice defense there from Liari. Getting that danger sense going, realize something is not right. I gotta back my ass up here and get my hands on the ball. Flip from Fight Really Fresh, down Fudgy Waffles. He's gonna try to get it past Liari here, though. They do have this flip, but you don't really want to use it defensively. See if they can move up a little bit. Man, they knock Scyther all over the place. Vlog holds the line, actually does end up holding line with the assistance of that somersault. And now the ball is going to roll on over to the hands of Demon's Row here, though. Fudgy doesn't really have much left as far as evades to go. The triple goalie situation is going to get the ball right past Scyther. Fudgy Waffles goes in once again with the boost. Kind of whiffs here, though. Snake going for a ridiculous dash punch angle, but it doesn't seem to work out here, though. Lilybun walks a little too far, and it just gets through from the bottom side. Understandably, that Lilybun feels the pressure that they have to walk in front of Snake because they have a lot of size. They can do that, but the ball do be moving fast. We have a lot of core speed on the side of Demon's Row. Gotta be careful.
Gotta be incredibly careful, and especially now you gotta be a bit more careful around edges, because the 1-2 punch is gonna give Snake even more KO pressure, and not even through HP bars just getting low, but just by Julie being Julie. So that's something else you gotta be watching out for, as movement speed's gonna help Lily as well quite a bit. You've seen her walk up a lot and create pressure with these Tofu Fortresses. Getting that glass cannon is gonna enable that even more, because you're just gonna get there faster. But across the board, again, just a lot of damage pickup. Explosive entrance, specialized training, twin drive, all insane awakenings for just doing more damage and having more upkeep as well. So I don't think a lot is going to be changing in the way of the people just disappearing at a moment's notice. As you can see, Liari almost taken out already, and she's dead.
Okay, Liari kind of got hit but knocked back like 4 times there in a second. Gonna find themselves completely in the grave for a little bit here. 13 seconds. Let's see if we can get this barrier here. Demon's Row in this power play. Still a whole lot of pressure. Yeah, it does go right past Lilybun and Liari, unfortunately. Now let's see if they can mount some pressure. The ball is kind of clear, although Snake has not given up here, though. Frightfully Fresh gonna get a back pass on over to Fudgy Waffles here. Situation for Liari and Frightfully Fresh. It goes behind the back. Oh man, the Sad Boys angles are just so tough to deal with sometimes, as we're gonna try to fight it way out from the top once again. Snake just needs to get their hand on that ball. They do have a flip loaded up, but they can't seem to maintain the pressure. I think Bon is doing well to keep Snake out of the play until somebody Somebody just steals the point here. Fudgy Waffles hot shot once again is just causing, even with the Deadeye too, lots of knockback, man.
Yeah, just no way to react to that on the defensive end there. And now Demons are gonna go into this point with a flip on Frightfully as well. And I do want to say that Twin Drive does quite a bit of work for the side of Demons as well, because that's enabling Frightfully Fresh to be so much more active up front as well, which creates even more pressure, and it's just gonna make it more difficult to deal with as a Black Hole finds a KO. That's one of the funnier ones, but hey, it is a KO nevertheless, and it's a power play nevertheless, as the side of Bonbon want to get this barrier, but they're actually dropping their own 3v1 situation. They are still alive as it stands. But that's not the power play you were looking for if you are Bonbon.
Yeah, rough situation here though. Snake purposely looks like they went to go pop that black hole there though. Fudgy Waffles against Lilybun is going to certainly be a loss there with the giant Dubu, but Scyther gets it on through. Power play once again, knocks off the drone to flip. Plus the slice and dice almost gets it through. They have a fortress to hold this bottom line, making a little bit of a side lane there. Ball goes on over to Snake. The Oni Blade almost gets it through, but we have many strikes. Frightfully Fresh making an appearance here. Gets it on through, and now we somehow find ourselves with Demon's Raw looking at match point here, though. I say Bun Bun Bonanza was looking great at the beginning, but you know, one too many barriers just fall for seemingly, I say no reason, but I mean the hotshot just has their own reason.
Just a lot of pressure, a lot of damage, and Demons are looking to reverse it. They get the KO on Lilybun there. That means power play in favor of them now. Snake has a flip, will take the barrier. Fudgy is gonna have a flip soon. Frightfully Fresh is gonna have one soon. So surely you can find the goal here as damage finds its way to Scyther and Liari again. They can barely stay on the map, but the goal is not found yet. Liari gets the attack going onto the barrier, but they can't find it. Liari still getting low. Centaur ultimate needs to be used as well to even stay alive, and gets the evade just in time. Bonbon Bonanza still looking to fight here, but it's very much a difficult setup.
Yeah, I think Lilybun actually died solo to the black hole due to the size and range that they popped it, and their own size. That might have been kind of insane, but correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Trying to get this final barrier, Bun Bun Bonanza, they do end up getting it here with the determination from Scyther. Has the passive loaded up there, but doesn't seem to maintain that pressure just yet. Hotshot goes in once again. The boost almost grabs at Snake, knocking Liari down to nothing. The whammy doesn't seem to get it. Nice jumping out of the way. Actually, Fighter Flight refreshing your secondary when you are staggered, or staggering the opponent here. Scyther flipping kind of far from the goal. You can see Demon's Raw maintaining a double goalie situation against that flip here, though. Snake trying to get their hands on it, though. The Only Blade kind of whiffs. Once again, the whammy onto Liari. They're losing health here, though, but Snake is completely staggered. Once again, goes for a ridiculous dash punch angle with a ton of mix-ups on it. Liari has the... Oh, gosh. Okay, that 2v1 scared the crap out of me, man.
I've seen several situations where I thought, okay, that's it, that's a KO, but no, both teams playing so well to handle such difficult situations here, and in the end, Scyther 12 does find the goal, and that's so important, because, I mean, you can't fail at this point, right? One more goal for the side of Demon's Raw, and they're just gonna take game one, and Bonbon has something to say about it. They're gonna keep up the pressure, keep up the threat, as they don't find the barrier yet, though. The attack's still mounting, and one going, the second one being in danger, but not out. The flip comes out, double. No, just one. No, double barrier coming out for Demon's Raw. But Bonbon answers immediately. The point's still alive. Cypher 12 still alive as well. Can Liari make some magic work here? And she can.
Okay, you know, honestly, 3 Demon's Raw members versus 5 Slimes, you actually can't win. So, you know what? Liari basically had the checkmate there with the Make It Rain, summoning more Junos just to hit the strike. You know, it just makes sense. The math literally adds up. We're going to move on now to true match point of this game, 2-2. Going in here, though. Oni Blade smashes the ball into their own barrier here, though. Fortunately, yeah, Fudgy Waffles, one strike away from getting this flip. A flip from Frightfully Fresh to clear the ball completely. Lilybun's going to fight it from the top side. The Crater Maker's going to go in. They're going to use that speed. Doesn't seem to get as far as they wanted to, though. The Black Hole is also going to redirect that one, make things kind of weird. Fudgy Waffles flips defensively to help Frightfully Fresh keep this final barrier as long as they can. But wow, Scyther goes in with just about everything and doesn't seem to get it. Lilybun, a little bit too close to the edge. It's kind of scaring me here, though, against this Juliet. A flip from Liari is going to use that strike advantage from the secondary, and they do end up getting the barrier here. Final point, Scyther's going to move up with Liari with that flip. They spend it kind of in the corner. Fudgy Waffles can't get it. Frightfully Fresh Bun Bonanza actually clutches the box on that one. First game to Bun. Wow.
Yeah, what a showing from both teams here, but in the end, Bun were the ones that pulled through. Ooh. They took the risks as well in the end. When you mentioned Lilybun being so close to the edge, I was worried. Like, it's very possible that he just dies at that point in time, but that's the kind of risk you need to take if you're in a point like set 5.5, if you want to stay alive, and especially in how competitive the season has been. So risks like this need to be taken to even just keep in contention for the whole thing as well. And but I didn't even look. 70k damage on Scyther.
Oh.
Well then.
70k damage is a lot. I mean, you saw them multiple times jump in Oni Blade, strike all 3 players, and before anyone's even staggered, I saw them flip, I think, at least twice just to hit 3 people. I mean, that's a lot. It's like 1,000 damage flip if you hit like 3 people with it. So Scyther doing as much as they can to get that damage in there. Like I mentioned earlier, like I mentioned all the time, right? Just staggering somebody sometimes is enough to just get them out of the play, make a pseudo power play, and put enough pressure on the goalie to get that barrier. And that is what 70,000 damage kind of embodies and represents what you want to be doing here with that team, especially with the wand. And honestly, the team that I thought probably had more damage did not end up clearing any of those numbers. I mean, overall, Scyther kind of did clear with that damage, but really close game. You know, I feel like Bun Bonanza did pick, you know, they had double stacks on stacks. They were going for more core control, and Scyther said, that's just not me. That's just, that ain't me. Watch this. Takes that one, first point over to Bun, and that was, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens next here. We got two in a set. We got 2 games.
Yeah, we very much do. It's not just over yet, right? And we'll see if there's going to be a differing, well, I want to say if there's going to be a different approach to draft, but I feel like with a heavy impact start, it's just so polarizing. I feel like you're kind of forced into stuff like Centaurus, stuff like Vice. It's not really anything you can be avoiding at that point. So it's going to be curious to see what they're going to go play for in the next map and the next Awakenings as well, as we're seeing it. But for Bun, big win, because that means you're now a step closer to confirming yourself an upper bracket start in playoffs, which I do believe they get if they win the series.
Yeah. Bun Bonanza, if they win, they are just about secure there, like you're saying. And for Demon's Raw, I mean, they have to win to have like the razor's edge of niche situations, niche tiebreakers to really find themselves in this playoffs. But you know, they're playing their heart out either way. Do have Frightfully Fresh here jumping in once again over Gumi, but still great players nonetheless. I mean, this is a nasl team, guys. This is truly the best of the best, and we're gonna move on to the Knighting Market here. We got Timeless Creator and Glass Cannon. Timeless is interesting because it's like, what does it even do? What is Timeless doing for me? Is Timeless killing my opponent? I don't know. Is it really killing my opponent? Do I care about it? Maybe not. Is Glass killing my opponent? Glass could kill my opponent. You know, it's like the Drake meme, right? It's like Timeless, dude, and it's Drake. You know, yeah, heck yeah, dude, with the glass cannon or whatever. Yeah, I don't remember what it looks like, but you know, I think we're gonna see a couple more glass cannons unless Amy makes an appearance here.
Yeah, most definitely. Timeless is like in a weird spot, I feel like, Awakening-wise, because the characters that usually enjoy themselves picking up Timeless, they're just not necessarily in a great spot, I'd say. You have Amy, who is probably the best off overall. Then you have like an Owl that can do fine with it. You have Atlas that does very good with it. You have Rune that can do a lot of damage with it as well, or a lot of, I guess not damage, but core control with it. So I do feel like it's a bit weird to try to go for Timeless as of right now. So I'm expecting close to 6 glass cannons because, I mean, if you don't have enough creation, then what's the point of Timeless? So with glass cannon, you have more damage, you have more speed as well, but it's conditional speed. With the glass cannon, something like a Vice actually has a quite strong priority in my eyes, because not only is she a great glass cannon user on her own, right? More damage is great, more movement speed is great for her, but her primary just disables glass cannon for everyone that you hit with it. That chain lightning will just essentially, if you're in the right position, just reset that speed boost for the entire enemy team. So I'm expecting some kind of priority around the Vice pick here in this draft. Even though it is, well, I don't want to say even though it is night market, it's very possible to play a night market. So we'll see. We'll see where the priorities are going to be for both of the teams here as well. But I'm expecting some kind of Vice prio.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Vice just being pretty good right now, siphoning one, helping out Vice just start smashing. I mean, yeah, striking. I mean, you could hit the ball with the primary and it would just chain 3 people and you'd be like, oh, that's insane. Disable their awakenings for like 5 seconds just for basically doing nothing. So yeah, the chain lightning is going to be quite good. A lot of I'd call it raid wide damage or big LAOEs, and I'll use some more Warcraft terms at some point. But yeah, it's just like Juno dropping like a big old make it rain. Everyone's just stepping on blobs. I mean, their stuff's just getting turned off. I mean, things get kind of awkward in that situation. So I think about that a lot, even when it comes to like momentum boots too. Depending on like who you're playing against, if like you just get clipped by like random stuff, like Kazan is like not really good at like hitting everyone, but like like if he feels like just tapping somebody, like he just has any cooldown he wants to just be like, oh okay, I'll hook this guy real quick, or I'll just do a little pop up and I'll just turn his glass cannon off, and it barely was a cooldown for me. And I think Kazan is also pretty solid right now. You mentioned Rune. I'm a Rune enjoyer. You might not know this about me, but I am a Rune enjoyer. But I do not think we will be seeing Rune. I can't particularly say he's super good on Night Market in general, though. We have not had any picks just yet, but characters that are good on Glass Cannon. I mean, I think characters that just have like a lot of extra like evades, right? Like even Kazan with Glass Cannon, he has the flying away, gets an extra evade. The Oni's blade can dodge some moves as well, and it's a kind of a cool like balancing act where you want to like maybe spend an evade to dodge something to keep that glass cannon going. I mean, it does like 14% speed at max stacks. It's quite good.
Yeah, most definitely anything with an evade. I feel like also Juno very underrated if it comes down to glass cannon, because again, you have an evade in your kit, you have ways to get around being hit, and you also, again, we talked about it last game as well, you have all those blobos, and every time an enemy has to step on a blobo, they are going to lose their movement speed as well. So I feel like there are a lot of like priorities being tossed back and forth here, and I'm curious to see who's going to get the better of them, or if we're just going to say we're just going to take a solid like team comp regardless of the glass cannon, because ultimately glass cannon is great if you can get it to work, but you're not relying on it, right? It's not going to be your win con, or not even close to being your win con. It's just going to be a solid pickup. If you just get a really strong like early game team as well, you can be playing towards that first set win and start to snowball off of that awakening draft, which is also a very valid choice to be going for. And even if you don't get it, again, glass cannon, it's movement speed, which is great as a baseline, but I don't think you're required to be running with it.
Yeah, and another stat for Juno, Blobo speed. A glass cannon certainly affects Blobo speed, right? And sometimes if you place a Blobo in like kind of a corner and you don't have enough speed, it won't cover. But if you do have enough speed, that's kind of why Mom Boots Juno goalie is like, oh, interesting. This one Blobo can hold this side lane by itself. Like, bro, if you have enough speed on Tycho Temple, a blob can hold the side between the drums. And that is kind of crazy. But now we got some picks coming on here, though. As you mentioned, hey, Juno might be good here, though. They're going to ban that one right on out here. Finny Damage Master, maybe not too bad with Timeless. You get the big finish on the barrier. Timeless is quite good with it. You're going to ban that one out here, though. But Luna, this patch, I am a Luna believer for sure, and it is going to be the first pick for Demon's Raw. They want Fudgy Waffles blasting that ball once again. They liked what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, why change a formula that's working for you, right? They had a really good showing with the Luna in the first game. Sadly, didn't get the they were inches away from it, right? And you can just lock it in again because it does have that potential. Again, enjoys that extra movement speed, because what's Luna's movement? It's like a big dash across the entirety of the map. Or nothing. So any kind of like base movement speed improvement is going to be great for you already. On the other side, Estelle and Drakkar, both very strong in the terms of like just controlling the core, and also very great at disabling glass cannon, right? You have a shotgun, you have the piercing shot, and a lot of range to just take away that speed from the enemy side, as we're seeing as Zentaro and Asher look for Demon's Raw here, actually.
Wow.
Is it Asher net?
I have not seen Asher in a really long time. Guys, Asher is in Strikers. I almost forgot. That is kind of wow. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say probably looking at probably Asher in the net, right? Like we got Zentaro on board, so would make sense to me. Bun gonna go grab that Dubu once again. Lilybun really do loving that Dubu Scyther. We've seen on Dracar more than once, that's for sure. And Liari definitely is an Estelle enjoyer too. So I would say Bun's got some nice comfort picks here, though. I mean, we do have Demon's Ra getting Fresh. Man, Fresh. Okay, so I have seen Fresh play Asher, that's for sure. So Fudgy on the Luna once again. Kind of interesting here, though. Snake going to be grabbing the Zentaro. Not an overwhelming amount of damage, but I guess you could say that Luna and Zentaro are going to be fine when it comes to dealing damage. And kind of, once again, I feel like Demon's Ra is just going to be the aggressor here, though. And Bun is going to do their best to sneak that ball on in there, snag some of these barriers. But, as you know, last game, it was really Fudgy who was stealing every barrier known to man. So maybe it'll be a little bit different on Night Market.
Yeah, what I'm curious to see is the Asher pick. If it's likely going to go in net, right? I don't think that's really anything crazy to be thinking about. And I'm curious to see where the priorities are going to be with the Awakenings, because the thing is, there's like one side of it where Timeless is gonna extend that small creation you have that you cannot be pushing through. Right, that's why Timeless Asher is actually kind of good. Not only is it a buff on your ultimate, but when Asher uses, I believe, her primary or secondary, she has like that wall that he can't go through, and Timeless does affect that. That does make it stay there for longer, which makes it stronger on the defensive end. But on the other hand, you have Glass Cannon. It's still a really solid pickup for Asher. You love yourself some movement speed. With more movement speed, you can move up all the way to the midfield line and play aggressive there. So I'm curious to see where the priority pick is going to be there for the side of Frightfully Fresh here on that Asher goalie pick. Because if it's Timeless, I can see it. And yes, it is Timeless. It's Timeless Asher with Strike Shot in net. So just defensive masterclass, essentially, is what the game plan is for Frightfully Fresh here. Being that wall that he can't be pushing through as everyone else on Glass Cannon. No shock there.
Ooh, but a minor shock, possibly the Bun, or maybe not. Double Wand showing up for Demon's Ra. They are done messing around here, though. We do have Scyther, has Pummelers that could result in kills by itself. You don't have to deal a damage over time to do Pummeler kills. Get a lot of speed, too, as well. Gets those two barriers here. Scyther just positioned perfectly right on the front side. Lilybun going in for as much pressure as possible to get that reinforcement from the Tofu Fortress here. Liari has the ball. Nice pass up to Lilybun. Going to completely clear it on through. Fudgy Waffles can't find the way to get it, but Scyther, I think, grabs that kill with this. Pummeler is going to activate that one, reset any of that energy they had there, though. First point to Bun Bonanza, and wow, yeah, it's so interesting, right? Asher in general, and then we got the Timeless instead of the Glass Cannon. I would have imagined certainly still Glass Cannon either way.
The thing is, Timeless, it's really not a bad awakening on Asher if you're playing her in nets. It makes you like a complete solid wall defensively that you'd have a hard time getting through just because that extra like hitbox of stopping core on your primary. It's gonna be there for so much longer. The problem for the side of Demon's Ra right now is actually the fact that they're just gonna get out core controlled as is, right? Because before you had Luna Vice, both of them have range, both of them have a lot of midfield presence if they play their cards right, and if one of them doesn't have abilities or can't be doing a lot of like core control, then the other one likely can from a distance. Now you have Luna Asher, so Asher's likely just gonna stay in the back quite a bit, and Fudgy has to take care of basically all the midfield control, and if that in and of itself wasn't difficult enough, you're doing it against Estelle Dracar, who can contest the core from basically the entire map. Not to mention Lilybun also just walks up like that, which doesn't make it a lot easier.
Yeah, Lilybun very confident in the team to be able to move up that far. And they had some really good positioning there, though. Gonna whiff that strike, gonna drop that barrier there, no problem. Getting the ball on through, down to Liari. Fudgy Waffles is going to help Frightfully Fresh get it through as well. Snake finally gets their hands on the ball. Gonna spend the rush, gets the barrier by themselves in a nice 2v1, but Scyther, all the control here, though, with this flip. Maybe they spend it. They're gonna hold the flip. They might use it defensively, though, to get the heck out of dodge. They don't spend it there either. That's crazy. They do get the barrier, though. I feel like that's insane behavior to not flip there, though, but maybe I don't know anything about anything. They hold that flip there. They get the barrier, and it results in just the whole set. So, I mean, you guys are the champions. I'm gonna sit over here, and I'm just talking about dumb shit.
Yeah, the difficulty as well for Demon's Draw, they went double siphoning, like you mentioned. That means your game plan is, well, it's murder, right? It's take out the enemy and play off of that. And if you don't get that snowball, you are gonna be having a terrible, terrible time. And looking at the awakenings that you do have here, you do get an explosive entrance and 1-2 punch finding its way onto Fudgy and Snake, which do help quite a bit, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, especially because the side of Bun Bun picked up a bulk up for Lilybun. That's going to be a bit more HP. You have the Adrenaline Rush denied, but it's not only a deny as well, right? You mentioned it yourself before. Scyther does have the Pummelers under car. He can just find KOs on his own. So if there is a KO found now for the side of Bun Bun, that's going to make it even more difficult to be dealing with. As a great rotation here comes out from Bun Bun actually to keep Liari alive, and they rotate again. Scyther goes into net now because he's a bit low.
Yeah, going on over to the goalie side, being annihilated here from Snake's Rush. Gonna certainly knock that one out of here, though. Fudgy Waffles gonna cover that entire top side by themselves with that boost. Lilybun gonna try to stall as long as we possibly can. Rightfully Fresh ends up whiffing that strike shot, but wow, giant somersault, possibly assisted by the damage of Glass Cannon Pauldrons and Bulk Up. Actually looking at 170 power right here. Blasts on off of the map here, though. Snake waiting a little bit to come back here, though. Sends out the rush once again. Flips in the Oni blade. That was kind of interesting, though. Maybe a mix-up or two. They're going to try to get this one out here, though, on the bottom side here. Scyther might be sniffing out a kill onto Fudgy Waffles as well, maybe, with that. Whoa, that was such a good strike, dude. It did not hit that little bit of that wall right in the middle, and it just went right on through. I mean, W strike. How do they say it today? W strike from Scyther.
Yeah, I feel like that kind of went through the wall almost. That was so close.
Yeah, that was bullshit, actually.
Even a pixel off, I feel like that would just bounce. But hey, if you find the goal, that's fine, right? You're not going to complain about it. And you get a one barrier. Do you get a second one? No, Flip comes out from Frightfully Fresh here as the attack from Demon's Draw is staying alive. Snake does get a second barrier here as well and is going to try to get the goal, but no, the attack is going to be started up again for the side of Bun Bun. Liari put down the stagger, does have an evade to be working with, but doesn't necessarily have a lot of pressure on herself right now. Flip comes out, the KO not found, the barrier still not found either though, and again Lilybun walking up. That Dubu so strong on the night market here with that Tofu Fortress. That's 1 KO, 2 KO, come on Scyther, and he puts it in.
Okay, I mean, true. You get to just kill somebody, and then Adrenaline Rush lets you just kill somebody, and then 2 people are dead, and that's pretty good. Bun Bun Bonanza, wow, profiting heavy off Scyther playing this Drakkar right on the front lines here, though, doing so well. Nice strike there from Snake to get it right on through Lilybun, maybe getting a little too overconfident on these move-ups, on this positioning that they're taking here. They are kind of big here with this Pauldrons. They get to cover a little bit more space than it seems like. They're looking for a kill onto Fudgy Waffles. They actually end up failing on the first kill, but that did not trigger any danger sense into Fudgy Waffles as Scyther says, bro, I am loaded, I am stacked, I am strapped, bro. I'm coming in hot, and it's over for you. Log comes out, not whiffs, but kind of stuffs that flip completely here from Snake. Scyther still keeping a lot of ball control here. Now they have their chance to get Scyther out of here. They do spend a lot of cooldowns. That evade gets crazy value. There's just nothing more than the word value right now. Scyther is getting all of it. Another kill from Liari. Jesus Cristo. I mean, good job. Bun Bun Bonanza is going crazy.
Yeah, that was an excellent play. Scyther's evade and just puts Frightfully Fresh into such an awkward position, takes him out right after, and you're rewarded with not only a second set win, you're not only 1 set away from locking yourselves in playoffs upper bracket, you're also rewarded with Missile Prop Drakkar. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit difficult to deal with, because there's more control now, there's more damage on the shotguns now, and if that in and of itself wasn't enough, you get more size on Lilybun, you get more cooldowns on Liari here. I really want to believe in winning chances for everyone, but it's getting a bit difficult to see it for Demon's Draw right now.
Yeah, the missile prop is really good here for Scyther. So much extra knockback, more damage, and it's actually just good for core control now. Huge range on the shotgun blast. The lock and load is certainly going to be locked and loaded. Lilybun moving up once again here with that Fortress. Scyther is going to take that ball, but end up losing the situation here in the 2v1 situation. They have a chance to get this barrier on the bottom side, but Seems that Bun Bun Bonanza gets there in time. Snake now going to bring the ball into Narnia, try to hold it by themselves here. Frightfully Fresh gets the barrier beam to push it on through. Not going to lose that one to Scyther. Lilybun once again moving up very far, always hanging out in the midfield with that size, with that confidence. Scyther does end up clearing the ball and grabbing the speed boost. This could result in a barrier here, though. They have the flip to keep themselves alive and hold the ball. Nice play from Snake, but they do not end up getting that barrier. Fudgy Waffles cheating once again with that boost. Goes for a nutty Nuttown angle, actually. Almost works out perfectly. Fudgy maybe feeling themselves right now. Gets a nice strike past Liari into the hands of Snake, who's going to do a little bit of a dribble here. See if they can get it through into overtime. Smashes the ball once again. Fortress is up, and now we have a defense situation here for Lilybun.
We are in overtime, which I feel like is going to favor the side of Bun Bun here, because they deal better with a lot of core speed, right? They also deal better with KOs. Lilybun, another KO off that roll there, and a beautiful strike from Scyther will get it past Frightfully Fresh there. Didn't even have to use the flip for it. They're going to have that ready for this point as well. So at Demon's Draw, something's got to change, because you're on a timer here.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not that I always forget, but like a nice reminder every now and again that all of these players are so good. They all know what they're doing at all times, right? Like even if Bun Bun Bonanza hasn't just like won every nasl season or whatever like that, like this team is so good. I mean, Lilybun waiting there perfectly for the rush, getting the somersault nicely. Okay, Fudgy Waffles, though, has him yapping away, has a nice situation to get that double barrier in the third objective, which is the point. Fudgy Waffles is in position. That was clutch. That was like a moment's notice. Fudgy was there, so good recognition on them. Demon's Raw. Okay, we're not out of it here, though. No glazing just yet, but we're in it.
Yeah, most definitely. Important, very important point, and even more important kill now to be found for Frightfully Fresh here, as they want to be now getting this power play and getting this point. One berry gets down, the second one is down. They're still very much alive and fighting here, but it's an open net now on the side of Lilybun. Fudgy does have a flip to be working with if he doesn't want to use it, but right now they need to get the core out of their own half. They need to make sure they're not getting taken out, because Scyther 12 is doing a lot of damage to Snake right now. Flip does come out, and Scyther, with a nice play, almost gets some threat onto the barrier there, but doesn't find it, and the brawlers are just kind of brawling right now. HP bars are getting low.
Yeah, I think I've picked up on a situation here that Demon's Raw is going for. Fudgy Waffles, you know, getting flip, and then Snake throwing the ball into nowhere. Like they just want to get the ball into nowhere, so Fudgy can boost on over and get that flip for like a really advantageous situation. And I think that is actually just a good idea. Frightfully Fresh whiffing just for a moment here is going to stall Bun Bun Bonanza for just a moment. Snake gonna try to regenerate, but Liari says, nah, dude, we're just gonna get you staggered. The flip comes out. Too many obstacles in the way. Snake forgoes that situation. Oni Blades to safety. Actually also dealing a lot of damage to Scyther, who might be at risk here, though. Great strike. Almost gives Liari the perfect hit. Fortress comes out once again to block the top side. Scyther and Liari battling on the front side. Liari gets the Rose Warp on to Fudgy Waffles for a crazy kill. And now the power play commences on Bun Bun Bonanza. Can they get this final objective? The flip, the somersault's going to hold that one down. Liari can't get the stun combo, and Fudgy's back.
Fudgy is back, and Scyther is low. You do have the benefit of that defensive fortress of Frightfully Fresh, but I did just jinx it, so my bad. But open goal on both sides now. Snake does have a flip. The Luna ultimate coming out as well. Flip not used yet. Lilybun has one defensively as well. We'll use it here to actually stay alive as the attack is going towards the defense on Demon Dragon. Liari getting a bit low. Fudgy needs to be careful around the edges here, otherwise Drakkar is going to get his adrenaline rush. And I feel like if we do get an adrenaline rush proc on the Drakkar, it's going to be very dangerous. Another KO. This is like the third KO for Demon's Draw this point alone, and they just can't really translate it into a goal. Just such a strong defense from the side of Bun Bun here to still stay alive, and Liari back on the field now, and we're doing the whole thing again.
Yeah, lots of damage. You can see Lilybun is actually just red coring that every strike. Nice one getting it in there, though. Man, the Scyther, great angle to ride that bottom wall. But yeah, Lilybun red balling the core, making it so fast, but Fudgy Waffles also has 1-2 punch in overtime, too. So there's a lot of core speed coming out here. Lilybun's going to have a lot to do when it comes to Fudgy Waffles hitting that ball. But moving on to this next point here, though, Bun Bun Bonanza once again is looking at match point, series point. They get double barrier down. Snake flips, gets whiffed once, or stuffed, not whiffed, once again. I mean, they haven't had any flips. Okay, I think Okay, I think Fudgy like boosted, hit a guy, didn't strike. I think. Congratulations to Bun Bun Bonanza for winning that series over Demon's Raw in a 2-0 fashion. Woohoo!
Oh, you hate to see it go that way. Yeah, the dash, unfortunate there. Wasn't anticipating Scyther to just not interact with the core. Didn't get the strikeout. And hey, it works. Bun Bun got the win, and I feel like they just had such a convincing style of play this game. I feel like this was like completely different to what we had before. They just were in control almost all the time. They had a lot of KO pressure. They had a lot of just base core control, and they didn't really make many mistakes, if any. It got a little bit more close towards the end when Demon's Raw found avenues to get KOs, to get power plays for them. But even if they were, when they were in a power play, they couldn't actually turn it into a goal. The defense was still too strong. So yeah, I think Bun Bun just had an excellent showing now, especially in the second game here.
Yeah, I would definitely say that the comp here for Bun Bun Bonanza was not deal damage comp, but Scyther found a way to just say, no, we're going to have that uptime of these power plays a lot. Getting those pummeler kills with the lock and load, with that multi-bolt, maybe with the assistance of a little bit of flip here, though. Scyther basically turned this great core-controlled team into a deadly force to be reckoned with, and Liari helping out with a lot of damage as well, and Lilybun even getting 2 kills by themselves, getting so much power, smashing with that somersault. You can see that Snake, certainly the target a few times there of Lilybun's destruction, and man, that was kind of an impressive game, right? Once again, we saw Demon's Raw, mega aggressor, taking double wand, things where it was no joke anymore. We were going for damage, and Scyther was like, but if I just kill the guy trying to deal damage, my team is looking good. And I mean, only got 6 KOs. It felt like he had more, but like that was like the first 5 minutes of the game. It was like 6 kills, boom, Bun Bun Bonanza. First 2 sets, like instantly from those kills. And you only see 13-minute game. It really wasn't that long. So Scyther just made it happen just too fast. It was too shocking for the opponents to deal with. Sometimes Jakarta's really be doing that knockback. So well played from Bun Bun Bonanza. Really good work. But we are not even close to done yet, everybody. We got another great match coming up here, though. When we return, it's going to be showtime against Bozo Bunch. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to North American Strikers League Season 6, Week 9, and we got another crazy good match coming up here, though. Showtime against Bozo Bunch. Big deal on this one. Whoever wins gets such a... Well, they're both making playoffs, but whoever wins is definitely going to be getting a better seed here, though. Top bracket for sure. Sloth, tell me about it. Tell me about what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, it's generally speaking, like looking at the remaining situations that you still have, whoever wins this locks playoff for certain. The other team still has like some chances of not making it because again, the league has been so tight all around. But yeah, I mean, we're already going in, right? You have a Taiko, we have Atlab, and if it goes to game 3, we have Inkies. So kind of hoping for that one personally. But 1-2 punch Spark of Agility start with pretty solid team comps around the board here. Barcode on his Atlas defensive goalie, Shianzu with the SL doing a lot of work as well. And an Asher pick, this time in Brawler.
Oh, no. So we do see Asher. Definitely kind of an interesting pick. Yeah, once again, not entirely sure if she's really in the game, but a second player using the cheat engine is going to get Asher on the board here onto Taiko. We also see Rune. Rune. We love Rune around here, but does Rune do well in this meta? Not sure, but we will certainly find out, though. Kind of an interesting team comp coming out here, though. Merchant, though, on the classic Luna, but Streak playing the forward Rune. Joker going in here with the Asher. Hey, still good at smashing these barriers onto Taiko, though, so I'll take it. Barcode getting that strike shot onto the top side there, right into the hands of Shianzu. He's going to have to be holding this whole mid lane with just about no speed here, though. Souls. It's actually funny. You can't really activate Souls. You got to walk around the drum some of the time. So that's kind of funny to think about as they're going to be pushing this one onto the bottom side. Merchant goes in once again. They can't get it past Joker just yet. Barcode not really feeling all that much pressure at all yet until Shianzu makes it happen with that piercing shot. Had the flip to reinforce themselves as well. So first shot on over there to the showtime, to the time of show, showing the time.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of picks as well, we do have some interesting picks, but I feel like most of them, if you're seeing them in current meta, it's got to be on Taiko Temple, because it is, in my opinion, the most close map that we have. So having something like a lockdown goalie with the Atlas who can just put down an expanse in the middle of the map essentially and just completely shut down that area. Same with rune pillars, right? Just well, as I was saying, rune pillars shut down the midfield completely. You also can just shut down the enemy completely by taking them out and completely making their HP bars disappear. Merchant also about to die here. Flip comes out from Joker, but KO not found yet, but still incredibly strong position for Showtime here.
Yeah. Joker actually scared Merchant into the cage, and they actually had Streak respawning there to get back and grab the ball. Although tough situation for the side of Bozo Bunch. It's close. Yeah, it finally gets it on through with the barrier beam. I'm not really even sure if that pillar would have helped, because it probably wouldn't have been solid by the time Joker had that strike up. Either way, Showtime taking the next point. I'm really interested to see if we can get some points from this rune. Again, not really seen played all that much often. Jump smashing Shianzu against the drum kind of actually redirects the piercing shot, but Joker finds a kill of their own with the barrier beam once again. Asher quite good at getting those kills on this close range map. Shianzu, that was really good ultimate there to make sure that that ball stays in between those barriers and grabs both of them on a nice double. Joker flicks. The flick is just too damn good here, especially with 1-2 punch giving a little bit of extra speed. Showtime pretty much uncontested for this first point, grabbing their first awakening here. Joker, what's it gonna be? Hey, built different, could be some size.
Some size would be great to be picking up here, but you do have other awakenings that could be a bit interesting, because Luna's going to get a pick between Missile Prop and Specialized. The Adren Rush actually being a pickup for Joker, which, I mean, Joker has found KOs already. The discount Julie, essentially, with that 1-2 punch. So if he can't continue to find them, it's going to be even better. Missile Prop finding its way onto Merchant going to help a bit as well, as around the board, just... I don't think any awakenings really stands out to me massively. The Recovery Zone can help Streak stay alive quite a bit, but I don't think Bozo Bunch really got what they needed out of this draft. And the thing is, on a baseline, the comp from Showtime is just so much easier and more consistent to play. You just have much easier one-to-one matchups as well, because if I'm Merchant and I'm Luna, I don't know how I'm defending against an Asher, like, ever, if she's in my face. And the other thing that I wanted to mention that just happened, even if you have the damage with Zentaro and Luna and you can find a KO, you have Barcode on Atlas. He's just gonna save the teammates, and the KO just was basically for nothing.
Yeah, Barco did get a little bit shafted there, though, having to take Stinger, possibly as a deny to make sure that the team is going to stay alive a little bit longer. Dropletto looking at just about 0 health here, trying to play a little bit of an evasive game, but ends up walking kind of close to that drum, and the Joker certainly had a cooldown to make that one happen. Merchant not going back, letting Streak play the goalie situation, or goalie position, as we're going to stall out some time. Any cooldowns on deck from Showtime? Not quite just yet. We do have Bozobun survive that interaction, but yeah, like you're mentioning, there's a lot of tough times where Luna just does not have any cooldowns, and just too simple, you know, strike forward, reinforce that with one thing is enough to get it past Luna in a lot of situations. And we, man, take a look at the levels of the players right now. 5-5-3, 4-2-2. For the side of Bodo Lunch, we got a 3 here from Dropletto, but you can see that the ball is just in Showtime's court at every situation, bro. They keep getting those barriers. They're getting so many objectives. They're really just making it happen right now, and the levels will show. I mean, it's health, too. Levels are health. Levels are basically only health. So, let's see if anything changes as maybe a couple kills comes out here from Bozo Bunch. Will give them some experience, although Dropletto can't even seem to play the game, except gets a barrier of their own, gets a flip. Can't find much more than that. Gonna get the heck out of there, and one barrier will suffice until you're dead. Joker also grabbing a double. The flip here from Shianzu is going to be not stuffed. Not stuffed by the pillars, and Shianzu just has that scope active.
Yeah, I mean, what you mentioned is so true, right? The levels, it's just always on the defensive end for the side of Bozobunch, and that makes it so difficult to play, because your team comp, you have a Luna on net, you have Zentara up front, you have a Rune that does a really good job at keeping the core up, but that's kind of the issue. You want to keep it up, so to keep it up, you need to have it up in the first place, and it's just so difficult to do that against an Asher, against an Estelle, and even if you get past both of them, the Atlas is right behind them as well. So I feel like the team comps are just so difficult to really manage here. A great double barrier for Bozobunch here, but they still need to find the goal, as a nice strikeout from Shianzu will keep it alive here. The banish comes out, the flip comes out, Joker has flip as well, doesn't want to use it to evade there. Maybe some survivability concerns, but no, still perfectly fine. Joker on the attack now, has a flip as well, is not use it yet, does take it actually. Adrenaline rush on Asher, that barrier's gonna fall, and that goal is surely to go in here. Never mind, good defense.
yeah, close one in this 2v3 here, though. Cooldown from Shianzu is gonna be good. I did not check if Merchant had any evade there, but they were in position. If they had some evade, they could have possibly used it if it wasn't on cooldown. But either way, Shianzu going to make it difficult with that piercing shot. Awakenings being shown here, though. Shianzu first on deck. Aerials, prime time, a lot of really good things. Shianzu's kind of the killer right now. I'll say they are noticing their positioning. They have that 1-2 punch. They get what Taiko is all about, and that's just seeing your opponent on the edge and just sniping them right out of the air. Gonna go for that prime time. Make sure that they have Estelle's best ability ×2 at all times as well. Siege Machine at least falls to Streak, which is definitely pretty great for Rune. Last pick here, though, Dropletto enjoying this can of soda here. Super Surge might be exactly what they need for Dropletto to get around the board, get to safety, get those barriers, and just be able to play a lot of different positions.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna give you the opportunity to start playing a bit more, because, I mean, again, you see the levels. Drop is not hit level 4 yet, which means he just can't get himself involved in any meaningful way in the play at all. With Super Surge, yes, you have more range to be working with, but it doesn't really solve the issue completely yet, so it's still very difficult to go through, especially because Drop has the Siphoning Wand as well, which gives you the idea that they want to be going for damage, but it's just so difficult to do that, because not only are now the enemies a bit ahead in level, again, there's an Atlas behind it. It's just difficult to execute that, and again, the core control is so suffocating from the side of Showtime here, as the ultimate almost saves the barrier there, actually, by a drop. The attack coming through from Bozobunch here now. They do want to get the second barrier and the skull going. Shianzu gets rather low as well, but I'm sure that's not going to stay for long, as never... Oh, beautiful rocket!
Oh, nice evade. Yeah, great evade there from Merchant. Jumps on over to the edge, realizing that they are in extreme danger from Joker getting a dash punch of their own. Gets that evade on through to keep themselves alive. Hey, a kill here from Dropletto is going to probably net them an entire level from where they were at. Here we go. Oh, they might have been able to find a kill onto Joker, but going to go for ball control anyway, and it works out. Dropletto gets it in there, making things difficult for Barcode. Now the levels are going up just a little bit here. Our brawlers are getting active. Merchant trying to move forward. Streak needs to get something going. I really want to say that the Bozo Bunch comp has me thinking, I'm not entirely sure what Rune is doing here. I mean, you can play whatever you want. I mean, it's chill, but like, the team comp just feels like we're going kind of halvesies on the damage and halvesies on the kill confirms, because Rune is like, kind of like, you can definitely do like the whole like banish combo with the Crater Maker, but I mean, that has not, I don't even think that's happened yet. Maybe once I missed it, but that situation is just tough to just come across when things are just not in your court. You're taking a lot of damage, and the pressure from the opposing team is just doing so well. Maybe they just did not think it would be this difficult. Either way, I think that the Rune is not perfectly synergizing here with this team, although nice hit from Barcode is going to give the ball to Xianzu. The barrier's almost held, but it does take a lot from the opposing team to get that one through. Merchant against Joker here, though, wins out on that situation. Xianzu jumps in front of Dropletto, and now it's Joker and Xianzu in the 2v2 against Streak and Merchant. They win out and grab that barrier. Oh, Joker's fast, really fast with this speed here, bro. The slick kicks, it's tough to contest. Flip from Barcode up to Xianzu, gonna keep that one speed, although they find a kill. The Adrenaline Rush running circles around Streak 20 times faster. 748 run speed against 450. I mean, no shot there. I mean, Showtime, it's just all Showtime right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And it feels like the game has basically just begun, but somehow Showtime is one goal away from just taking it already. So, yeah, it's difficult. Streak does want to find some kind of KOs as well there. Gets a great banish, and the confirm from Merchant gives a power play for the side of Bozo Bunch here, but they do need to get the core out, and Xianzu's just being so oppressive in that midfield, using abilities to keep it up. So now you don't have him anymore, but still, it's going to be enough to get Joker back on the field, and Joker immediately gets a KO and Dropletto, not getting any use out of that flip for him there, as now Merchant in the close range 1v1 against Asher. Nice strike layers will keep the ball alive, but for how long is the question. As Xianzu's walking up as well, has a flip, piercing shot, flip comes out, barrier not dropped just yet, and Merchant tries to get a barrier off of Barcode, but Barcode just holding on for now.
Yeah, really tight situation there, though. Holds this barrier. Merchant, with their life, the barrier beam is going to eat one of the strikes and knock the ball forward. Once again, looking for a kill on it to Joker. Merchant does hit the wall quick enough so they can get that eject button going here. Gonna fight onto the bottom side here, though. Passes nicely up to Joker. Xianzu really controlling the midfield, though. Gets revived. Streak keeps himself in the game. Merchant not going to lose the ball just yet, although the Asher ult is out. The ball is maintained. Pressure from Bozo Bunch. Boy, tough spot. Joker now self-dribbling there. Kind of whiffs, misses the ball for that breakthrough. Almost the combo perfect there from Xianzu, and the piercing beam is not going to land. An Expanse comes out, which is going to basically stuff everything. I mean, damn, you mentioned it before. You just pop that Expanse, and if it does land onto something, it's going to hold that whole area. I mean, I felt like that was their in right there. It felt like everyone was here to help that one through, but the Expanse was just massive. Level 10 Xianzu there right at the end. I think maybe 6 or 5 was on the other team, so really was all Showtime there. It's mostly like you can see the redirects really aren't that far apart, but it was just like the objectives, right? You get a bunch of experience for getting barriers, for getting kills, and for just doing things, eating orbs and stuff. So the levels were kind of not really that close for most of the game, and then still at the end, Xianzu and Joker really pulled away, and that was kind of how the game just went. It really just spiraled out of control. Showtime just had so much control over that game. I feel like I don't know, because kind of towards the end of the game, Streak was making it happen, right? They was getting the banishing combos, and they were getting kills off of it, but it felt like the core control that Rune was adding to the team just was not there, possibly due to like the starting awakening. Like if you just had like Timeless or Mon, like I feel like the size of the anomaly is just like the most valuable thing ever. I mean, especially on that map, you could actually just make it so the goalie kind of can't get it out, right? If it's big enough. But so you're just playing on a tough field there, though, if you're Rune here.
Yeah, most definitely difficult to make work. Streak did find some kind of gameplay in the end, but it just wasn't enough. And I feel like also another point that kind of just shows how Showtime was doing so well outfields to control the core and keep the core in the half of Boza Bunch. Was the fact that I think Barcode finished at game level 6, and that's not because he played bad by any means. He just didn't really have to defend. The core just didn't find its way onto the side of Showtime, which means obviously it's difficult to get levels on an Atlas if you're not trying to, if you don't have to lock down your goal barriers like that. So it's a bit difficult. Obviously, I feel like for Bozo to go into the next game because this is a very like one-sided game, right? Like that was, what was it, 13 minutes on the dot, pretty fast, you know. And you do need to find some kind of adjustment. But the saving grace is, I feel like Taiko Temple, at least from my understanding so far, is gonna be Showtime's like arguably best map because the picks that they can play so well are still very valid in that game, on that map, whereas on other maps maybe they're not as good, right? An Atlas, a Mako, they're still playable on other maps, but I feel like they really shine on a Taiko Temple. But we'll see if that's going to hold up, because now you're going to go into Bozo's map pick. You're going to go into Atlab, and Atlab, very, very different, I feel like. Still similar kind of setup, but you can play a lot more for KO, for damage KO. You can also just play for a pure control comp as well and try to execute that. But you're going to be needing a lot more range and a lot more speed to do well on Atlab, which you don't necessarily need on Taiko. We do have a build different and prime time start, so curious to see where the priorities are going to lie here as the Vice gets banned out. Not really a big shocker here. Vice is a bit strong.
Yeah, I mean, constantly throughout this nasl season, I'm always like, oh my god, Merchant, the Luna main. But everyone corrects me and says Merchant, the Vice champion. And I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. And then, man, constantly getting banned out. I mean, I like banning Vice no matter what. That's chill. But I feel like they are possibly looking to ban out Merchant here, though. And Bozo Bunch is saying, hey, no more Estelle. We are done with that. Shianzu, take a break. And yeah, I was going to say, possibly hit the now, right? Shianzu's next character that I think of is always like, damn, that he is quite good on the now. Now being pretty good with prime time as well. No objections here. Might be able to see maybe Asher will come out again. We do have size start, maybe Dubu, on this size start, but this is kind of siphoning one territory, so we might be able to just start knocking people into the Atlas Circle with these prime times. I don't know.
Yeah, we will see as the X pick comes out here for the side of Bozo Bunch. Leto trying to play a little bit aggressive up front, trying to make use of this X with size. Obviously, a great pickup, right? It's going to be very oppressive up front, and depending on what your goalie matchup is going to be, it could be very beneficial. The problem I still kind of see with it is X does really good into like non-lockdown goalies, and you're playing into Barcode currently, which I feel like it's a bit more difficult to guarantee yourself a non-lockdown goalie on the other hand there. As Akai also gets picked up for the side of Bozo Bunch. Gonna play into that movement speed aspect, and obviously Kai being a really solid pickup as well for the prime time. That barrage has such a long cooldown on a baseline and has so much impact. If you just have that more frequently, that's gonna do quite a lot of work for you, especially on a map like Atlab. As the Asher still does get picked. They're not changing anything.
Somehow, the beta patch is active, and Asher just seems to be on the characters. And actually, maybe she's just, one player just has to pick Asher, and they're just abiding by the rule, and that's fair. I don't actually know that rule just yet, but it might just be like the week 9 rule. But hey, hitting that Asher once again, probably looking to get that one onto Barcode. Playing our defensive goalies here. Rasmus probably on the front lines here, though. I'm not really sure, but Joker, did just hit the Asher, so yeah, we'll see. Luna showing up again. Once again, I am a Luna believer for this patch for sure. Every time I watch Luna beat everyone's ass, I'm like, bro, Luna, so good. Bozo Bunch going to take that one there. Merchant, once again, being the Luna. Maybe this is why Merchant's the Luna main. Because everyone just keeps banning Vice, and I'm like, well, duh, of course Merchant just plays Luna the whole damn time. It's his character. But once again, we have... Yeah, X is kind of interesting, too. I feel like you mentioned before, like, X is really good against, like, non-lockdown goalies in that situation. But it's like, X is still good at beating ass, but X also just sits there and gets his ass beat. Because he can't go... He's so, like... stationary. This guy's not mobile. He doesn't have a lot of movement speed. Oh, I thought someone said something. That was the anyway. That was the caster's command. I was like, what the? I was like, what's going on? I have to read this now. It ruined everything.
Did someone just dox you? Wait, what?
I was like, what the heck?
no.
Anyway, yeah, no, X really good at dealing damage, really good at taking damage. So I mean, opposing team doesn't have a ton, right? Like Luna's on one team. I feel like this is gonna be like, this is not gonna be a we're just gonna kill everyone comp, right? Unless we just say X Luna is. I don't know. I just gotta watch the game, bro.
I feel like it's possible, but it again goes into the same kind of territory of you're just gonna need the right awakenings to find their ways to you, right? You do have, like, Kai actually has a surprising amount of damage output as well, but the issue with Kai usually is that his cooldowns are quite as long as well, and you want Kai under control more so than anything else. So yes, you can barrage an enemy and play off of that damage, but you don't really want to. As almost immediately a double barrier drops again. Luna Merchant, such a good player on that character, but there's just certain things you cannot change about the character, and that it's the defensive like stronghold that is Luna is not really much of a stronghold.
That is true. I would not even use the word stronghold when it comes to Luna, unless it's like she is holding my neck with. Oh, okay. Streak is running into orbit right now, kind of sort of disconnecting a little bit here. Do have to finish the point. Those are dem rules, so we finish up that point. You get 5 minutes of stalling and reconnecting. I'm not entirely sure if that 5 minutes is like once ever, or if that is some sort of like actual like bank timer. If we have like a 5 minutes per game or whatever. But either way, we are thinking about life. We are thinking about our place in the universe. Streak is on board, possibly having ping problems. Dropletto hanging out in the goal. What's up?
I don't know. We can kind of talk about game plan. Never mind. They're back.
No, that's stupid.
We didn't need to talk about game plan. We don't need to talk about game plan. We're going to talk about how they're throwing hands, because Dropletto has siphoning one as well, by the way. He has only one goal, and that's getting people off this map. But that's going to be a bit difficult because you're dealing with it now. You're going into an Asher as well, which is not necessarily easy to kill. So we'll have to see how that's going to pan out, as one barrier is now down on the side of Boza Bunch. They do want to try to get an attack going, but Xianzu is so oppressive in that midfield. And even though you do get the core up here, it's just going to go to Barcode, and he's just going to strand it straight back into the offense again. So difficult to execute.
Yeah, right there. X Maximus grabbing one of those barriers here. Objectives are the most important part of this game. Barrage going to be completely parried by that barrier beam. I would definitely say that Asher is one of the better goalies at defending against Kai, defending against Barrage in general. It's quite nice. Nice using the prime time, but it's not going to work out right there. Big old flip from Dropletto's going to make things just a little bit too awkward. Joker gets a super good pendulum swing there. Now Streak has control of this ball here. Going to self-dribble it, ride it on top of the wall. Can't maintain control here just yet. The pendulum swing knocks it really far. Merchant actually dodges everyone and gets right into Barcode's face. Actually, like, the pilot of this ship has gotten through the buildings. Like, I don't know. That dude was doing some Spider-Man angling here.
Yeah, just completely calls Barcode out on that one as well. Just holds all the way and then just gets that clean strike to get the goal. Boza Bunch now already off to a better start than last game, and they do wish to hold that momentum as one barrier is actually still alive. Really clean defense from Xianzu and Barcode there to hold on to that top barrier. Xianzu gets a bit low, doesn't have any evades to be working with either, so maybe some damage dump can be working out there. As yes, the KO gets found by Dropletto. Power play now for Boza Bunch as they're trying to get the second barrier off of Joker and Barcode. They do have a lot of defensive utility here, and they're doing a really good job. Merchant with a flip almost gets it, but Barcode is there. Barcode will answer to it. And now 3v3 gameplay again.
That was shocking, but hey, Barcode was actually ready for a situation like that, so that's kind of big. Fighting their way out here against Xianzu. Streak does end up getting the ball cleared and putting up the pressure here. Barrier beam just in time to hold the ball. Joker going to reset their own strike here with that Death's Touch. Just going to grab that barrier quite nicely. Barcode smashing that against the wall with the breakthrough. Going to spend the ult, trying not to lose this barrier to Dropletto's I don't know, set of cooldowns. Maybe they're worried about just this flip, but okay, Dropletto's trying to destroy everyone, but in that mess, ends up getting the barrier either way. Joker has a lot of control here, though. Nice self-dribble and just places himself perfectly center stage, and that's an open barrier. You know, you kind of have to guess most of the time when it's like open barrier, especially in overtime, too. It's like, Really good positioning there from Joker.
Yeah, really difficult. And I really like what Dropletto did there, by the way. Like, yes, it seemed like just a bit of random ability spamming, but you're disrupting Barcode's defense and allowing Streak and Merchant then get an attack on the barrier going, while Barcode cannot react to it, right? The strength of this Asher is that you're basically, whenever you're free to act, you can kind of shut down everything. You have a primary that does wonders. Actually, matter of fact, you have 2 primaries, because it's prime time start to help with that defense. And you just don't want to allow Barcode to set himself up like that. You don't want to allow him to use that primary. So using your abilities like that to get him stunned and not allow him to get these abilities out is so valuable. As a lot of damage gets found onto both sides. 2 staggers, but unfortunately not a single kill just yet. Dropletto tries to change that and does get Shionzu. Power play now for Boza Bunch.
That was crazy. It looked like Shionzu actually was outplaying Dropletto. I think he whiffed 2 strikes there in the X Maximus. I was afraid that Shionzu would just unleash the god upon Dropletto and just dodge every one of those strikes. But Merchant gets it on through, flips just a little bit too early there, though, trying to get the squeeze in between the opening of those 2 walls. But can't seem to make it out just yet. Streak holding the line here, though. Merchant not under too much pressure right now. Dropletto trying to get the bell ringer through. Joker wins the situation against Streak. Merchant in space. Can't get there in time. The combo from Shionzu and Joker get that one through. The pendulum swing as makes the ball red in overtime with no power, I guess. Is that from the patch? Like, did we add core knockback to that or what? Is that always like that?
I'm not sure, actually. What I'm sure of is there's a bit of damage in this draft. You have a bit of heavy impact, you have a bit of Stinger, 1-2 punch, twin drive as well. Finding its way onto Joker, gonna help with that core control as bulk up gets picked up by Merchant. You do have Stinger going the way of Drop. I'm a bit surprised by that. I'm not an X player. Maybe I'm just not a knower. Isn't 1-2 or heavy better? I don't know. Either way, size onto Barcode finds its way as well, which does do a lot of work. And aerials for Shionzu gonna make sure this now enables their teammates even more. So I feel like everyone kind of happy with what they got out of this draft.
Yeah, it could be interesting here with the Stinger. It might be like I'm gonna try to stand on the goalie situation for Dropletto, but man, Shionzu making quick work of that final barrier as Joker's gonna absorb a lot of that attention, being really low, but now healed up nicely with that lifeline. They got both of the barriers here pretty much unscathed. Now Merchant on the front lines here, gonna at least cause Barcode to spend that barrier beam, but they do find an out. Dropletto can't find the kill on Shionzu. They spend a lot of resources there trying to make it happen. They do, get that top barrier at least for their troubles. Dropletto going in one more time, smashing Shionzu, who just has quite a low health pool. Dodges the bell ringer as well, but can't dodge Atlas, as he is the god of everything right now. Merchant goes in with the boost once more. Dropletto standing on an orb, trying to heal themselves up as this 2v2 is going to commence on the bottom side of the lane. Merchant probably waiting for a boost cooldown in order to make it happen. There's one barrier beam here from Barcode. Can they get the next one out? And then Merchant might be able to get on in there. I'm not really sure. It could happen in this overtime.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of damage still being tossed around. The game plan from Boza Bunch seems actually decently simple. They're just dumping damage. They're just applying Stinger from drop. The Merchant's using Luna Ultimate basically off of cooldown, and they're just trying to get the HP bars low to eventually get a power play and play off of that. And it's worked somewhat. They've gotten KO. Streak also with the Kai has a great kill confirm with that barrage, especially because again you have 2 of them. But there is a time limit that you're working against. That's exactly this, and it's the fact that now Rasmus have very solid core control as well, and eventually they're gonna find their way through your defense. So if you can't get these power plays going before your barriers drop, before that core goes in, it's it's very rough for Boza Bunch to execute here.
Yeah, as a matter of time, that's a good way to put it here, as the Joker has just about gotten an objective every Death's Touch, right? So you're thinking about Death's Touch being like a 20-second cooldown. You got about a minute to win this game, or maybe more. Hey, Dropletto get a nice kill with that X Maximus. They're going to put on a lot of pressure here with Streak helping out, but man, they can't get the ball on over to Barcode. Merchant now going onto the bottom side. Dropletto going to hold that flip until they get that barrier, although now going to dodge some damage with it and get the barrier at the same time, which is completely fair. Streak gonna hold the line here. Tried to get a combo. It didn't entirely work with the stun combo, but Dropletto grabs the ball really far in front of Barcode and just knocks it in quite nicely there. That's the kind of team combo here we're looking for Boza Bunch to make this one happen.
Yeah, and something I want to point out really quick as well is, I mean, this is the second Asher goalie we're seeing, but this one's seeming to work a lot better. Now, why could that be? It's basically just matchups. If we're comparing the matchups that Barcode has here with the Asher goalie, you're going into Dropletto on the X, which is going to be very close, which means you, whenever Dropletto tries to take your barrier and tries to threaten you with their offense, he's basically going to be standing on top of you, which means, yeah, you're Asher, you can just plop down a primary and that's situation solved, right?
Oh.
Like, you just cover basically everything. On the other hand, in the game beforehand, you were playing into Estelle Drek, which they just hit you from a distance. So the Asher goalie pick here actually incredibly efficient because the side of Bozobunch just needs to be on top of you to take that barrier, unless you're getting like some crazy Luna rocket or whammy or something.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dropletto, Xianzhu had a cooldown to escape, even after being chased down that entire time, but not going to stop the damage just yet. Merchant going to hold this final barrier streak, blasting the Giga, but can't seem to get the barrier here, though. Barcode kind of on deck right now with these reactions, moving quite fast here with these... Oh, no. Oh! The crazy save! Flip is a funny thing, as it does not move with you, but that it is quite long range, and they find a kill onto Barcode somehow, possibly the assistance of that Giga Blast, though. Now all they have to do is win this interaction with this 2v3, although they are doing such a good job stalling here. Showtime gets their third player back. Barcode ready to start defending once again in streak. Not too happy about that. No barrages just yet. Dropletto feeling like he's losing a lot of health here, but they do finally get it. Flips right on center, and they gets it through Dropletto. Nice patience, allowing the opponents to split the C for him. Getting that next point. Man, they need another set to even this one up.
Yeah, and Bozobunch are doing such a good job now just spreading that damage and getting power plays. They don't get any kind of like direct barrier or goal off of each power play, but with enough power plays and enough persistence, you're gonna get through eventually. Which is really good for them, and they've just been doing a good job at that Dropletto, also being incredibly aware of any kind of KOs you can find on the edge and realizing those KOs as well. As one barrier is now down on the side of Bozobunch. Joker, Xianzhu trying to get the second barrier off of Merchant, but they just can't quite get the angle. Streak also helping significantly in the back. Obviously, Kai being a pick that works just as well in net as well as in midfield. Gonna help quite a bit there as the push goes up now. Barcode using that primary and holds onto the barrier, but Dropletto with the ultimate X Maximus will get the barrier. Merchant jumps in, gets a second one. Joker still on the attack, gets a barrier now. Xianzhu and Joker try to get it in, but now Mine will take it. Excellently executed from the side of Showtime there. Kept up the pressure and did not leave any kind of path to get out of.
Yeah, that was tight. There might have been like a really tough like Soren angle there for Merchant, but I mean in that situation with that much pressure, you cannot blame anybody for that result. Although here a flip from Barcode going to avoid the Crater Maker, but a lot of damage being exchanged onto Dropletto, who is nowhere to be seen now. Joker approaching from the bottom side here with the help of Xianzhu. Want to see Barcode moving up a little bit as well. Streak going to try to get that blazing speed in there to make something happen, but they do defend that final barrier at least long enough for Dropletto to come back in here. Giga Blast sends Joker down to just about under half, but Lifeline's going to keep them up. I mean, this team is resilient, even with X trying to get them out of here with this Stinger. Drop. Oh my god, Xianzhu with an insane weight is going to win out on that interaction. Dropletto can't find the kill onto Joker's Streak that also whiffs, but they do eventually get it here with that bell ringer, and now this is a huge power play here though for Bozobunch. I mean, they really got to make the most out of it.
They really do, and they try as they get the barrier. Merchant with a dash up front is going to be doing it. Has a flip as well, so if that dash is going to come back on cooldown, maybe you can look to even get it in as the Luna here, as again, damage spets dumped. The gameplay gets more difficult, but a nice barrier take from Joker there. As the Rebel on both the open nets, a flip comes out from Merchant, defended by Xianzhu and Barcode. It's just not enough. The Asher does everything. Barcode still holds on. The point still alive. Double flip on Bozobunch. Now, surely you're going to be making use of those to actually get the goal in, but no, the strike war, the interactions, they're just so clean from Showtime. Xianzhu barely hanging on as it stands, but still on the map. Flip comes out from Dropletto as well. Doesn't find the KO. Now down to only Streak. Joker up front needs to use the flip from Streak there to stay alive, and now even playing field as Xianzhu's getting all his HP back as well.
actually insane. I kind of wish you were still talking so I could just watch mindlessly with my jaw agape, because this point, this last little bit of this point is so important and it's so much happening. They get a little line through to drop Leto. The Crater Maker actually ends up getting a kill, and possibly the assistance of the stun of the Giga there made it so Joker could not evade. Now it's just Shianzu and Barcode left to defend. The X Maximus does not find its target just yet. Shianzu is still evaded. They do find the damage. They find the kill. Joker uses the Death's Touch. It doesn't make it. The barrier beam actually lands. Okay, the Pendulum Swing also stalls a little bit of time as well. The Giga doesn't find its mark. The Whammy whiffing as well. Another Pendulum Swing. Drop Leto assisting the ball in finding its goal, even if it's not the right one that they're looking for. Once again, doing a whole lot of damage to Shianzu, completely staggering, but not finding the kill with that flip. That's a lot of resources spent. Man, this point is just actually disgusting. The barrier beam comes out. Once again, the X Maximus can't find its mark. It actually gets it through. God, wait. Was that a strike reset from dropping X Maximus? Does that happen?
Yeah, that happens. When the X Ultimate runs out, you get a reset, and that was what was needed, because for some reason, Shianzu just couldn't lose his Strike War, so Drop just got 2, and it was enough, as they're now going into the second draft.
There's no way.
Yeah, it's very, like, it's such unfortunate timing for Showtime, but hey, the pressure was being held up really nicely from Poser Bunch, and they get rewarded by it. And what did they get rewarded with? Specialized training on X. That's gonna hurt a bit. Unfortunately, it looks like Streak's gonna get a Siege Machine, because didn't think it DC again.
He's gone. Where is he? All right, Streak.
A very bad time to not connect, but overall, specialized training on Dropleto. Dropleto has been doing a lot of work for damage, for keeping the winning chances essentially for Bozo alive. So the specialized training going to do quite a bit. The Deadeye for Joker, mainly the Nye pick, not wanting to get Merchant that give Merchant that Deadeye, which is really great as well. And other than that, I mean, more speed on Shianzu and size on Barcode. It's a very dangerous situation now for Bozo Bunch.
True, yeah, I do like the pick there from Shianzu. I mean, it's like, when you're playing midfield now, that speed is so important, right? Like you're kind of just being like in comms, like, yo, secondary's up, get over here, and then you just pop a mine real quick, and then you guys are alarmingly fast. You're like pre-nerf Mako amounts of speed doubled right there. So really great for getting that pressure going, getting that core control. All right, back into this point here. Merchant trying to get it onto the top side, spends the Crater Maker, does a little bit of damage to Shianzu. The X Maximus reset is going to, strike everybody and at least get one of these objectives. Shianzu getting kind of beat right now. Dropleto really has their target now. Not a high health pool at all. Spends the flip a little far, but kind of an alarming angle from Dropleto is going to certainly secure that barrier nicely. Oh, that was actually a strike war for the point. Joker could not win out against Merchant there. And we do have a Bozo Bunch taking that first point here, though. All level 10s against all level 9s, guys. It looks like Bozo Bunch is just the better team.
I mean, they have a lot of avenues now to play through, because they do have a decent amount of damage to work with. And again, we've seen that's how they won the last set. That's how they're planning on winning this set. And that's just making sure that Showtime has such an incredibly difficult time playing the game. Talking about difficult to play the game, it's difficult if you're to play the game if you're off the map. Joker with a nice pendulum swing there gets the KO. The Sap Boys angle, though, will actually keep the barrier alive still. Joker trying to just stay alive. As of right now, the Nasl will be there to actually assist them, but now Dropleto's back as well. Great defense from Merchant. Point still very much alive. Joker definitely off the map now. Yes, there he goes. Almost gets a kill actually with the Death's Touch there. Deadeye not to be underestimated, but now the attack from Bozo Bunch mounting again. You do have a barrage from Streak maybe you want to try using, but Gions are just being so disruptive, not letting any kind of passing play start between the side of Bozo Bunch, and now back on the field is Joker.
Yeah, low health from Shianzu, now low life here from Shianzu as they're completely out of here. Flip from Barcode, going to send it on up to Streak and Dropleto. They can't seem to clear this one out, but they do stun Dropleto to get the ball on through. Merchant is going to try to help here, deal some damage, trying to get involved, get a strike in there, but they just kind of knock Joker around, but that might result in a kill a little bit later as Joker has control of the ball, spends the Whiplash. Streak waits it out, Dropleto flipping. Dropleto simply flipping. That is all good. We love that about Dropleto. Joker getting the ball on over to the barrier. Merchant defending kind of nicely, loses to the pendulum swing, but still holds the line. Streak is going to continue playing midfield. They're going to maybe wait out this, whoa, blazing pace, but actually Dropletto gets the biggest bell ringer known to man, smashes the ball right on here, and Boza Bunch is looking good to take this next set over Showtime and try to even this whole series out.
That is just the pressure that's being created by consistently doing damage from the side of Boza Bunch, because in that situation, Barcode, he sees Merchant come up to him with a dash. He can't play top because that just goes directly into Merchant's hands. But coincidentally, Dropletto was just threatening KOs at the bottom on Shionzu, which just resulted in that bell ringer there being at the right place at the right time. As on both sides are down to one barrier, and they evade bar on Shionzu looking rather low. I feel like Dropletto, it's not going to take long until he's just going to start dumping damage onto Shionzu there to make sure that this now has a difficult time playing the game.
And that's fair. I mean, if you can get Shionzu to stop playing the game for any amount of time, I mean, you are probably doing the right thing. Barcode going to spend that path splitter to try to get Merchant out of the way, and Joker nicely gets the death touch to certainly move Merchant out of the way, but it's going to be the proximity drone that redirects the core on into the goal. Shionzu, great recognition there, not having any extra size for it, but just has the right positioning and timing to get that point on in there, though. Showtime not done quite yet. Streak standing on the ball here, though, gets the Giga, knocks it, blasts that barrier out of the water. Dropletto had a chance to get it, but now finds a kill of their own onto Joker. Honestly, the X seems to be working out here for the most part, doing a whole lot of damage. Here comes the flip, tries to get past the barrier beam, but man, Asher, I gotta say, you know, we did see Asher the other game, and it was kind of rough, and the matchup now, it looks so much better, although this is kind of a double power play. Joker, defending for his life, though, my god.
It's still alive, actually. The point's still back, and now the entirety of Showtime is back. Joker did everything he needed there just to keep the point alive, as now Boza Bunch are trying to get their attack going again, but again, this time around, they're going to have to go through the entirety of Showtime, which is going to be a lot more difficult, especially in such an open environment when a black hole isn't around to kind of make it more small to play with. As the self-dribble comes out from Dropletto, the flip comes out, doesn't find its target, though. The Giga from Streak tries to get the core interaction there, but doesn't. The attack from Shionzu and Joker still very much alive. Flip comes out from Merchant, sends it up to Dropletto. Dropletto trying to stun, but doesn't get it. Barcode, a great job defensively there, as the core, again, just kind of being like passed around. And a beautiful death touch completely disrupts anything Merchant is trying to do there. And Barcode credited with the goal.
There's actually nothing more sad than like being the goalie and being like, yo, I'm about to defend the shit out of this, and then Rasmus just death touch you and you're stunned for an hour and a half, and you're like, should I truly have evaded here while just standing? And the answer was yeah, I guess so. You probably should have evaded. Flip from Streak. It's going to actually hit it right on into the Crater Maker, which kind of reduces a little bit of that pressure. Healing coming out for Joker. It's going to keep him up and healthy. Streak trying to fight onto the top side. Dropletto looking a little bit weak. If they can attract some attention, Dropletto might find a way to recover some of their health. Just going to go straight for the ball, though. So they're going to push onto the bottom side. They do get it on through here. Showtime looking good. Dropletto moving up. Kind of has their eyes on Shionzu instead of the ball a little bit. It's what kind of feels like Whiplash spent here. They're going to try to wait it out for a moment. Streak realizes what's going on here. A big Giga. That might be some of their outs to grabbing some of these barriers. Merchant moving up and striking, but not evading. Instead, it still ends up working out for them. Streak against Joker onto the top side here, though. Now on over to Merchant. Dropletto has a flip. Once again, it feels like Dropletto always has their flip, and that might be why they're getting all these kills.
Yeah, talking about kills, a beautiful flip there. I was thinking where Dropletto is going to be using that, and yes, the KO confirms going to help a lot. A beautiful Giga takes that angle. Nothing Barco can do, and now Boza Bunch trying to finish it off, but no!
Oh my god.
Not like that.
I think Merchant could have gotten there if they didn't use the primary, but it's not hard to understand why they tried to get that primary in there. It would have been tight. Boy, it would have been tight. Damn, that is so rough, but it's Showtime, baby.
It is Showtime, and he gets stacks on stack on Shionzu. More movement speed, going to be more difficult to deal with. Super Surge finding its way into Kai, going to help a lot as well to be ever present for Streak, as Hotshot is the pickup for Dropletto there. Size also being denied off of Joker, which This is, I think, the first game in a while where I'm looking at Erasmus with no size awakenings. That doesn't really happen that often, but it kind of makes sense because you have Barcode and Net. He wants size as well on this Asher, so I guess I can see why. It's just a bit weird to look at normal size Erasmus, I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like when I do see normal size Erasmus, it's usually coupled with like some of the speed awakenings, maybe a dash or a dash awakening or two, or maybe like the fight or flight, but it doesn't have all that much to go with it other than just extra abilities, but maybe that's all they need as both barriers going down here. Showtime taking them in quite a quick manner here, though. Now in the hands of Merchant. Let's see what they can do with it, though. Trying to give it to Jopleto, but Shianzu is going rapid fire right now. With that extra speed we could see from that drone, the dash awakenings are doing so much here, though. Shianzu trying to grasp the last little string of life here, doing a lot of damage to the opposing team now, though. Bozo Bunch now staggered. Jopleto, okay. Merchant has a cooldown to keep that one alive. Jopleto finds a flip and does grab the orb as well. Merchant against Joker here, though. It's going to be nothing without a cooldown. Yeah, there you go. Man, Rasmus so good at just like self-dribbling in that situation and then just walking down with it, especially with the slick kicks, man. So good.
Yeah, so good. So much pressure and so much core control. But you do have 3 flips now on the side of Bozo Bunch. And yeah, Barcode not falling for it, not trying to defend that barrier there because he knows he has more difficult things to be defending. Because, yeah, the push came through almost immediately. Not a flip expended yet, I believe. Again, Jopleto probably looking to use this flip for a kill confirm, but can't quite get it. Does, never mind. I just lie for fun, I think. Really good KO from Jopleto there, trying to make a second one here. As Joker almost taken out, completely taken out now. 3v1 Barcode is going to get Shianzu back soon, but the power play is still very much there. The barrier staying alive. Asher showing that defensive prowess here, as Joker's going to be back on the field soon as well. The barrier still alive.
Guys, I feel like Barrier Beam might be like a really, really good move. This thing is actually, I mean, sure, you needed the help of 4 players to get it through, Asher. Atlas being one of them, just for no reason. But man, it's like the Barrier Beam is doing like unheard of things until that happens, where the ball just simply goes past you and you strike, just missed, and that's crazy. But literally, the Barrier Beam, like Asher, is doing some insane defending this game, and the people are seeing it. Asher could be back.
Well, Asher is back if you're going into close range, which coincidentally X is very much. Close range to the edge of the map is what Joker is, actually. Taken off completely. As now Bozo Bunch again in a power play. We've seen him in a power play so much, but the side of Showtime just has such a good time defending. They do it so well. Shianzu almost gets a goal there as well as the flip comes out from Jopleto. Merchant dashing up now, trying to have that more pressure coming into the field as well. But, yeah, no, the barrier's still alive. That defense is just excellent from Barcode.
It really is. It really is, well. I mean, he's just such a good at lockdown goalies, and Asher is one of the more lockdown goalies, I'll say it. Jopleto trying to get it on here with Streak, but boy, they are certainly doing a lot of damage. Jopleto now going down to just about nothing. Merchant goes in, and everyone gets kind of hit there. Jopleto finds a kill. Whoa, that's a lot of damage here, though. Shianzu can barely find a way to defend with just about no health, but the damage might be over for just a little bit here, though, or being placed onto Joker. Their lockdown goalie is back. Merchant getting on in there. Finally, they find the goal with Jopleto maybe having a little extra size there, though the build different is doing quite nicely. Joker smacking things just for their life. Merchant ends up hitting the Atlas Orb, which could have spelled death. Streak can't do anything. He simply can't do anything in that situation, though. Holding the line makes sense, and Jopleto nice again with the patience. Barcode trying to just do the one thing that they can, which is like, if I do this here, I can cover this one option. You know, flip is tough. Flip is tough, guys. So patience is a virtue.
Yeah, very much so. And even if you try to dash towards drop, he can just play it off with the wall. So a bit difficult to be defending that as a barrier does drop. Now, Jopleto did use the X Maximus here as well. Shianzu taking a lot of damage, as that is going to be an avenue for them to pursue to take out that midfielder. But right now, Showtime's still very much alive and looking to take the second barrier. They almost get it past Merchant, but a really good defensive move from Streak and Merchant together will keep this point alive. Joker taking a lot of damage. One barrier down on Barcode. Second one being under pressure. Flip comes out from Joker now, and with the pendulum swing, will just confirm that really good setup, as Shianzu will use the flip as well and gets it past both of them. Really good angle to put Showtime at series point here.
Yes, sir. Showtime looking at the end right now. One more point for them in Bozo Bunch. If they actually do secure this point, they can keep this whole set alive. That plays a whole nother set, bro. Drop Leto getting that kill with the dash punch. Not even having to use flip there, though. Joker also completely staggered. Barcode more or less alone here, though, as Joker is just trying to play defensively, though. But man, Barcode so good at stalling, bro. This goalie, this lockdown goalie is doing so much work, and they get the barrier, man, in this power play. Drop Leto can't get their hands on this ball. This flip might have to be used at some point, but it doesn't. Streak 1 millimeter away from realizing the danger sense and everyone else possibly caught in the past. It's going to be Showtime taking this series over Bozo Bunch 2-0 fashion and certainly securing their spot in the higher bracket.
Most definitely. And with that, I do believe we are very likely to know what our upper bracket teams are going to be. There's still a world where matches end up the way they do, where the Sundubu Strikers are going to go into tiebreaker scenarios for upper bracket. But other than that, it's looking likely that we have Huck, EKC, Bun, and Showtime as our upper bracket teams. But more in regards to this game, I was thinking if this goes to set 5, I wouldn't be surprised to see Drop Leto at like 100,000 damage, because he was doing a lot. He's only has 56 now, without that last set, of course, but 14 KOs. Yeah, Bozo Bunch had a game plan. They pulled through with it, but in the end, the consistency from Showtime was just a little bit too much for them to handle. 100 shots on Joker, by the way, as well. Together with Streak 116. A lot of back and forth this game.
Yeah, I do agree that the Bozo Bunch, for the most part, did what they set out to do, which is get a lot of kills. But that is such a classic moment, right? Where one team spends their cooldowns and gets a power play, and now things are looking kind of bleak, but the opposing team has something like Giant Asher, who hasn't had to play for a few minutes, and now it's like, okay, double prime time on this barrier beam, and so it's like, did the kill, like, it didn't do enough. Literally, the kill didn't do enough, and the Asher just holds through the power play. Teammate comes back, and I think for the most part, Showtime did a faster job at getting the barriers. Like, every time that they had a situation, it was like almost double barrier all the time, and the barriers just weren't dropping on the side of Barcode here. So that's kind of, I think, really the big difference here, though. Even if it was like pretty close for the most part, and like the teams were doing what they wanted to do, Merchant kind of the team ran out of time. Merchant just did not have the cooldowns to survive the whole point. But nonetheless, Showtime moving on over and making everyone's tiebreakers feel a little bit more interesting, as the teams are going to be continue to fight here for the playoffs. But that will certainly be the end for our block here, Sloth. It was an honor once again doing this regular season with you, my man. Would you like to say anything else before we get the heck out of here?
I just want to say I don't want to be biased, but I just like that Showtime one, because out of the situations, every single team outside of Demon's Raw still can make it into playoffs. Some are more likely, some are less likely, but that just makes every upcoming game much more exciting, and I feel like everyone should be around for that as well. So yeah, those are my closing words, Andy, if you have anything else to say.
Yeah, no, all good. That makes perfect sense. We love to see like the closeness of this nasl that is bringing everyone together. The skill gap has never been closer, has never been more narrow. Everyone's doing such a good job, and the nasl could really go to anybody, and this playoffs will show exactly what's going on. But when we get back here, guys, you were going to see Hungry Like Nephew against Return to Form. It's just non-stop hitters for the rest of the day, and that'll be it for us, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. We're in the final week of all the action here, and Hungry Like Nephew are facing Return to Form. Return to Form can breathe a little bit easier after the previous series, though. They're guaranteed at least tiebreakers, while Hungry Like Nephew, of course, standing pretty confidently in first place.
Yeah, for sure. This is something of I don't want to say it's like a complete breather for Hungry Like Nephew. They are well ahead, but I am interested in seeing how they handle this. I want to see if they still have their foot to the pedal. You know what I mean? I want to see if they're not going to take this lightly. I'm hoping that they don't, and I'm hoping that they can prove that they are on the top for a really good reason. Like this is like they've more or less clinched it. So but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can take your foot off the gas. So let's see how they do here.
Yeah, they're trying to aim for an even better regular season record for this season. We're on Demon Days. It's a Timeless Creator and Hotshot starting. Taking a look at the starting awakenings, I guess. How are you feeling?
I'm not surprised whatsoever. You've got three like big damage dealers on one side, but that score is likely saying, hey, if we just score fast enough, we don't need to worry about that. And Hungry Boy made very quick use of what they had there. Get those goals, get those barriers open, excuse me. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to like make this fast and not let those hot shots really matter too much.
Yeah, and Bell's taking so much damage. Got blown up in the first point. The same can be said about this one. The Creator comes out, but it doesn't help him survive any longer. And speaking of, it's Demon Days, right? It is the map where the big finish from the Fini is so effective. And we're seeing the effects right here. So much control on the side of Return to Form. They're looking like they want to guarantee themselves no tiebreakers as they make their way into playoffs. Not that this match can guarantee it, really, but it can definitely help their chances.
Yeah, and you can see like there's already a lot being thrown out there. If the Oni's blade goes out, manages to get past those defenders, two defenders pretty much even it up. You can see that there's already been like a lot of cooldowns that are thrown out. You can see how bloody these teams are already getting. So that kind of like tells you that this one's going to be real fast, real furious in general. They are shooting at each other. It is already brutal, and this is only 0.3.
Yep, we'll see how it goes here, as they already have another KO, another power play, but the health bars are looking low. Leo Leon, though, healing up so much. That's the power of the Van Brace here. Good gear pickup on this Demon Deus map that is so violent. Vaughn low, but still pushing forward onto the offense. And once again, it's one barrier down on each side. A big opportunity for Bells, who has the flip available. We'll have to be very careful with it.
Yeah, they have to watch it, and they have to like be careful. Again, though, like you said, it is flip on their side, and this was their chance to attack. Although Bells nearly getting taken out there. Leo Leon, Moth and Curry, I think did that with a strike shot.
Yeah, well played. But they need to convert this power play into the barrier, into the goal. We saw in the previous match, power plays don't immediately mean that you have the advantage, especially if the goalie's locking it down, and the power play's reversed now, as Vaughn's also staying very healthy. And Return to Form, they're taking so much damage here. The Sweet Spot Crater, Leo Leon brought low as well, but there's a Thunderstruck forcing out the elusive from Moffin. Vaughn creates space, and Bells finds the goal.
That was a very nice like attack there, and you can see already they have two flips ready to go. Does Hungry Like Nephew, so they have plenty in the tank to kind of like seal this one off, and hopefully Return to Form can get something going on their offense. I mean, it's been brutal, but they just haven't been able to kind of convert this offense into proper scoring possibilities yet, and that's something they're going to have to find out really fast, or else this is going to get out of hand for them by, I would say, like the next draft.
Right now, though, they're finding the power play at the very least. The big finish is helping a ton, but Vaughn with a strike war gets it out of the corner. Leo Leon pushing forward. Hungry Boy with the passing play, but the top spin interrupted by a good strike from Vaughn. Leo with the pull back, not quite enough. The defensive core of Hungry Like Nephew converting into a goal on the other end, a goal barrier at the very least, and Vaughn takes another, and this could be the set win for Hungry Like Nephew. They were so far behind in the early part of this point, but Bells is somehow staying alive, and Moffin's in a corner. There's the hit stun from the Oni's blade, and there's the set for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there. Already, we're seeing like some major differences in the offensive pushes between Hungry Like Nephew and Return to Form, and that's simply that Hungry Like Nephew can find the gaps and like finish these points off. They can push through, and they are quickly rewarded for that. Like Luna getting extra special, that's going to be a lot of energy denial, just being able to throw out those crater makers so fast, and that's just going to be a whole lot more issues for the opposing team. That it's just going to cause like a whole lot more trouble and cause them to not be able to get that offense started as fast.
Yep. We'll see what happens here. Right now, my eyes are on one particular awakening in this game. It's that adrenaline rush from Vaughn. Maybe the KOs can be turned around here because Return to Form have been the team getting more of the power plays, but it's been very close, right? Damage has been traded pretty evenly. But right now, Return to Form with the help of the big finish and Leo Leon setting up in the corner are going to create a quick goal.
Okay, so that was good. That is more of the kind of like the goals, the points that they want for sure. And if they can use like the new awakenings to kind of like get that, especially I like the specialized training on the other side of things. Honestly, on the side of Return to Form, I feel like that could help kind of like secure a couple of goals or like cut off some angles. But again, it has to be something that they can kind of like survive to do.
Yeah, right now Bell is looking for a flick, looking for a strike core, not quite Muffin. Bit of a strike core machine at the moment. Every single series they play, while Vaughn incredibly low on the other side. They got to be careful here. Leo Leon and Bells, two brawlers, taking a lot of damage, and of course the Kazan, when you think about KO, confirms it is that character here. As once again, a Return to Form. They got a power play, but the question is, can they find a barrier? Can they find the goal? And the answer so far is a bit of a no as the respawn comes in.
Yeah, that's just been kind of like an issue so far this whole time. Do they have offense? Yes, but again, they just cannot seem to like finish. And on the other hand, Hungry Like Nephew, absolutely. They find any kind of gap, any kind of momentum, and they grab at it. But it does seem like Return to Form finding an opportunity here. They do have goal open, and they are trying to kind of figure out a way to get past this defense. Had to kind of like double up on it for a little bit with their member down, but this is a good opportunity for them. Try and get a little bit of a lead here, but it's hard for them. It's just going to be like hard for them if they can't like close out.
There's a flip available. Leo Leon doesn't even need it. Threading the needle. 7-10 split, as you would say. 2-0 in the favor of Return to Form. They're finding a little bit of, I guess, scoring ability in this set, but it's still a little scary, right? The points are stretching out way too long.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I was about to say, I would say they're starting to find their groove, but again, that's only just starting. You can see like this damage that has been rolling out for them. They are having a hard time surviving and like, again, like you said, like getting these points done quickly because all of that damage that just keeps getting thrown out. And then there's the fact that they just have a hard time finishing, and that allows Hungry Like Nephew all the time in the world to kind of like find an opening and collapse in on the goal, which they have been, like shot for shot, been much more successful at.
Yep, right now, Muffin and Hungry Boy continuing to hold the core. The big finish used defensively, not what you like to see, but it's necessary here as Leo Leon hook strike, barrier taken, Hungry Boy setting up, and Vaughn flicks away the Supernova, but that's way too many abilities in the bottom corner. A flip for good measure as Return to Form secure the point before overtime and head a little bit more confidently into the next draft here with Hungry Boy in first pick.
Yeah, very nice for them. Honestly, I really sort of like that last point, especially just because of how aggressive that they were, and they were getting those KOs, and they were making good use of them. Like, yeah, that prize fighter with how they have been getting these KOs, this is going to help them be able to finish a lot more of these points a little bit earlier and actually be able to like use those power plays to maximum effect. Everything I'm seeing off of Return to Form is going to point to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Or Replicator might help the energy economy of Hungry Like Nephew a little bit, but the rest of the picks are looking scary. Vaughn pick at the prime time is good, right? Additional utility, additional stopping of the regen, additional damage in the end. But right now, it's not going to be easy, especially against that big finish of Muffin, who has been so accurate with that ability.
Yeah, and they're already like... I was about to say they're already looking to get KOs, but it seems like Hungry Like Nephew already looking to get the score. They're saying, hey, you can hurt us all you want, but if we get the score first, then y'all ain't winning.
Yeah, perfectly coordinated. A bit of a mirror of the previous point from Return to Form in the last set. And right now, Leon and Hungry Boy, though, they're taking a lot of damage. Even though they're the ones getting the barrier first, they're taking a lot of damage, Hungry Boy in particular, and Leon, of course, in the mix, healing up. Muffin, also vulnerable. Both goalies can dish out the damage, but have a little bit of a struggle when being hit as Vaughn tries a creative supernova angle to get around everything. There's a stun. There's Bells maintaining possession, and Hungry Like Nephew keep on the offense just a little bit, but Leon finds a KO, and this power play is going to be a bit scary.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for Return to Form, see if they can get something out of this. They've been having some issues with it, but they've been finding success regardless. A little bit of a mishook there. I respect the vision, just a little bit out of range there. So, yeah, Return to Form seem to have an idea of what they want to do now, and they are definitely doing their best to making it work.
Yeah, that was a brilliant survival from Vaughn, and now healthy once again. This supernova, but what timing from the flip. Gets it away from the supernova just in time. There's the trade KO from Moffin, preventing the power play from Hungry Like Nephew. That means one less player on defense, only the vulnerable Vice and Luna that rely on their secondaries to get things done. Vaughn just waiting for the respawn. A sending it forward, but the Hungry Boy respawn has come in as well around the world, but A catches it on the other end. Bell's in position. Leon looking for some kind of strike to Hungry Boy, but right now it's the glitch pop that catches Vaughn off guard. It's 1-1 and all even across the board.
Very nice hustle on the side of Return to Form. Very nice glitch pop. That angle was fantastic. Vaughn just not in the right place to get it, and right now this is looking like it's always been a slugfest, but we're starting to see a bit more tactical ideas come out of them. Not that there hasn't been any, but it seems like both of them are starting to kind of like get a little bit used to just how much pain the other team can dish out, and they're just trying to like play around it as best they can now.
Yeah, right now it's Hungry Boy again interrupting A, but A finding the barrier nonetheless, and now it's a big opportunity with the boost. Body blocked once again, but Moffin displaced across the entire map. Gets back in time thanks to the Finny speed, but Vaughn has so many primaries here. Primary, hot shot, prime time, so much uptime on that power cord, but not enough to keep the barriers up. Still has a flip, but needs to be careful on this defense.
Yeah, it needs to be very careful. Leon right there menacing. It's Kazan very good with being able to redirect the core, but they do manage to get it like out of their territory for a little bit. The Return to Form looking pretty good on offense with Aya looking low. It's just gotta be something that, again, like Return to Form watches out for that flip and be ready to like counter stuff it.
But Vaughn, just infinite primaries. It feels like no rapid fire, but you know, primetime hotshot is basically forever. And a lot of damage being pumped out. Once again, a little bit off target. Hungry Boy with the flip available. Sends it around, but Leon perfectly covers the cross clear from Vaughn. That's a big point for Return to Form. It was very methodical at the end, and now they're 1 point away from a sizable lead.
Yeah, Leon has been in the thick of it for a lot of this and been taken very low fairly constantly, but still been gritting it out, and that kind of stick-to-itiveness, although I hate that word, is just very paramount in this kind of like play situation. That they really need this. Return to Form needs this a lot more than Hungry Like Nephew, and they need to play like it. And so far, they do seem to be playing like it.
Yeah, Leon ever persistent in the enemy side. There's a power play for Hungry Like Nephew, but you wouldn't think it with the snipes that Moffin is getting on the other end of the core, and a perfect big finish to deny even a single barrier from being taken by Hungry Like Nephew, and Vaughn can't reach it in time. Leon, another brilliant point, and that was all Moffin.
Yeah, that was just very, very good on their part. Moffin with the shot. Leon taking MVP, however, and some interesting things on deck for them, although I personally do not like this draft order for Return to Form.
Yeah, I gotta agree. This Zentaro is guaranteed something good, and same with the Vice. 2 in a row is always a bad sign, and Deadeye Super Surge is so much power on Hungry Like Nephew. But on the bright side, the Fini gets Monumentalist, right? No creation
Yeah.
characters on Hungry Like Nephew means that is pretty much undeniable, and that big finish is going to be a menace on Demon Deus.
Yeah, for absolutely sure. I Return to Form did not get anything good by any means, like we just said. However, I do feel that it was kind of a not the absolute best draft that Hungry Like Nephew could have gotten, which is a shame. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it all plays out. I do think that Return to Form mostly got what they can use to kind of like lock this one down if they keep playing like they have.
Yep. Bells with the flick, trying to buy some time. A alone in the net. The Crater trying to help out, but not quite enough. Return to Form looking confident. Once again, 2 points away from taking this first game here. And to correct myself from earlier, a win here for Return to Form guarantees them into playoffs. 5th place, no tiebreakers, I believe.
Right, so yeah, all the more reason for Return to Form to be playing like they are, to like fight as hard as possible and hopefully cause a bit of chaos in the rankings, much like that KO. This has kind of like been the story of the entire game, really. They can get these KOs, they can try and get something started, but it's been much more difficult than I guess they would prefer to kind of take advantage of those.
Leon now walking back to the core, finding a barrier with the strike away. The hook, finding the next one. It's Return to Form looking so confident in this game as Moffin takes a big chunk of damage, but I don't think that'll be an obstacle. But that barrier take might be around the back, finding a passing play to Bells, who was hit stunned immediately, and Leon blocking the potential pass attempt afterwards. And now Bells in position, but there's the curvature from Moffin Koei on the bottom end. The sound waves 2-0 now. What a brilliant point.
That was a beautiful angle. Just managed to catch those sound waves and kind of just gently glide the core on in. Was not expecting that, but I mean, this is Damon Dice. You kind of have to expect it at some level. Got to be prepared for those. And Moffin Koei has been doing like pretty solid on the defense, I would say. I mean, trying to at the very least, and allowing them to set up those plays too. Beautiful pass between Hungry Boy, set up Leon, slots it up in the top corner. Just very nice coordination there for that win. Beautiful.
Yeah, at the start it was a little shaky from Return to Form, but they settled into form and they looked unstoppable on the offense. They turned the damage right around and they really made their power play stick.
Yeah, it took them a little bit to manage to do so, but they did. They did end up taking advantage of the power plays. They did end up being able to use that aggression and make something of them. So they just need to keep playing like this. And like you said, if they manage to take it over Hungry Like Nephew, then they will be not quite sitting pretty, but they will be much more comfortable than they are now.
That was a pretty good game, P-Flare, but next map is, I believe, Inky Splash Zone, so that's going to be quite interesting. Any predictions heading forward into that one?
I do have a bit of a funny one, actually, because of the way these two have played like this first game. I would not be surprised at all if at least 2 people got utterly blasted by the water cannons. Like, those can be such a swing mechanism. It's almost not funny, but it is very funny. At least if you're a spectator, it's extremely funny. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if at least 2 people got hit.
Yeah, and even more interestingly, Return to Form, they're picking red side for this Inky's match. That's not what people usually do. I feel like yeah, well, we'll see though.
Think they got something that they know that we don't?
I guess red side sorta helps them out in terms of they can just leave Moffin as last pick perhaps and flex around the goalie picks. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we will have to see. Not common, like you said.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. The starting weakness could also warp the match in quite a large way as well.
True.
Um, Definitely core speed is an interesting one, right? Return to form.
Yeah.
When core speed is part of the picture, they seem like they're a lot stronger. I think Moffin's goalie pool is very suited against core speed and creating core speed as well.
No, you're right. With honestly, all the characters that return to form play is kind of like you said, they're very good at taking that core speed and converting it into very, very fast and hard to react to, like passing and scoring opportunities. So that could be something they can try. They kind of actually did a lot of that in the last game, and I feel like with how Inky's works, they could do that in this game as well.
Yeah, that's definitely the case here. We're gonna get the Awakenings and the draft very, very soon, so you can take a look at that in around 2 seconds from now, and then you'll be able to have a little bit more of an opinion. But here it is. Oh my God,
Oh,
it's spec training heavy impact.
oh boy, that is okay. That is some awakenings. There is no possible way they let Vice through.
It's inky, so it's not impossible that they let it through. It's likely going to be banned, but it's definitely not out of the picture here.
We're gonna see. According to this, Zentaro's gone. Completely understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah. That means Vice is ready for picking, but it does feel like it's a little bit kind of bait in the first pick slot, right? You're
Ah,
kind of like locking in your entire game plan there, and I feel like that Estelle being picked A is interesting. That's almost certainly for A, but it could be a goalie pick. But yeah, this is weird.
I mean, it's Inky's. Common sense kind of goes out the window when you go here, it feels like. So I'm still surprised, but at the same time I'm not surprised. There's my girl, there's Luna. I'm always happy to see her, and but especially not that I'm not surprised with this particular start. Honestly, as well as the Kazan.
Yeah, the Kazan, it's return to form, right? That could be brawler, that could be goalie. It really could go either way here, and it gives them a lot of flexibility in adapting to whatever Hungry Like Nephew is cooking up. But that Drakkar and maybe a Vice. No, it's gonna be the Rune. Oh my,
Hmm.
that's most likely gonna be A on Rune and Estelle goalie, I believe. That's a very interesting Inkies comp, but can't say I'm unhappy about that.
Yeah, I no, I can actually see the vision here. Uh, it's scary. I mean, especially with this awakening start, it's very scary if they get rolling. I feel like this is very much a snowball comp, like snowball, snowball.
Oh, and we don't know who is who until everything is locked in the video game because the brawler and goalie positions are looking quite flexible in this one.
Yeah, Rasmus to finish it off. I mean, I'm not surprised just because Rasmus is good. I feel like Rasmus is just you pick him on any map in just about any situation, and he'll have some utility.
Yep. Right, just waiting for a little bit here. We'll see what happens.
What awakening do you figure that the Drakkar is going to get?
Heavy impact for sure.
Heavy
Like
impact?
it is such a big benefit.
I kind of figured. I was just wondering if maybe there was like some hidden tech with the specialist training.
Yeah, it does give you a lot of core speed. Not as much as Hotshot, of course, but it does give you a good chunk of core speed on it, and of course the damage as well. But heavy impact cooldown reduction plus damage on primary, just so important. Knockback as well for the KOs. We'll see though. We'll see how it goes here. My eyes are on that Rune as a character that can really impact this match if it all goes to plan. But if it doesn't, then we could see another Moffin Koei amazing performance that guarantees RTF playoffs.
Yeah, we are absolutely going to have to see as we get in the game here. I am very curious to see what the opening awakening spread is going to be. I also would not be surprised to see, like you kind of said, siphoning one, maybe Van Braces pop up.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case here. A lot of damage, of course, but it's a more open map, so maybe,
Yeah.
maybe not.
Yep. According to this, we do see one Van Brace come up. Leo Leon decided to opt for that. Also opt for the specialized training. In fact, the entire team of Hungry Like Nephew opts for the specialized training, whereas the entire team of Return to Form opt for heavy impact. So big battle differences here as we start off.
Wait, really? The entire team?
Yeah.
Even A?
Yeah. All of them got heavy impact.
Oh, and or heavy impact. Oh, I thought you meant spec training. Okay.
No,
that's normal.
No, I said heavy impact, dog.
Okay, that's normal. I thought you said all of them went spec training, and I was scared. But right now, the water cannon's doing its work, doing its magic here. And, well, Hungry Boy on the Luna. We'll have to see if they can find some snipe plays with this boost.
Yeah, that's going to have to be the definite case here. I mean, Muffin in the net, that's going to be fun to see. Maybe try and like snatch a core up for like a good transitional play there. I think that would be something good for them, something that Return to Form is going to have to be careful of. But if Bell's going to be shooting like that, then hey, all's good.
Yeah, fantastic dribbling play coming out from Bells. On the other end, the spec training. High reward if they can find a hook into the water cannon, if they can find a big crater. But those scenarios are few and far between. Leo Leon, though, dealing the damage, looking a little bit like old Kazan here, as A takes a big chunk, but still staying alive. And Vaughn on the Rune goalie. I predicted it would be the Estelle goalie, but instead it's Vaughn on the Rune. Right now, though, banishing Leo Leon, dangerous spot to be in. A lot of damage onto A as Leo stays alive, looking for the KO. Not quite enough here. The defense comes through and the power play starts for Return to Form as Hungry Boys built up a lot of meter as well. Looking for a passing play, perhaps, with Vaughn reads the cross shot, but Leo will pull it back, find a shot to the bottom side, and that's an even game.
Yeah, Hungry Like Nephew just not able to kind of survive that power play. They held out for a while there, I will give them that, but Return to Form just a little bit too much there. So they are tied up and they are looking for a way to kind of like break free of this. They want to, like we were saying, like Return to Form has a lot riding on this, and so they've got to figure out a way to try and get into the lead and basically get these points early before the draft start happening and before the other team has a chance to scale, and that was nearly disastrous.
Nearly, but not quite enough. A now in position, the water cannon approaching. Oh, perfect dribble by Moffin! Incredible defense by Moffin right now, and Leo Leon comes back to help as well. The snipe from A not going to be enough in Return to Form. Get out of danger. Just another brilliant montage moment, but Bells with the heavy impact lock and load. Another power play for Hungry Like Nephew, and this time they're looking to secure it. Bells gets ahead of the play, denies the strike war entirely, and it's 2-1 in Hug's favor.
Yeah, that was just a rough one, but they did manage to just push that out through. Hungry Like Nephew looked, honestly, very calm and confident for that point, and look at that, was able to just like dodge the attempt there by Hungry Boy to try and like get an early cheeky kill, which to be fair, I feel like at this point they need to go for, and that's a good one right there as the power play starts for Return to Form. They're going to need to absolutely take advantage of this as fast as possible.
Yeah. Who's hungrier, the boy or the nephew? Right now it's the boy. It's 2-2, advancing into point 5 RTF. And they're looking pretty good here, I think. The meter is low on everyone. But honestly, I think exploiting a low meter is easier for Return to Form to do.
No, I definitely agree. Just because, like, here's the thing. Return to Form has a lot, I feel like has a good amount of, we said that earlier, core control and being able to, like, redirect the core. And being able to, like, do that when the other team is low on meter is bound to result in some real good score opportunities. Very nice shot there.
Yeah, they get it past everybody. They build a power play and slot it in outside of Vaughn's range. Return to Form This first set wasn't looking too great for them, but they get it done.
Yeah, return to form looking very much in form as they go into this draft. And off rip, Deadeye Luna, I will never not want that, although there are excuses for other ones, but no, we're going Deadeye. We love Deadeye.
You don't need to hold yourself back. There's no excuses.
I know,
here.
I love Deadeye. I love Deadeye. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, but
Just 2 missiles kill you.
on the other end of the draft, though, it's not all doom and gloom for Hungry Like Nephew. They pick up a scary trio of Awakenings, Primetime Rune, Explosive Entrance Ricard, and Fighter Flight Estelle. That's just a normal... That would be a winning draft in another world, I think. So...
No, yeah.
But Moppin Koei is on a Pauldron's goalie, gets the team player. It happens every time.
Yeah, unsurprising, and we are going to see which teams can like really make use of these drafts. If you were talking about like scary things on the side of Hungry Like Nephew, I really am fretting about like that primetime rune. That just frightens me in general.
Yeah, but right now if they use the water cannon right, they might not even have to interact with the rune, but no, okay. Well, the pillar lasts for way too long. Hungry Boy trying to thread the needle, same can be said about Leo Leon, but Bells taking advantage. Heavy impact, explosive entrance, more knockback than ever before, continuing to put on the pressure on these sides, and Vaughn with the prime time, a lot of uptime on the pillars. But so far, this barrier not found. Moffin not under a lot of pressure so far.
No, Moffin's been able to kind of like chill out, make these nice casual clears. Hungry Boys doing their best to keep it up top. Leo Leon trying to wait in the wings for like a good opportunity scoring play, but nice interception by there. They do get it open, but Leo Leon does manage to receive the shot and slot it in the top corner. That core suddenly went very fast. Overtime is no joke, people. Got to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we'll see if that continues. But yeah, overtime, return to form, it's turned into absolute monsters here. Of course, the Rune has a lot of reach, but when the core speed's that fast, Rune's not the easiest character. As a ton of damage onto Bells, cratered to the opposite side of the map, not quite KO'd, but Hungry Boy will pick it up in the end, dodge away from the banish as well, and this is a big power play for return to form here.
Yeah, big power play. They've got to do something to make advantage of it, though. That pillar burnt a lot of time on that upside. They do manage to get the barrier, however. This is an opportunity for them. They are one ahead. They could make it two, give themselves a little bit of they've already got a nice cushion, but they could extend it here if they manage to get this goal through.
Yeah, Hungry Boy to the bottom side, taking it all the way around, but Vaughn wins the strike war right afterwards. Bell's in position to push forward, but no, the defense is looking scary. 4 more seconds on the respawn. Leo Leon with flip available, and Leo, that knockback was ridiculous, but it's not going to be enough if Leo uses a flips Vaughn right into the side wall. Another KO, another casualty, another goal for return to form.
Wow, that was a brutal point. Leo Leon just with the push. Hungry Boy says, I can do that too. Pop, missile to the face, and then there was one. And now, return to form looking very, very nice here as they are trying to wrap this set up.
Yep, definitely possible. A taking a big chunk of damage, but A getting in the midst of it all. Can't fake out Moffin Koei too easily, though. Quite possibly the best striker to do it in terms of the strike button at the very least. Continuing to defend this barrier. Leo Leon pushing on the other end, and with this Vambrace so healthy, but you gotta watch out for Bells. The ult shotgun is a very dangerous tool when Bells has so much knockback, and so far it's paying dividends. Yeah,
100%. Bells is just frightening to have to deal with at any given time, I would say. And Vaughn doing a very good job with those pillars. I'm gonna say that as well. Like, just that primetime alone has been causing so much grief for the side of return to form. They've been managing to push through it, but it's something that they still need to keep in mind, because if they give an opportunity, Bells will be right there to take advantage.
Yep, Vaughn on the other end. Bells sending it to the top side and finding a KO. A big power play potential, but the team player core speed is making it way more difficult than it has to be. Muffin to the other end. The respawn already completely stalled out, and that's the power of return to form right here. But Bells, what a strike to get it around, but the flip doesn't connect, and now Hungry Boy has so much room to play with the water cannon not viable at this state of the play, but Vaughn will find the save somehow. The water cannon activated to the top side, but return to form continuing to put on a defensive masterclass here. Bell's in position, but the bounce is so strange around the world, but the water cannon favors RTF. Not finding a good play off of it, and the banish is perfect from Vaughn. Hungry Boy looking low, but dashing away to safety. And there's the crater to take out Bells. It's a chaotic point, but return to form. No! What a snipe by A at the perfect moment to keep the set going.
That was crazy. The snipe by A, managing to get around Hungry Boy, not able to get it. Muffin Curry, though, still has a flip, still has an opportunity to, like, kind of break this one completely, or at the very least, like, shut it down for this set. They just had, they had it. They went ahead and used it, trying to get that barrier down. So now it is, now it's Hungry Like Nephews who have the flip advantage here, and I would not be surprised if they are really looking to take advantage of that fast.
Yeah, wow, Hungry Boy getting it away for now, and there's a big barrier take, a chance to go up 2 sets for return to form, and Leo Leon catches Vaughn out at the worst possible moment for Hug. That's another set, and Leo Leon's continuing to get it done.
Yeah, for sure. Leo Leon proving themselves a bit of a standout for this game, for this match. And they've got a lot to play with here. I wouldn't be surprised if they get themselves a little bit of size. Or, yeah, there we go. They went ahead for the recovery drone. Completely understandable. Adrenaline Rush on Rune.
Yeah, well, you gotta take it away, right? If it goes on Luna, it would be devastating with a Spec Training Deadeye combination. But Bokup's still a very scary awakening, and more sides on Muffin as well. Return to form, gonna be pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, 100%. This was pretty much all return to form. I mean, Bell's getting them stacks on stacks, and speed is always good. But with the way return to form's been playing, it's a bit of a question on quite how much that matters, though. Again, Bells has kind of like been a standout. Bells, never mind. Bells stand out to the water cannon, gets blown away. That's one, and they are in a power play or return to form. Very, very scary situation for Hug here.
Yeah, very scary, but they find the barrier on the other end. Maybe a chance to get it done. Muffin on the other end. There's a power play, though, and Hungry Boy water cannon touches, but only knocked back a little bit. Passing play to the top side of the pillar, not disappearing in time. And once again, you got to be careful around the wall where you're vulnerable. But Bells now calmly dribbling forward, calmly shotgunning it. Not quite enough to get past Muffin. It goes to the other end. And the pillar not stopping the core either. A looking for an opening. Hungry Boy looking for a boost. Not quite as it goes to the top side, and now Bells slowly walking forward. Muffin, though, has so many tools to get it away, and now the team player is activated. It's overtime.
Yeah, this score is going to be screaming, and you can already see there's like, they do manage to take advantage of it for once. I was about to say, you can see how it's hard for Hungry Like Nephew to keep control of the core, but Bell shut me up real fast. They said, like, no, I've got this. I've been doing this for a while. I got this. So Hungry Like Nephew taking the early lead, although the first barrier goes down on their side. Watch out for that water cannon. It's going to be coming up, but things have been speeding up in general. Game pace has been moving at a very nice clip here, so keep an eye out.
Definitely going to do that as a big vanish. But Vaughn is in Narnia right now, forced to use a secondary, forced to go to the other side of the world, and Hungry Boy will take advantage, return to form 2 goals away.
Yeah, return to form, very, very happy with this performance so far. Muffin Koei having a flip to spend on defense. Leo Leon about to have one themselves. So, very good situation that return to form are in, and at this point, it really is. They just have to close it out. They've taken these 2 sets very nicely after a little bit of struggle in the beginning, but they are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, what a precise strike to the side of the barrier. They have the water cannon activated, but Bells is winning the interactions necessary to even up the barrier count. Leo Leon in position, perfectly angled to the top side, gets it around the pillar, gets it through A, and they're one goal away from locking at least 5th place tiebreakers, at least getting into playoffs without tiebreakers.
Absolutely. Here we go. Could be the last point for return to form. Got a Vaughn with a potential flip, but the question is, how much is that going to do for them?
Oh, and the answer is not enough here. The flip doesn't come up in time, and now the water cannon is activated. Vaughn gets away, but the offense is just not getting there for Hungry Like Nephew. Hungry Boy around the world getting KO'd by Bells. Is looking for a strike where, but Moffin doesn't lose those. Now Bells and A. They're looking forward, looking to get in position here, but not quite. The Quangle, not enough to take out Leo either, and he had the recovery drone regardless. Now Hungry Boy boosting in and just dying. What was that?
He came in, he boosted, and the pillar was just like, no. Your name is George of the Jungle for now. You are not getting through that. I am a tree. No, and yeah, it is Hungry Like Nephew taking advantage, putting it in, giving them a little bit of a very, very welcome breather.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Return to Form can laugh it off and get it done here. Leo Leon's getting the core in quite well, but Bells, you gotta watch out now. Bells is the stacks fully stacked up, and that's a speedy lizard.
Yeah, that is going to be concerning. Watch out when that guy disappears. Oh, heck, when he comes straight into your face. That's another one for Bells. Bells has been on a bit of a rampage, honestly, despite, the losing here, and that might be corrected very quickly. I am Bells menacing on the front. Banish comes out. Crater Maker comes out to try and clear up some space, but Bells refusing to let things go. On the other hand, very, very dangerous situation. Staggered. There we are. Leo Leon, after the barrier take, just pokes it in and Return to Form. Very, very, very no doubt happy with that performance. They are, like you said, I believe 5th place now, locked and locked.
Yeah, 5th, 6th technically. There could be a tiebreaker for that, but they're locked into playoffs with no tiebreakers. So
there we go.
Yeah, a weight off their shoulders with that win. And now we wait to see what happens with the final 2 series. But what a performance from all 3 members of Return to Form.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. I will admit it, they kind of surprised me with how well they absolutely did against Hungry Like Nephew, but they took control, and there were only very scarce few moments that it seemed like they were in danger of losing a set or losing a point. So props to them.
Yep. Very, very well done. And we'll see how it ends up panning out the rest of these playoffs. But before that, we have a bit of replays, and yeah, Hungry Like Nephew. Interesting comp, I will say, on Inky Splash Zone. Didn't end up working out, but we saw signs of life, right? Especially with that KO pressure from Bells, but it just didn't mesh together, it feels like.
Yeah, it was just a bit of an issue. Really, a lot of Hungry Like Nephews, offense was kind of on the back of Bells, I feel, with Vaughn kind of having the support from essentially from the net, They were constantly in the backfield trying to play defense, and like you said, it didn't quite work out.
Yep. Well, we're going to head to a short break, and then we'll be back for EKC versus PPL. Many teams' playoff chances depend on these final 2 matches. The Bozo Bunch are really hoping that PPL or Weeb win here. Or both. Actually, I'm not sure how exactly that works out, but Bozo is definitely hoping that EKC and Dubu don't win, because if they both win, there are no tiebreakers, and I'm free. Speaking of free, though, free our Prime subscriptions on Twitch. Okay, I'm not going to do that. Goodbye. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to nasl. That is North American Strikers League, Season 6, Week 9. We are coming at you with yet another match. This time, EKC Eras Kitten Club against
Legends.
Legends. I know I was giving it a bit of breathing room. But anyway, I am P Flair. I am here with Saya. What are we looking at as far as this match goes?
We're going from Gates to the app to Atlas Lab. Quite the interesting trio of maps here. And speaking of the character picks, they're right here. Spec Training making yet another return in a patch where it feels like every start may be a damage start.
Yeah, I'm not remotely surprised there. Honestly, I also like the twin drive just because I like twin drive. As we get into here, you can see that the teams have already been set. They are ready to go. And honestly, EKC, I'm personally liking what I'm seeing character-wise just because I like those characters. Obviously, Luna, always love Luna, but Era as well. I mean, it's our kitten club, so hey.
Yeah, and importantly, Luna's being led through, and the people don't normally do that against EKC, but that's a sign of who they're fielding. Instead of Katsuna, the legendary Luna, it is Flowers. So the priority is on the Vice ban more than the Luna ban to try and target that potential weak link.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see they are going to probably be swinging a lot at this team if you look at what PPL has up, and it's all twin drives. So a little bit unsurprising. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like just a lot of swinging going around, kind of like last game.
Yeah, definitely a possibility, but right now the offense is off to a great start here. It is, I believe, Flowers' nasl debut, and Eras Kitten Club are making it feel very, very worth it. Currently one barrier up, Flowers dashing across the world, coming back right to where she started. And right now, all barriers are down, so NXCE is going to have to make a great individual play. Luke, for the moment, getting the defense down.
Yeah, really nice defense there, but they did manage to hold on. Soren, however, also not exactly bad in the net, shall we say. So very good on their part, keeping this defense up. Eras Kitten Club trying to figure out a way to kind of clear things out without PPL managing to just take it right back and setting them up for a shot either. So a little bit of a chess game going on here, trying to figure out the best moves to make.
Flowers in position, good rocket, but Luke with the delay, and Bloom now with the strike war win top side, and a shot by Average Alex to finish it off. Bloom back in the brawler role after a lot of goalying, I gotta say. So definitely a long time no see on that one.
Yeah, and does not seem like they have lost a single step. Very nice on them to be able to push that through, force the Oni's blade, and set up for the snipe shot from Alex. So that is one early on. Moon, though, looking very low there. Not to mention, all the team looking low. Somebody's dead. Two people dead. It is Luke on their lonesome. Loom and Average Alex sitting on the sidelines. And that was nearly an incredible clear.
Nearly a double barrier even on the other end, but what's important is that Luke stalled out for the double respawn. NXCD in position, but now there's a very real possibility of PPL coming back at this point, something that seemed impossible in the 1v3, but we're seeing a lot of 1v3s in these past 2 weeks as the goalies are making quite the outplay.
No, absolutely. It's been kind of wild how the KOs have been falling for the past couple of weeks and how people have had to be making as many hero stands as possible, but another one just added to the list there, as honestly Luke and the entire team of PP Legends trying their best to get a good defense going, but that can only go for like so long.
Yep, that definitely is an interesting one, as right now Soren is, I guess, the player to have your eye on. The Era goalie needs to have a lot of impact in the midfield, because otherwise you'll be forced on a very uncomfortable defense like we're seeing right here. They take out Fiery, but they lose both berries in the process, and Luke will tap it in. A brilliant point from PPL, and really poking at the weaknesses of the Era here.
Yeah, Era is, as a goalie, just seems to be much more of a trying to be more of a battlefield conductor than an actual, like I always say, like goalie. Although she can do that in the right situations, I don't think this is like the absolute best map for her either.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes here. Big KO though, and Bloom and Average Alex on death's door. This time, it feels like it's going to be impossible to survive the power play as Average Alex just decides to save for next round. Just decides to save the flip, and I think that's the correct decision.
No, yeah, I actually do agree with that. It was just like, no, there's no way. Especially like their positioning, it was like there was no way he could like clear it out and win that one. So it was just like, forget it, go next. It's no big deal.
And on the other side, the offense is starting up again. If Average Alex can get value out of this flip, that would be huge. But Flowers is looking at the damage right now, and Average Alex might not even get a chance to use this resource here. The focus on Alex can stop the regen. Flowers known for the KOing, and of course has one goal in mind right now. No barriers taken just yet, but the health bar is looking scary for PPL.
Yep. NXED nearly managed to hit that with the overhead as the Death Touch gets launched, trying to collapse on the berries and trying to make something happen. Maloom looking very, very low though. But yeah, Average Alex and Luke both with flip, so they have all the opportunity in the world to kind of like keep this core up and keep this goal from going the way of EKC.
Yep, NXED on the other end, the firewall sentry to help defend, but Average Alex sent away, and now Flowers, a flip forced out, 2 barriers still standing for EKC, a very safe place to be as Soren comes on the top side. But there's a good portal shot by Mloom, catching them off guard a little bit, and suddenly this point's not looking as impossible as it seemed.
Yep, very nice. The Crater Maker had come out by Flowers to try and like catch Bloom or something, and Soren was forced to flip there, and that made that. And Soren was forced to dodge there. That flip made it so that that goal was open for him. So now things are a little bit more even.
Yeah, and looking quite good actually. If Average Alex can get his hands on the core speed picking up around the world. Bloom in position, but they can't quite get it done. And NXCD also can't find an angle around Luke. Sent all the way back to Bloom, but Soren and Luke both just having a relatively simple time defending, using the speed very well. Flowers around the world, but Luke cuts it down. Flowers, though, putting on a bit of a show right now. A flip to the bottom side, perhaps, trying to fake everyone out. Goes for the dribble, goes for the dash, overcooks just a little bit, but it's fine because the recovery is there, and Flowers this time, a perfect shot. It's 3-2.
That was almost... I want to feel like that. I want to say that was intentional, but just the way it flowed, that shot was just very good reactions, I would say, managing to spot the opportunity, spot the threat, and tug on it, and that defense kind of unraveled, much to the delight of EKC, who get that first pick of Awakenings. Extra special going to him, missile prop going to him. 2 very good ones for those characters.
Yep. It definitely is going to be quite interesting here. My eyes, though, are on the last pick hotshot. We saw that core speed really pick up at the end of last point.
Yeah.
And a team that can really utilize that kind of speed before overtime is going to have a huge advantage. And right now, Average Alex has control.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a bit of a game changer here. Both barriers falling very quickly. Maloom knocks out the... draws the Oni's blade, and from there on in, kind of academic. Attempted to clear out, no dice. So 1-0 for this first set, going to the side of PP Legends.
Looking very good here. Flowers are looking for a little bit of damage pressure, but we're starting to see the PP Legends start to survive, start to thrive in this core control department here. They're not the team that's going for KOs, but, you know, their damage is anything to scoff at. And Luke, with a cyber swipe through the portal, so many angles of attack for this team. They have so much reach, so many dashes, so many blinks, and they're looking to score before the damage piles up.
No, yeah, that definitely seems to be the case here. Another Oni's blade going out. Flowers trying to do something, but no dice. The core gets fed right back up to Bloom. And yeah, you can definitely see how PBL have kind of figured out, oh, we can do this. We can do all of this. We can make that core dance. So now they are dancing all around Eris Kitten Club.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how EKC can respond. They have basically 2 flips available here. And that's a quick barrier take. I think this point's going to go a lot better than the previous ones for them, as they're putting on the pain as well.
Yeah, that damage was never something to scoff at. Flowers by themselves is a dangerous, but NXZD, yeah. I mean, that's Rasmus. You always have to watch yourself when Rasmus is anywhere close to you.
Yep. We'll see. We'll see if NXZD can replicate that performance. But right now, my worry is that NXZD has no meter available, and that could be really bad for this Rasmus, right? Even though the damage focus is there for PPL, it'll passively happen. But there's the passing play. A flip has to be burned on defense. Soren and Flowers, no meter as well. No evades to speak of. This could be huge for PPL if they can get a core through, and they do. They find the barrier. They're pushing forward. They're looking for the goal here as Average Alex reinforces the bottom side, but maybe a bit of an overcommitment here as NXCD picks up the pieces.
Yeah, no, they were ready for that, were PPL, and they immediately transitioned from defense to offense. Maloom right in that nice angle for the goal, splits the difference, takes the set, ties it up, and here we go into this draft. And the way these teams have been playing, I do feel like this one could be very, very important. And yeah, looking at a lot of potential drafts here and a lot of potential denies looking at the order too.
Yep, there's Deadeye. That's going to mean that Luke can go into a bit of damage mode, and the same can be said about this pick of the build different away from the Rasmus, forcing the peak performance, which is stagger. It's good, but it's not size on the Brawler. And Luna left with not much crazy, but I guess a Spark of Focus, not a bad pick ever. A little bit more cooldown. And the last 2 picks in the draft, a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah, no, like a lot of this was very defensive drafting, I feel. Stuff that they could still use, but mostly trying to like do their best to inconvenience the other team here. And in that respect, I feel more, I would say PP Legends got the better of it.
Yep, it's a big strike war by NXZD to the top side. That's a big win, 1-0 up in this tied game, REKC. And if they can keep it going like that, if NXZD can pretty much just be unkillable and just do the offense that he is doing, it'll be pretty good for them.
Yeah, no, that would be ideal for them, as Maloom is like very, very low, so something to watch out for in these coming points and this coming sets.
Soren in a bit of a dangerous spot, doesn't get hit by the cyber swipe, stays alive, and now the offense continues, but Bloom on a breakaway, picks up the orb, heals right back up, doesn't get staggered most importantly. And now it's Luke with the flip available, trying to defend here on this final barrier, does do so around the world, but doesn't pick up a barrier on the other end. Soren sitting pretty, the offense continuing, but one barrier down now. NXZD with the good hook, but Luke and Average Alex unable to converge.
Yeah, Core going through the portal a few times, but PP Legends are managing to make a good defense of it. Bloom gets thrown through the goal, and it is power play time for EKC, but the Core goes the bounce, and disastrous for EKC, but very, very fortunate for PPL. Whew.
Yeah, it is not looking too stable this game, right? It's hard to tell like which team has a significant advantage because they both have outs. They both have good offense, and right now it's NXZ with the NATO coming in. Flowers with the flip a little bit early. Could have probably taken the barrier and then flip for the goal, and I think PPL could punish that as they're putting on the offense of their own. Average Alex picks up the core, and Bloom goes in. Strike Wars, Soren past the beam, and yeah, if you're nasl, you got to get more value than that, unfortunately, especially when the barrier was inches away from being taken.
Yeah, this game has almost been like a bit of a scramble at times, you know what I mean? It's been a lot of fighting over like core position. That is a good solid start though. Very nice quick KO, and barrier gets taken. 2 barriers get taken. Average Alex also looking very low. Went for the kill there. I feel that NXCD not quite able to get it. There we go. hooked out, and it is once again power play for EKC. They need to make the score happen, and they do.
Once again, conserving the flip, right? Not as obvious as Average Alex's concession of a point earlier, but definitely going to help them in this final point. Not going for the clutch, just going for the realist way out. We'll see if that pays off.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a gamble at times, because sometimes there are moments where it's like you want to go aggressive and try and catch them off guard, sure, but that's just safe, secure, know that you have some resources in the tank, and there goes one, although it does get stuffed. I mean, I think it was a good call at the time, though.
Yep, we'll see. Move to the top side, trying to find something. Maybe Average Alex on the follow-up to the bottom. It finds the dribble off the bumper. And it's looking like PPL, they're in a very good spot to get it right through Soren and Flowers. A tiny bit of mispositioning against the Oni's blade. And Bloom will be happy with getting a goal off of that.
Absolutely. The way Bloom has been playing, very deserved MVP, just throwing all caution to the wind and going in like, I don't care if I get staggered. I don't care if I may not necessarily care if I even get killed. I mean, you will care, but generally willing to spend that life as the resource that it is to get in a good position to take barriers or take these goals, and essentially have to force EKC into a defensive position. And hey, if they're in a defensive position, they're not in an offensive position, and that adrenaline rush is definitely going to help with that.
Yeah, that is going to be huge for PPL, but other awakenings to keep your eye on are the Fighter Flight and the Monumentalist on EKC. Those NATOs are going to be deadly, and NXZD is going to just have that speed to make the solo plays.
Yeah, it is definitely a concern that they're going to have. These drafts don't always just go one way, and PPL are going to have to stay on their toes if they're going to kind of take what they have and utilize it to its fullest effect. You can see Mloon going down again, having to dodge their way out of trouble, but that doesn't last them very long. So power play on EKC's side, and they have to try and find a way to take advantage of it, get around this defense of Alex and Luke.
They're doing so with the hit stun. Flowers and NXTD are combining on a lot of good plays, and NATO will escort the core forwards, but the question is, can the Barry be taken? The answer is yes, as NXTD drops back to help defend for a little bit. These portals, though, make it difficult for Soren to navigate the defense in a lot of cases. Bloom now in position. Oni's blade forcing out the flip. Average Alex, what a blink, what a strike, right past Flowers. And we're seeing so many big offensive plays made by the midfielder of PPL.
Absolutely. Alex was just kind of like waiting there. It was like, oh, it's clearing down. Thank you for the feed. Boom. Very quick point there. And I love like the decision making on PPL's part at this point in the game. It's usually been pretty solid, even if they've had some issues like that. But they've been managing to fight through them. They've been managing to fight through like these KOs and stuff to have this set lead, to basically keep in the lead in general. Although this might be a little bit much.
Keeping the lead, not too easy when there's another power play here. Flowers finds a solid boost, and it's 1-1 now. And we'll see. Flowers conserving the energy, too, this time, right? That's huge.
Yeah, that's going to be very important on them. Really, PPL in general looking a little behind in on the energy front. So EKC, burnt their flip already to Flowers, and that's a bit of a relief to PPL, so we're going to have to see how that ends up playing out for the rest of this point set, as Flowers looking trying to survive.
Yeah, Flowers burned the flip after she got hit by all the damage, so it was a really awkward timing. It didn't really get anything in the evade department, and of course nothing in the flip department itself. And now Bloom is going to capitalize here. What a flip, what a KO. Popping the recovery drone as well for good measure in PPL. 1 goal away from the first game.
Honestly, PPL has been playing this absolutely frighteningly aggressive, and it has been working out very well for them. Another Oni's blade has something right on top of it. Crater Maker trying to go out. A lot of cooldowns being burnt, trying to settle this one. Yep.
Luke now in position, but kind of overextends. NXZD trying to capitalize, but Flowers dead again. And it's just another level of damage pressure, right? In nasl, it's a lot more coordinated than in the lower leagues, and surviving definitely not easy.
No, it's not easy. You can see they do take their pound of flesh for that one, however. And goal is open on the side of Goal is open on the side of PP Legends, so they are going to have to be a little bit careful here, but they've been going pretty good so far. Both open. Flip goes out a little bit too late there. Average Alex kind of trying to like hunt for their opportunity. It is a very, very concerning time at the moment for PPL.
Yeah, with the flip available, used it a little bit early. NXED, a little rush as Bloom now going in, but Soren's not going to be fooled by something as simple as that. Average Alex around the world. The death touch to NXED, stalling it out for a little bit. The crater's good, but Average Alex doesn't panic, and now Bloom's in position, stalls it out, but can't catch the core. But there's the pass from Average Alex, and that's the win for PPL.
Very, very, I want to say, like, beautiful win for PPL. It was, like I said, it was a little bit of a scramble at times, but they kept it going. They pushed through a lot of the aggression that EKC had. A lot of these power plays that they managed to kind of like defuse on the side of EKC, and they were able to basically collapse on the goal when necessary. They were able to make those plays count when they had them. So good stuff to PPL for being able to pull that off.
Yeah, and I really liked how they went from full core control mode to really capitalizing on a lot of the damage pressure that they had later on, right? Every comp can do damage with the right tools in the right spots, and they really just smoothly found openings, especially in that one point where Flowers had a full flip at the start. They just targeted immediately, and that created big advantages for them all throughout the game.
Yeah, absolutely. PPL knew what they were doing pretty much from start to finish. EKC was doing their best to, like harass them and cause some damage on their own, and it's not like they were completely ineffective at that by any means, but PPL was able to hold on. So we're gonna need to see, I believe this is the going into the second game, how they can respond to that.
Yep, it's gonna be IME Zap, and if there's ever a map that fits EKC, it is IME Zap. They have had some disturbing stat lines, disturbing KO numbers on a map like that, but they still had 15 KOs on this map, and PPL took it pretty decisively, so we'll see. They need to rein the core control back into control.
Yeah, for sure. That is definitely going to be kind of like their... I feel like I just agree with you. That's going to have to be their game plan. They're going to have to figure out how to take core control away from this PPL team that is all too willing to take it if you don't. So something different they're definitely going to have to watch for, and I'm particularly interested in the character draft coming up to see how that is going to pan out.
Yep, definitely a big possibility this character draft is. And we'll see the starting awakenings in just a second. It's going to be another KO start, isn't it? Oh, okay.
I mean,
Slightly more reasonable than usual. It's Spark of Power and the Timeless Creator. Spark of Strength, Timeless Creator. Interesting, I gotta say.
Yeah, that's a little bit more low-key than we've been having lately, but I do like it. I haven't really seen like Spark start in a hot minute, so I'm wondering if anybody's really, really, really going to go for it. I mean, obviously, Timeless Creator, not exactly everyone's cup of tea either, but I'm curious to see who tries for it and see how the Spark building ends up.
Yeah, and with this, it's not like the most explosive start, right? I think Erskine Club, they might have preferred something like the Spec Training, something that gives them more pressure, but also importantly, PPL is on blue side here. They have a lot of agency over what gets picked at the very start. They can ban away the Rasmus and pick the Julie, or vice versa. They have a lot of control over what happens in the brawler position here.
Yeah, so I'm just at this point I'm looking to see, okay, first ban outs, not super surprising. Julie, PPL saying, nah, we're good.
Yeah, the NXED Juliet is legendary, and taking that away is definitely pretty important here. On the other end, EKC, not quite sure what they're going to ban. There's a lot of options. PPL is a pretty flexible team here, and they ban away the Atlas. Oh, I did not expect that.
No, me neither. I'm just gonna have to... No. Okay. Interesting choice.
And the first pick's probably going to be Erasmus here. NXED put up a solid individual performance in the previous game with it, and it wasn't even Aimi Zap. I think the safe thing to do would be to pick away this Rasmus, but instead it's the Aimi goalie. High prio on it from Luke here. Could be flex to midfield, but it's probably Luke on the Aimi goalie, and yeah, that's a really high prio on it.
Let's go for it then. I mean, her map, and in response, oh boy.
If there's ever a game for EKC to win, it would be this one, I think.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Flowers is on Comfort, on the Vice, on her one trick, and NXCD's on Rasmus on Aimi Zap.
Yeah. Get the bait out. We might be going fishing, folks.
We'll see. We'll see how the rest of the draft pans out. There is a very interesting rune being picked up, most likely for average Alex. Oh, that is not something I expected to see, but definitely very, very playable here. And Bloom on the Kazan. Yeah. He has played it a lot in the past. Going to be very comfortable on that, but the question is, can they dodge the hooks?
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. And if I recall correctly, it's not like Kazan cannot poke and push people either. So, I mean, it's Aimi's app. Y'all know what's going to happen.
And there's the Soren Luna. Oh, he was complaining earlier that he couldn't pick Luna and nasl because everyone would ban it against Katsuna, but the flower sub is allowing Soren to pick up the Luna. Wow.
Oh. Yeah. And yeah, Spark of Strength starts. This is going to be bloody, folks. This will not be very, very sanctioned. This is going to be nasty, I feel.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting too. PPL's comp has a lot of damage as well, a lot of KO potential as well. They're more focused on staggering, more focused on maybe getting a rune banish or two. And once again, of course, another focus is on the core control, right? PPL had such a firm grip over it in the previous game. Yeah. So if EKC can't get the KO train rolling, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, no, that is something to watch out for because, yeah, like you said, PPL, they can kind of flex to both strategies if needs must, just because of who they have. On the other hand, EKC seems to be... I mean, EKC can also definitely do some core control. We've seen that happen before. I mean, we will probably see it happen again. But just initially, from what I'm seeing with, again, the Spark start... The Spark starts, just the potential that I'm reading and the characters that they have all together on this particular map, it says to me that EKC are probably going KO comp.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes here. It's a big game for PPL. Of course, they are not in playoffs contention, but they have a chance to really mix up the top middle of the standings here. And we'll see.
Yeah, we are going to see as we try and get started here. Opportunity to even... I don't think there's quite an opportunity to play spoiler yet, but even so, just the ability to, like you said, mix up the standings. I think that's... Honestly, that is also just worthwhile playing for.
Yep, PPL. They could get a win at the very end of the season here. On the other side, the Eris Kitten Club looking for sole possession of that second place spot. Trying to just run away from Bun and Joe, who are both 5 and 4. We'll see how it goes.
All right, here we are. The entirety... So one side with the entirety of Spark Start. On the other hand, you can see Aimi and Rune with that Timeless Creator. Completely expected here. Maloom also on that Spark of Strength and also with those Van Braces, doing their best to try and survive as much as possible, really stay in the thick of things as they had been last game.
Yep. Boost in from Soren, not going to find it, but there's a strike war from NXCD for the first goal of the game. Well played. If they could stay on offense, it's pretty huge for the CKC team.
Yeah, would be nice for EKC. First goal, need to try and keep that one up. Avoid the center as much as they can and make sure that the others don't avoid the center. So there we go. First in the books, and they went for it very fast. And there goes one of them. There is I think that's first blood already.
Yep, a good flip around, but Soren has the boost to take care of it. Now Luke in a difficult defensive situation, but putting on a lot of damage on the NXZD, finding their way out of the corner as well. No meter available for Luke, and so much damage on the average Alex and Bloom, and thanks to the early evade. If there's one character that Flowers can compete on, it is this Vice, and we're seeing why right now.
Yeah, and you see Maloom does not like that, trying to do their best to kind of like hunt down Flowers a little bit. And fortunately, like, no dice. EKC having to go back to like the defense now. Soren tried to kind of like pass it behind there, but ends up on barriering. It's Imies. That tends to happen.
Flip available, but the pillar will stop it right in its tracks. Well defended by average Alex in a dangerous spot here. Another flip to the top corner, and NXZD will clean that point up. A little bit scary, but they cash out.
Yeah, at that point, it's like a couple of flips gone. But give yourself a 2-point cushion. Yeah, worth it every single time. So by all means, they just have to keep that up, wrap this set up, and go into the draft and try and start really scaling as the Sad Boys angle happens yet again.
Soren, kind of stealing the soul of General Twee right now. Momentum boots Luna. That's a different player from a Forgotten Age that ran that in the goal box. Back when it was stacks on stacks even. Back when that gave you power for some reason. An interesting design, of course. But we're seeing it really succeed. Soren is not having too many troubles on the defense.
Yeah, no, and that is honestly just like a blessing that they are able to have like Luna just move so fast and kind of like keep that short area as they try and like transition to offense. So they are going to make sure that that core does not get too out of hand, no doubt. And that's not going to help, though.
Yeah, tops in from Bloom. The pillar combo by average Alex, and that's a quick barrier take. Soren alone. And the Lonely Luna is not going to be that great at defending, but does get it around. Average Alex picks it right back up, though. And they survive the power play. The respawns come in, and they find a power play of their own. Wow, EKC barely hanging on. Soren with the clutch, and suddenly it's not looking that bad.
Yeah, no, and especially like I wanted to call out like NXZD like with those pummelers, allowing them every time they do get one of those KOs, NXZD gets to basically move into position a lot easier than would be able to otherwise. Set up like some vicious hooks or even like pendulum swings to cause a lot of merry havoc in the backfield.
Oh, scary hook there. EKC almost had it. Flowers on the other end. Device lack of mobility is really kicking in here on the scoring attempts, but the damage, of course, always scary. Soren with an accurate dash. And again, another saying from General Twee, if you don't miss, it's fine, but when NXZD is damage pressured and needs to get out of the way, Bloom will take that goal.
So it is now on the board are PPL and in a very much needed goal, but EKC not looking to let that last too long, although they may not have any say in the matter with how much this damage has been going down.
Yeah, Flowers is the target now, potentially. Still has an evade to work with here, but the Banish will say no to that. Not reacting to it in time, and now in a lot of trouble is Flowers, who's bounced around the map, the barrier taken in PPL. They were looking down, but in this point, they're looking quite up.
Yeah, for now, that barrier is not going down. Average Alex and Luke both having to retreat for the defensive effort. And now, Average Alex feeding it to Bloom, and Bloom basically has open goal there to tie it up. Beautiful pass, beautiful shot.
Yep, and 2 flips coming up for both teams, really, very, very soon. That could mean a very explosive final point here as Luke uses the Firewall Sentry early for the defense. Timeless Creator going to help out that IME quite a bit. Flowers looking for a dribbling play, but Luke's seen those before. But more importantly, NXZD with a perfect hook. Tons of damage by Flowers onto Bloom. The EKC DPS is picking up, and it's a 3v1. Luke out of resources and baiting out the Witch Papa, winning the Strike War. Luke with a crazy Strike War to keep them in the game.
That was insane, but they still have one more flip to go over and another death, and the pillar he actually cleared that out, but the pillar actually bounced it back in.
Yeah, that was almost a crazy save at the end as well. While dying, it wasn't enough to win the set though, as it will be NXZD with the first pick here, with a whole host of Fearful Awakenings. But my eyes are on the team player. Honestly, that could be a huge factor here.
Yeah, didn't take it, went Demolitionist, always want that size, but I actually agree with you. That team player was definitely on my radar, but nobody's going for it just yet. It might end up being skipped.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is there's too many things to deny in this draft to go for a team player here, right? You don't want a Fight or Flight on the Kazan, so you're going to take it away as Soren, even though a Fight or Flight is not very easy to use as a goalie. The uptime on it kind of sucks if you're goalieing. But Soren does have a lot of speed after all, so maybe he'll find value. And especially if he staggers someone and then dashes back, budget eject button, perhaps? Not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it is plausible. We kept saying earlier on that this team has like a lot of damage potential. So if Soren wants to make use of that, he's going to have to play like a lot more aggressive, much like that. Beautiful boost in.
And Imi Zap is one of the maps where you can just boost in, right? Your teammates can rotate back. The rotations forward aren't as fast thanks to the hole in the middle. And of course, with the one barrier that's relatively easily defended, you don't have as many defensive woes as other maps.
Yeah, so definitely something that Soren can use to their advantage as, again, barrier gets taken, and this is an opportunity for them to do something on offense, collapse on the goal, and hopefully get like a quick two-point lead here.
Double bandage coming out, not much found off of it though, as Luke just continues to send it to open space here. Bloom looking for coverage, but almost on the way. Good elusive, but no elusives remaining now. The crater could be approaching here. And does a little bit of chip. Soren to the other side of the world. And oh no, Average Alex, the pillar scary, but NXZD unable to recover. There's a perfect hook though. And NX is continuing to put on the KO pressure.
Like, just very nice on their part. Bloom doing their absolute best to survive, but still looking dangerously low. And right now, EKC looking like they have all the opportunity in the world. Flower sets up, tries to make him flinch, Luke, but no dice there. But they have been on the offense for a good long while, have EKC.
Yeah. Oh, NXZD around the world trying to find a ricochet play. Not quite enough. Is Soren behind the back. Not quite going to get it as Luke sends it around once more. Thunderstruck from Flowers setting up for a passing play to NXZD. And it's just enough speed to get into the bottom side. A very good pass from Flowers on that one.
Beautiful. Like, just classic 1-2. Goalie's not quite in position. Can't get to it. No cooldowns left. So in it goes. 2-point cushion for this set. Have EKC.
And Soren making sure the barrier doesn't fall either. Bloom incredibly low. Could be KO'd at any moment now. Flowers covering all of the range with the Supernova. Knowing the character like the back of her own hand at least, really. And Average Alex on Death Store as well. EKC's accelerating. They look confident. This is the map that they wanted. And, of course, they're looking good. But they'll have to delay for a little bit as PPL picks up a power play.
Yeah, it is still not quite, it's still not party time just yet. It's still not, you can't rest on your laurels, especially as this barrier gets taken. They are going to have to try and do something. Very nice deflection from Soren as they are moving up. And like you said earlier, rotation going out, NXCD in the gold box for a little bit. Soren doing their best to try and get away from this Bloom, who seemed to be like threatening them for a little bit.
Looking for the dribble, interrupted once again, and NXZD to the bottom corner once more. Luke's lack of mobility has felt really bad in a lot of these points, and NXZD and Flowers are capitalizing perfectly.
Yeah, they have been doing very well. Rasmus, once again, MVP, and what are we going to start out with here? I mean, quite possibly like a coverage on, but takes the extra special.
It's Rasmus on Imi Zap.
Yeah. He's going to want it.
And Adrenaline Rush has to be denied by Luke. You can't let Flowers get that one.
Nope.
You can't let Soren even get that one as the Awakenings fall later. That's 2 sparks for Flowers, though, and that's quite a chunk of power to work with here.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be nice on their part. Someone been a little bit late starting a spark build, but still very useful. And it's looking very strongly in EKC. Excuse me. Yeah, it's looking very strongly in EKC's favor. They just have to kind of like polish it off at this point.
Oh, and what a combo by Flowers, catching out Luke on the bottom end. Feeling really comfortable now on this map, on the character. Continuing to pass it over to NXZD, who's trying to get ahead of Average Alex a little bit, trying to mix up the strike war timings. But the defense is made, and PPL hold on for the moment. Flowers gets in there, but it's still deflected. And Soren's been so accurate with these boosts, making sure that the Luna's not caught in no man's land.
Yeah, it's been pretty incredible how on point Soren's been with those boosts. But right now, Maloon doing their best to try and like keep that core up. Average Alex trying to back them up, and unfortunately, like the passing game from EKC has been great so far.
Another KO, just barely needs the extra special uptime. A weird bounce from Luke, unfortunate. Tried to get it through to Maloon, but the center interrupted it, and NXZD will capitalize yet again. It feels like every goal is to that bottom corner.
Almost, yeah. I'm not super surprised, but there it is, and here we go. 2 more before EKC take this one, and basically going to like a 0.3 would be fun, interesting, but we've got to make it there first.
Yeah, and that's the only way we escape tiebreakers, actually, if EKC and Dubu both win. So kind of rooting for them to get it done here, but Soren barely misses the strike, will get punished. And, Pauldrons would have saved that.
Yeah, Pauldrons probably would have saved that, but unfortunately that's not here or now, and more importantly, I don't feel like EKC is too fussed about that. They probably might be fussed about that barrier going down so fast, though, because, yeah, they do have a 2-set lead, but if they're not careful, that could evaporate quicker than they think.
Yeah, but so far, that point is the exception, not the norm for EKC. Flowers has been playing exceptionally well on this map in particular, and NXZD, of course, doing NXZD things, but this pillar's in a perfect place. The Supernova helping out, and so many ability hits from Soren, the boost as well to flip out, but there's the hook from Maloon, the lingering hitbox, gets it done.
Very nice on Maloon's part. Get that one done and dusted. All right, here we go. Chance for PP Legends. Prove that they're still alive. They're still kicking. They have a full stick of butter. There it goes out. Trying to clear it out, but weird bounce off the center line does not allow that to happen. Average Alex, though, also is building up their energy. Flip on deck for them. Barrier goes down, but it is PPL that are on the offense with Maloon trying to get this barrier here, fighting 2-on-1, not quite able to have it happen.
Yeah, Soren behind barrier clear works out this time. Luke, scary, burns the strike early, but it still ends up being okay. And Flowers trying to punish Average Alex, but it doesn't quite end up working out here. 2 flips available on both the midfielders. Luke with the defense, Soren pushing forward, and Flowers trying to help out as well. Not quite enough. The angle a little bit off. Average Alex with the flip. Soren overextending, trying to find this goal here and now as NXCD is taking so much chip. It's all over the place. It's such a scattered point, but I think EKC have stabilized.
Yeah, hopefully EKC seem to have stabilized on this one. Hook goes out. Maloon inches away from death, but they do manage to survive. On the other hand, they do not manage to survive that. KO and goal in, and this is match point.
One more for EKC to continue this series, but that's a really, really early barrier going down. Not what you wanted to see if you're an EKC fan, as it's sent to the top side once again, but they have a power play, a chance to recover this point all the way as Luke just waits out the core. Flowers trying to catch it on transit, but not quite enough as the respawn's going to come in any second now, and the barrier still standing somehow, just barely, but Flowers will get it just barely, and Soren having to retreat really, really quickly here. Luke overextension, no, gets back in time.
Yeah, no, Soren has a flip to work with and might need it with how they have been trying to collapse on this. There it goes out, sends it across the world, but gets right back in their face. Maloom manages to try to take a shot on the bottom side, but Soren does manage to save it. EKC wanting to end this right here, right now. They do not want any part of. They want to make sure this goes to the next game. They do not want PPL to have any sort of chance for a comeback. But PPL, on the other hand, doing their best to make it happen. And there is the start of that. PPL, on the backs of Maloom and some very nice passing, do end up taking the set. And it is none other than Luke who manages to get MVP on this one. This draft could be absolutely vital.
There's a host of very nefarious awakenings in this one. Deadeye having to be denied from the Vice and the Luna, but there's a lot of compensation there. There's Prize Fighters 1-2 punch to Super Surge, and you could deny away the Build Different as well. The Monumental is actually be denied away from Average Alex. It works with the hook as well, so ends up being a solid pickup all around.
Yeah, some very good. Honestly, very good drafting on both sides. A lot of drafting, counter drafting there going on. The chess game that is this game, Omega Strikers. And we are headed off into the next set. Both teams definitely looking to make magic happen on this one. PPL wanting to fight to keep their game alive. Meanwhile, EKC doing their best to try and close it out. Came very close last set, but missed it by inches, and at this point that is a problem, a mistake that they are hoping to rectify, and that is the start of that with that kill. They have a power play going on, but their backs are open. That goal is open, so they need to watch themselves.
Flowers incredibly low. One more hit will do it here, but blinks away just in time. And the barrier will be taken by EKC on the other end of it. Luke forced to push forward, looking like Soren a little bit here. And Flowers sent away. The hook will not connect. The Thunderstruck forcing out an evade. Bloom, no more elusives left. No more meter as Average Alex and Luke try to passing play into open space. Not quite as Bloom now. Almost taken out here. And suddenly PPL in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, PPL, Maloom having to play a little dangerous game, as did Flowers for a while there. But a beautiful pillar by Average Alex prevents the clear from Soren, and there it goes. PPL suddenly looking like they have turned up the juice, and they are 1-0 in this next set.
Yep, big hook, but Maloom will stay alive just barely there. NXZD missing out on the past few hooks by inches, it feels like, and with a flip available, they have a chance to create some offense, but it's Maloom on the other side who gets the value first. Luke sending it forward again and again, forcing Soren on the defense, and that's good right when the Luna isn't able to step up with these momentum boosts, then you have a lot easier of a time forcing out those boosts and just getting it done.
Yeah, but they do pay for that. I mean, beautiful kill there on Maloom, and they are very quick to try to take advantage of that, or EKC. There goes the barrier. Attempted clear, attempted cyber swipe, goes a little bit awry, but it is still EKC on the offense here, and it is PPL with a desperate defense. All three of them in the gold box, trying to make sure that nothing gets past any of them. NXZD also looking very low, but willing to stick it out. And worthwhile is that persistence. They do manage to catch the rebound, swing it past Luke, and tie this one up.
We'll see how it goes here. NXZD taking a lot of damage, but immediately a combo from all three members onto Maloom there. I almost said Fiery. Who Moom is subbing in for swap and rolls from the goal box to the brawler position, and coming back now, so not much done with the power play really, and I think PPL holding on quite well.
Yeah, no, PPL, like I said, have definitely turned it up. Nice clear though from Soren behind the back. Actually manages to get a save there, get the barrier, get a kill as well. EKC looking very good all of a sudden, trying to get it past this desperate defense PPL is doing, but they do manage to hold on through the power play, and they do manage to do their best, try and transition to offense. Beautiful banish comes out, manages to get the barrier off of that, and there is nearly an opportunity for a goal there. Didn't quite happen though. Didn't quite go through. EKC on the offense again.
Dangerous place to be around this Rasmus hooking. But that is down for a few more seconds, and Average Alex and Bloom permanently on defense. Flowers is winning a lot of strike wars in this midfield here, preventing the passing plays, but another overextension from Soren just barely. And that will be a big point for PPL.
PPL loving that one as they do their best to scrap and claw this game back into their own hands. And EKC, no doubt, they are not liking how this is starting to turn around for them. They are trying their absolute best to push this up. The aggression is going to ramp up. There is one barrier, and PPL doing their best to try and respond to that. EKC not wanting to let it happen as they try and pass like around all these pillars, all these turrets coming out as well.
Soren somehow makes that barrier still stand at the end of it all, and Luke now in a lot of trouble. Can't get the timing as NXED. Potentially the second to last point in this game as we're on match point for EKC once more.
Yeah, we are in familiar territory now. It is PPL with a slight energy advantage. Luke having a bit of a, not quite a get out of jail free card, but something to prevent disaster from happening with that full stick of butter as they jockey for position. And Banish goes out, trying to prevent any kind of start to an offensive play on the side of EKZ. NXED looking very, very low, having to abandon the push for a little bit, but maybe not. Maybe it was just a setup for an absolute decimation of PPL as the Crater Maker comes out. The barrier gets taken, and Luke trying to do everything they can, but can only do so much when you are one against a horde, and that is EKC taking that game.
The momentum boots Luna, gets it done in the North American Strikers League. The perfect spot to pick it for Soren. Everything lined up, and he got it done, but more importantly, an impressive performance for Flowers, who's a nasty player subbing in, and not really showing any weakness in that game.
Yeah, no, Flowers definitely showed up, showed out for that one. Very, very scary. Vice, in general, always very scary. NXED, very, honestly, just very nice in general. I mean, this was Ime's app. Rasmus, you were probably expecting something wild to happen with him, and so it did. And just very, very good on EKC's part. PPL fought their hearts out, but to no avail. Their defense was great at times. It just didn't hold up.
Yep. And not as many KOs as expected from EKC, right? But the constant pressure that NXT and Flowers were putting out, right? There was always the threat of a KO, and that was really the big difference.
Yeah, sometimes a threat of a KO is as good of a KO as itself. If you can manage to get the players to kind of like abandon the offense or abandon their position in general, leave you open for either a passing play or just a direct shot on goal, that's just fine. People will take that all day, every day, and twice on Sundays.
Now we're heading to a game 3, and it will be on Atlas's lab. And any thoughts after the first 2 games? Of course, Atlab slightly inducing damage, but not too much, right?
Yeah, I'm going to say that this is a hard one. I actually say EKC could make some magic happen here, just because if they can get these black hole pops off, then I feel like that could allow them to kind of like have a little bit more openings for any kind of like clears that are necessary. Try and basically allow them to transition to offense fairly cleanly. I feel like PPL is obviously, they're also capable of that, but I feel like they might be taking a bit more of a risk, and they might be trying to like shoot around it a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Just waiting for the Starting Awakenings to drop. And it's interesting because this PPL team seems very fixed in terms of what goalie they're going for, right? They want Luke on Ime every single game. And that is strength. So we see a lot of good combination plays, but that also means that NXED has the capability to do a lot of individual outplays against a relatively vulnerable goalie.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of saw that in the last game, really. I felt like when NXED had an opportunity, a shot on goal, it would just that's when the party started. That's when, take that character and just start mixing them up real bad. So take mix up the goalies. So it's something that they will have to keep an eye on for this last game. It's something that they're going to have to be cautious on.
Cast the last peak performance start, the first non-damage start in 3 million years, it feels like. So it'll be an interesting one. EKC have picked a lot of Era, so I would be not very surprised if that was locked in for Soren once more. Now that he's ticked Luna off of the play in nasl checklist. Other than that, this is just a draft that could go any way. The Awakening is not really showing much of a direction, especially with the unplayable state that Octavia is in at the moment.
Now, why'd you have to go and make me sad by mentioning that? But no, no, it's sad. It's unfortunate, but I really, really wish she showed up. I mean, apparently they thought it was enough of a threat to Banner anyway, though.
VPO would be a team to pick it. Out of all the teams, like they would go for it. But I guess it is cast last, so they are banning it. I still think it wouldn't have done well. I'll be real.
Again, it's one of those. Heart says it would have worked. Head says, boy, hush up.
Well,
So
we're seeing the Vice ban once more. It's on Imi's app. No priority ban on the Brawler of NXED. So instead, they'll be taking away that Vice that is the one trick of Flowers. And
yeah,
it looks like EKC are the ones taking away the Imi this time, saying, hey, Luke, pick something else.
yeah, don't blame them. I mean, always. I don't actually think it's possible for Imi to fall anywhere below decent. Just I think her kid is just too versatile.
Yeah, on the other end, wow. PPL don't pick Rasmus on first pick blue side on Imi's app, but they decide to pick it here on AtLab. Not that the pick is bad, but shouldn't he have tried that last game?
That is my response. Shrug.jpg. I guess maybe they have an idea in mind. I mean, they are pairing it possibly with an Estelle, although I would not be surprised to see that in the box.
Yeah, Rasmus Estelle, tried and true open map duo, and AtLab is
Hmm.
sometimes an open map. But on the other end, I'm looking at that NXDD Juliet. Or, if you're feeling spicy, that could be a Soren Juliet and NXDD Imi Brawler. You never know.
I don't know if I'd flip that coin personally, but I mean,
So
always a treat to see Julie.
I'm gonna
I'll
walk you
say
through
that.
it, okay? In my
Sure.
mind, NXZD is like not gonna be yelling at Soren about it, you know? Like if Soren says, "Yo, let me lock in Julie goalie here. This game doesn't matter for us," and it really doesn't. Like it kind of matters, but not really. And then Flowers loves funny things, so Flowers will probably be like, "Yeah, you should do it." So now that I'm thinking about it, there's a very real chance that this could be the Soren Juliet goalie.
Okay. I mean, and you just like have Luna run around causing chaos, but you won't like Julie in the net. I mean, all right.
But the reasonable answer is that it's Imi goalie and Juliet uh in the brawler position, but
Yeah, but that's
sometimes
not as
it's not
funny.
about what's reasonable.
And yeah, rounding it off, Era coming out to play once again. I mean, I like Era. I think she can be very, very, very useful. So, yay.
Yep. We'll see how it goes here heading into this final game of this series that will determine a lot of the tiebreaker scenarios. And of course the final match, the most important one, is after this. Dubu versus Weeb to lock in all of the scenarios down to just one. And that'll be pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit. So yeah, that's going to be one that there's going to have a lot of eyes on. And I see y'all in chat. You've seen go. Yes, I've seen it in EUSL. How am I still not a believer? Because it's Juliet in the goalie. It's just it's not something that most folks do. I mean, if it shows up, then hey, we'll see how it works out. But
There's a concerning lack of Soren chatting in the match chat, so I'm choosing to believe that he didn't actually pick the Juliet goalie, unfortunately. But we can see right here,
Yep.
man.
And nah. It's not quite. We ain't getting that wild today. We ain't getting that crazy today.
Man.
All right, but yeah, it is Soren in the net with the IME, and we have Juliet and Luna that are going to be causing, hopefully, ideally, a lot of damage. But on the other hand, we do have Luke in the net with those powerhouse pauldrons, Lumi and Alex Average both with peak performance. So they are coming to play. They are kind of expecting it, and they are trying to make themselves a little bit harder to kill. So let's see how this pans out.
Yeah, right now, though, we're seeing the damage onto Bloom already, and both barriers going down very rapidly here. NXZD, of course, known for the Juliet, is going to be the scariest part about this game. And lots of evades being forced out from Bloom here. Definitely the target. Flowers is 1 goal, while NXZD does the scoring.
Yep, so not too shabby for a first point, dare I say. But yeah, EKC with the first goal of this one. And we're going to have to see if they do manage to keep that up. Just a lot of damage off the rip that is available to EKC. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try and take advantage of that real fast. Again, there's that damage we were talking about pouring out onto Maloom, trying to get them away from that first position and trying to get them out of their hair, allow them a little bit more time to allow them more angles to maneuver and get those barriers down.
Yeah, and people were thinking, oh, maybe it's an IME midfield. No, I did not think that for a second. Flowers thrives when she's putting on the damage, and that's what she's doing right here in Bloom. 2 points in a row has not been allowed to just keep any sort of meter at all. That's where Flowers thrives, and that's where she can get it done.
Yep, so again, power play going out, and NXZD with a flip available. So is Average Alex, but right now it is looking very much like EKC kind of like controlling the tone here. Ooh, close.
Yeah, and the hook back is a little scary as well. Flowers, a weird flip, but still gets it out of there, but Bloom's going to be happy about that one. The Firewall Sentry helping to defend for now, and Bloom critically low once more. Flame flurried off the map. That's 2 points in a row, 3 lives in a row that Bloom has not gotten to play, but Flowers flies straight into a NATO, and unfortunately, it's not a power play anymore.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of 2-on-2 here for a little bit. Moom does manage to come back. I have noticed Average Alex has kept their flip, which could be, there we go, used there, but rough angle, bounce not quite how they wanted. But they do manage to clean it up. Moon catches the rebound, knocks it into the bottom corner, and we are tied up here in the first set.
Yep. We'll see how it goes here. Average Alex. Just no meter available, right? There's always a target that EKC is focused on. It's either Bloom or Alex, and right now Alex is being forced to run away over and over and over. And that kind of coordination's paying dividends, but they still need to worry about the defense here. Soren flips it away, but can't quite get the Sad Boys angle. And now they're in a bit of trouble in this open net.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Tried to clear it behind there, and really I can understand the attempt, but just wasn't quite able to get the angle like you said. They do manage to kind of like do a bit of a transition to offense. Do manage to get a kill on that. NXZD just slugging people away, so very nice on their part to make something happen of that, but they do need to make the most of this power play while it still, while it still exists, and there that one goes. So very good defense on the part of PPL.
Flowers looking for a pass. NXZD caught by Bloom though, and looking for the dribbles is Bloom. Luke pushing up. The NATO is going to be huge, but not quite fully formed. Not quite the threat. Doesn't make enough space here, but Flowers go to full control for a moment. Combos Alex as well. Low stagger bar on the midfielder of PPL, and NXZD's lurking looking for a dash punch, but interrupted midway. And PPL are continuing their core control just enough for Bloom to pick it up and give them a bit of a lead here.
Very nice persistence again. Bloom has been showing that all series, just being able to be willing to stick into it and stay in the enemy backfield to get those passes and make those shots on goal, make them count as best as possible. So good on them for being able to handle that. Meanwhile, excellent defense on the side of Luke and Alex, managing to keep that barrier from falling.
Alex and Bloom just splitting the map here, looking for a passing play across his Luke as well to beam enough, but a Sad Boys angle around the back and not quite finding an advantage here for PPL. Flowers continuing to put on the pressure with the boost, but it's very boost dependent, right? When that cooldown is down, the Luna's a bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that is how she operates. Meanwhile, Flowers also looking like a little bit low, just having to be very careful on terms of engagement. You know, NXTD trying to push in. All three of them did try to kind of like push for it. Nothing coming from it. Very nice shots. Very nice save. Barely managed to save that one, did Soren and the crew, but that took everything they had, and Bloom managing to slip it through the defenders for the set point. And we are going into draft, Luke being first in line.
First in line, and we'll be probably picking up a little bit of speed here, or maybe denying away a big awakening from the enemy team. Yeah, making sure the Deadeye doesn't fall deeper down the line. And, that's pretty good value when you have an Ayumi and a Luna on the other side. But my eyes were on that 1-2 punch, which gets dropped down uncontested to NXZD, and that's a playmaker right there.
Yeah, that one's a bit of a rough one to let go through, but kind of ended up having to. Average Alex is getting twin drive, which I do think is nice and is going to help with basically being able to transition from defense to offense, having a little something extra in the tank. So that's good, as well as Soren actually got aerials. That's another one that I had my eye on. Those cyber swipes are going to be flying across the map now.
Yeah, but right now it feels like things are mostly staying the same in terms of the control, and when things stay the same, I think PPL are pretty happy, right? Bloom and Average Alex have so many ways to pressure the goalie, so many ranged abilities, and we see that right there with the first point.
Yep, was able to just thorn it through. EKC not quite doing how they wanted, but it was the first point for the set. They have time to clean it up, but that's not how you want to get it started. Maloon with the second barrier, both of them. Death Touch barely misses. Flip has to go out, and that one was also slightly misangled. Just a little bit of trouble on their part, but they have room to clean it up.
Trying to find it here. Back pass from Flowers to Soren, trying to rotate the core around, trying to put on some damage as well, but Moom is just surviving too well here. Has a recovery drone still, and no fear of death now. Glitch Pop misses Soren. Rare error there on the timing, and PPL, they're going to be happy with that one.
Oh yeah, they are ecstatic about that one. Like I said, Soren does not usually miss those. That was centimeters off, but they will take that all day. Meanwhile, though, they are trying to get their vengeance. That recovery drone very quickly popped, and they get a barrier as well for their troubles. So EKC wanting to kind of rectify that mistake very fast. There goes the glitch pop. That's what he was looking for last point.
Moom and Average Alex converging on the barrier, putting on the pressure, but Soren will cyber swipe it out of there. Average to Bloom, not quite Alex, but right now what's most important is that PPL are staying healthy, right? Their health bars are up. That means they're feeling good, and EKC is feeling a little worried.
Yeah, very worried as they try to collapse on this one, but ooh, KO comes out. EKC on the power play. Flame Flurry comes out. Flip saves it.
Yeah, a brilliant defensive play by Average Alex there, and now Luke forced him to win the Strike Wars. The barrier will drop, but they could still find a big play to score here. It feels like NXED to the top side, but Luke has plenty of speed. Flip by Flowers right to Luke, though, and now Bloom forces out a flip from Soren. Back pass to average Alex. Bloom with the pendulum swing, and Luke will send it into open space, and PPL continuing to stay alive here.
Man, this passing has been insane. Beautiful shot. Caught the ricochet. That is classic Estelle. Takes the set off of that. Average Alex. Beautiful finisher there. It is Bloom, however, who takes MVP and gets a smorgasbord for their troubles.
Yeah, and now you have to be worried if you're EKC. Your damage has slowed down to a crawl, and there are stagger options available as well. The fight or flight for additional mobility as well. Book up, of course, going to be picked up first, and Stinger going to be denied away to prevent the damage pressure from coming in and nearly as much. It's scary now if you're EKC.
Yeah, very concerning. Luna having to get spark of leadership, trying to do anything, kind of get that spark of strength up. I mean, fight or flight is not bad. You know, prime time is not bad. But with just what PPL has, it basically augments their abilities. And I mean, I say that, but you can see like their goal got opened. Both goals very quickly opened. This one's going really fast all of a sudden.
Yeah, and Flowers very low, but could be the difference maker with a good boost here. Trying to buy some space, but one hit away from death, and Bloom and Alex converging on the bottom end. Soren finds a strike afterwards, and now Luke needs to be careful. Flowers almost being the difference maker here as the Equator comes in as well, but not quite enough, and now Bloom has free reign over the offense. Firewall Sentry forced to be burned, but not quite enough to score the point, even in the power play. Average Alex and Bloom now flip force out of Soren. The defense is there, the respawn comes in, and NXED now looking for a strike war win. Not quite.
Nope, not quite. They did manage to keep the offense going at EKC, but a ton of damage dumped on NXED all of a sudden. Has to kind of bail out for that one. Bloom, however, again on the off, and so is Average Alex. Tries to hook it to them, trying to get these passing plays to work through, but don't manage it. Core gets to NXED, and with a quick fake out, a quick crossover, manages to get the point past Luke.
That's why NXED on the Juliet is so respected, is so feared when he can lock that pick in. But it hasn't happened too many times this game, right? He hasn't had those opportunities. He hasn't had the midfield backing him up nearly as much. And we're seeing the core control from PPL make a resurgence on this Atlab pick.
Yeah. Beautiful patience on that flip. NXED, you saw that, threw it out, expected the core to go a little bit sooner than it did, and at that point, Alex just was able to kick it straight into the top corner.
NXED now looking for an opportunity, but again, not enough opportunities made for him here. On the other end, Bloom and Average Alex so self-sufficient, finding barriers, finding the speed to go around the map, and Luke in the mix as well with the aero mobility. 2 barriers down already, and Luke fearless, continuing to push forward. Bloom to the bottom side, right through everybody, finds the gap, and they're 1 point away.
Yeah, this could be it. That was beautiful. I think that was a good decision on Luke's part, simply because one, look, they might have flipped now, and I think that might have been calculated just to go in, because they weren't expecting that 3-man front. Luke's kind of been hanging back for the most part recently, but they decided to kind of press that one. But now it is EKC that is on the defense, but beautiful rocket to prevent the clear, and EKC saying no, that was cute, but we are not done yet. Tied up, and EKC definitely looking for this one to kind of keep themselves in the game.
Definitely a possibility here. Up to the top side, EKC, they need the early defense. They need to make sure the barriers don't drop too quickly, and I think Soren feels that as well. Uses the flip very early to make sure the barriers are still standing here. They're trying to find the offense. Flowers buys so much space, and this flip finds the barrier as well. EKC, they're making such a comeback here, but they need to secure the point, and NXED needs to stay alive.
Yeah, NXED had to abandon the offense, having to hopefully rely on Soren and Flowers. Nearly got that too. Both very scary attacks on goal, and NXED manages to punch it through with the backing of Flowers, and they do take the set.
Okay, the game continues, and Soren with the pick available. They are getting it done, and they get the extra special as well for those firewall sentry uptimes. And suddenly this game is getting a lot closer, but on the other end, you got to be scared as well, right? Monumental is going to fall down to that era, and those natives have been so impactful so far.
Yeah, that's going to be concerning. Ad Rush does go to the Rasmus. I would not be surprised. Yeah, that build different. Had to block that off. Takes the prize fighter anyway. It is interesting setup here.
Yeah, I like denying the Adrenaline Rush from the Juliet, of course, but I'm not sure if you deny the build different as well, because Prize Fighter's still available, and NXT gets the ball rolling with this 1-2 punch Prize Fighter. It could be scary. So if PPL misstep even once, things could snowball.
Yeah, it's very do or die here, I would say, just because of how this kind of ramped out for PPL. So, yeah, they have to play very good or else things get out of hand very quickly. I agree with that.
Yep. Trying to find it away here. Flowers to NXZD. Finds the punch. That's good for now, as Bloom finds the barrier on the other side. And now EKC, they got to play carefully. They got to be careful so much around the hook. The hit stuns of Bloom. Body blocking as well. It's scary for EKC.
Yeah, it's scary for EKC, but they do seem to be holding up fairly well so far as that black hole gets popped.
Oh.
And Maloom tried to get a little cute there, but Soren did manage to hold. Maloom, on the other hand, looking very, very scary. Went for the flip kill, no dice, and that is the punishment for not being able to get that kill, unfortunately.
I just don't think the flip kill is worth it. That guy is recovery drone, and you desperately need to score there. It was a little bit of an awkward situation to go for a flip kill, but, you know, we'll see if that gets punished or not, because the lack of meter is scary. Soren defending for now, and Flowers winning a critical strike war to alleviate a lot of the pressure.
Yeah, for now, there goes one of those barriers, and they will definitely be trying to move for, like, another one. Intercepted, back pass by a little bit by accident there, but there is barriers even now. Average Alex looking a little bit tetchy at the moment, and very nice flip to keep that saved out. EKC has been doing, I would say, like, pretty solid, just trying to keep themselves protected. It's just like, we say PPL has to play perfectly. That does not mean that EKC can make too many mistakes of their own either. Maloom is constantly hunting and constantly trying to, like, stay in the mix, so they have to be very, very cautious on that front.
Yeah, it's a lot easier for PPL to play quote-unquote perfectly, right? They have a lot more tools, they have a lot more mobility, individual agency. Meanwhile, EKC needs to coordinate the damage, needs to find the team play a lot more to succeed, to put on even any kind of meaningful pressure here. And Bloom is still surviving. The recovery drone still not popped, and EKC's game plan is not looking too great at the moment.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because in theory, it's not like a horrible, it's not like even, I would call it like a bad game plan. It's just risky at this moment in time. Moon managing to stay alive and still have that recovery drone is just playing merry havoc with him. There we go. It does get taken out, so that is one little saving grace, although comes at the cost of, like, their barrier, and now it is the opportunity that PPL has been wanting. They have an open goal. Maloom is in the front, and we need to see if they can make something of this.
And another crater comes down. Low meter on the side of PPL, but EKC, they're bouncing on a knife's edge here. No barriers, and there's Bloom coming in. Soren in a dangerous spot, but delays just enough to keep it controlled here. Average Alex low, but the KO seems so impossibly far away as well. Average Alex forward. Bloom with the hook potentially, not quite enough. But EKC just can't mount an offense.
Yeah, EKC came out on offense. They've been very good at defense, but defense can only hold so long, especially when even when you're Soren. And you saw he even got the Soren angle, tried to clear it out bottom, but that was just covered. It was just too much.
Yep. Well played. And PPL now one goal away from taking this game here. So close. Yeah. And that NATO is going to help out. Not going to get the barrier, but Flowers is low. NXZD has no meter as well, and EKC in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Crater Maker comes out trying like cause a little bit of clear skies, but that is not happening. Top barrier gets taken, but they do pay for that. Maloom goes down. Power play on the side of EKC. Definitely what they're wanting, but they have to make something happen of it. Unfortunately, Core goes a little bit wide.
Yeah, and as the power play slows down, they don't have the control anymore. They don't have the KOs either, as Bloom's in a good position. Great save by Soren. Near miraculous. Again, the barrier standing despite all odds, and that could be huge for EKC.
Yeah, very huge. Soren reminding people that I'm pretty nice at this whole goalie thing. Relax. I know what I'm doing. Even still got like... EKC actually has 2 flips available, so they can absolutely start to turn this around if they're careful. But with it overtime, yeah, you've got to make sure that you are on point with those flips and that you don't get caught looking at that red core.
Oh, there's a big KO for NXDD, but that comes at the same time as the barrier taken. Now Bloom has all the control in the world, hits stunned away just in time. But this power play is still looking scary. Luke is looking massive. And a core control demon just striking over and over again. The 1-2 punch core speed is there, yes, but it's not looking too easy. Soren barely keeping it under control for now. It goes to the bottom side. There's the Crystal Thorns almost punishing Flowers for that early strike. Firewall Sentry now keeping the core up. NXDD looking for a strike or win. Will find it. Flame Flurry, but there's Luke with the timing, and it'll be PPL taking this one.
Beautiful finish there. Luke, with the flip, just launched it straight line and did manage to catch Bloom for the finale. Just very good timing, very good positioning, and yeah, they do manage to take it to PPL. Fantastic follow through on their part. Fantastic grit.
In the end, it was the pure core control, right? It was the pure possession difference, it felt like. It really just shows in terms of how many tries Bloom and Average Alex got.
Yeah, like look at those shots. In fact, look at the shots. Look at the redirects. Just how many shots that they had compared to EKC. How many redirects they had compared to EKC. They had the core under control more often than not. Meanwhile, Soren with an even 100, even 100 saves, just shows like how under fire he was this whole game.
Yeah, and PPL in the final standings, they will not make playoffs, but they find themselves slightly more up than before. Good on them for that.
Yeah, didn't quite make the playoffs, but they do manage to have a little bit of a pride-salving situation here. So, and honestly, the games was good. Okay, let's not get that too twisted. The games was good. They showed off some very nice plays there and showed that they could handle kind of like a variety of game plans. So let's not get it twisted. All praise to them.
But there's one more match remaining, and this one will actually determine quite a bit heading into playoffs. Don't go anywhere, because Dubu versus Weeb is up next, and a lot of teams are waiting to see what happens there.
This one's gonna be something.
What's up, Strikers? We're back for the last regular season of the North American Strikers League Season 6. We've still got, importantly, a very interesting series left for us here. We just came off of sort of a historic series, right? With the first series that required us to now play tiebreakers in the postseason, and now we've got another postseason results shifter here. Right now, we have Weasel Bees. They're going to be fighting for their qualification chance here in tiebreakers for that much coveted 6th place seed. Bozo Bunch's lives also rely on that same line. On the other hand, Sundubu Strikers here are looking to put an end to that, and they're going to be looking to take away that last ticket to ride into playoffs here. So we've got a very interesting game ahead of us. One thing to mention as well, Natty is going to be coming in. Previously, the nasl goalie of Cosmic Calamity is going to be subbing in for shape shifting here in this final game here, this final series for the Sundubu Strikers. We'll see what's going to happen from that. On the other side, though, kind of talk of the town, it's going to be Wee's Little Bees. Carmen, obviously, the star of the team, but I am the milkman.
Big
a little
Trev.
bit of a chant. Yeah, Big Trevor. You know, the man who milks, as they call him. We'll see. Yeah, fair enough. Well, we'll see if if that comes to be, or if it'll be a little spoiled. We'll see coming into this. We've got a game number 1 coming through. 3Z Breezy's going to be on the Juliet, and we've got a Spark of Strength start, followed up by Aerials as well.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Borg. I'm joined here by Brickbat. Hey, nice intro there. I mean, hey, laid it on the line. Like,
I do.
Everyone knows what's going on. Now I know what's going on, so thank you for that. I'm just a coach, guys. Look, I'm retired. I'm just here helping out the boys over on EKC, and I'm excited for this game though because it's a little return game. I'm excited to get back into it a bit, and one of my favorite teams, the Sundubu Strikers, going up against probably one of the most infamous teams, but one of my new favorite teams, Wee's Little Bees, and a lot more riding on this one, like you mentioned, you know, kind of so graciously to us early on. But if you take a look at some of these comps, we have kind of the battle of explosivity and the battle of just stability, right? You have Sundubu Strikers known for just their stable, chill comps, trying to, like, you know, slowly win the game, and then you have Wee's Little Bees, so you would never know what they're gonna do, and just like that, a beautiful play there from Wee, jumping in, finds the hook, gets the strike right past Natty, calls out the clear. Pretty much all you need to do. It's 1-1 now, and we're getting right into this one, Brickbat.
And I think an interesting pick to look at here, one of the striker select choices that we saw, Carmine with a Dash Awakening on Juno. Ooh, wow, an amazing strike to start off. It might not get an opportunity to talk about it. So right now, Wee's looking for that crooked leverage, potentially, to strike it through Natty. But Natty, with this flip, it's going to be a little bit safer now. Has to blow it here, but now it's going to be a potential opportunity. Carmine has a flip of his own, looking to get it through the 2 forwards here of Sundubu Strikers. So right now, Carmine finds just a raw kill there with the flip on a 3Z Breezy, an explosive start. This power play goes through, wins the strike war against Gramella and Natty, securing that point. Wee's Little Bees, hey, you mentioned it, explosive coming out here.
For sure here. One thing I'm worried about for the Sundubu Strikers is if they can really keep up with all the mobility that Wee's Little Bees have. They have that Vice Teleport, they have Juno everything, right? The character can just move around the map, whether they are there or their slimes are there, doesn't matter. They're gonna find some sort of impact. And then that goalie and forward matchup here, Kazan versus Era, it's a little bit of a weird one where if Kazan can get a lot of size or get a lot of damage, they can start to overwhelm the Era. But earlier on, the Era definitely does have some playmaking potential with the Shrink, obviously, with that beam, as we're seeing right now here. Natty clearing it out for now, but it's that 1-to-1 barrier here, and I feel like Wee's Little Bees going to have a little bit of an easier time this set here, but as I say that, the barriers open up, and now Sundubu Strikers, they're trying to make a comeback here in this first set.
Fighting through it. 3Z Breezy here, playing very defensively, actually fully rotating over. Might try to get this goal here, but whoa! He goes left, he goes right. The Flame Flurry into a dribble into the confirmed dash punch. Milkman, new to nasl, ain't seen that before, but some of us fossil casters here, I'm a little reminiscent here.
Hey, speak for yourself, buddy. Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
I'm prime. I'm ready, right? As we're getting in here, Gramel. Oh my gosh, Sundubu already losing both their barriers here. We finding both of them with the help of the slimes. 3Z Breezy now alone in that 1v1. Milkman finds that ultimate to clear it out. Still has the flip as well. A little bit scary to be the Juliet in this game currently, but 3Z manages to heal up, finds that core flip here. The energy burst is ready. Natty now has to find the flip here. That's the matchup I'm talking about. Kazan has so many options against this era without the beam ready. The great tornado coming through, sectioning off everything, but now it's going to be a 2v1 here. The both the forwards versus Natty. Natty finds the strike and manages to clear it out.
Breezy Breezy, the flip now opens up the net for both teams, but it's going to be on Natty to now defend this. Grimella there going to rotate to his system as well. Milkman now, the Supernova comes through. Carmine here, fully second goalie mode. Breezy Breezy tries to Shaolin kick it, but does not get the angle that he wants. Milkman a good interception here with the Thunderstrike. Finds the clear, but now it's still going to be back on his side of the map. The corner offense is coming through. The pass to Breezy Breezy. Carmine calls out the field goal opportunity here. Ooh, and Milkman almost takes the shot, but Natty still a good strike. Able to keep the core alive for now. Weaslebees, no, had the 50-50, but with the strike might not matter though. Ooh, the slides are there, but not gonna be enough. Milkman here has a flip to work with though. Supernova preemptively comes out, buys a little bit of space here. Carmine gets a good back pass off. Make sure that Flutterfly opportunity doesn't come through, but 3Z Breezy sits right there as a good brawler does. Flame Flurry right there into the net. That's going to be the Sundubu Strikers here taking set number 1.
And, I mean, we just could not find that shot. I think just Natty, a little bit of aura check there, just forcing him to find that dribble multiple times until that we kind of finally gave away the core. Natty finds the clear. 3Z Breezy does what brawlers do, and he got it done. As we get into this draft here, we're finding that bulk up first pick here, but that does allow the spec to open up here, Brickbat, for I am the Milkman, Big Trev himself. Peak performance on the Kazan's going to help as well here. And I mean, not a whole lot. I would say the bulk up's very, very important. I think the stacks on the Juno is really important. Honestly, seems like Weaslebees got more of what they wanted than Sundubu did, rather. However, it's not like Sundubu got bad things, so all's well that ends well. It's gonna kind of be a fairly chill draft here, I would say.
I could agree with that much. I was actually really interested to see how Spark Race was gonna go. Nothing picked up, but I think it's also very interesting. Carmine here with the stacks on stacks. You were mentioning earlier, Sundubu was already struggling to deal with the mobility of Juno, and how is Grimella gonna deal with what Carmine now has with the bonus move speed that comes from the stacks on stacks as we get later into the set?
It's excellent little callback there. I mean, I agree. That's basically what we're going to be seeing here. Carmine has been a problem for almost every single team all season, win or lose for Weeb. Definitely in the running for, regardless if they make playoffs or not, definitely one of the better midfielders, performing midfielders rather, in the league this regular season. We'll have to see if they can actually end up making this playoffs and keeping their contention alive by winning this game here. But they do have a bit of a mountain to climb in Sundubu, but going to be a little bit one step easier there with that barrier going down. 0-0 still, hunting for this first point. Grimella in there has the flip, but is getting damaged so much. Wee going back to the Wee strat, sitting straight on Natty, but Natty has that flip. Wee has no size, no energy, not too much you're going to be able to do there, and all it takes is a rogue strike from 3Z Breezy to the top side. Carmine, the slime, did not quite pick that up in time, and Sundubu get that first point.
And just taking a look at the stats, I mean, that's 148 power on 3Z Breezy. You got to respect the red cores that could potentially come out of this man in overtime. Yeah, Carmine, typically one that doesn't get caught out by those age checks too. Gonna find himself looking a little bit old there in that situation. So as of right now, the Weed, good top spin, finds the KO, gonna take out an important flip as well. And this is just an all-out offense coming here from Weaslebees. They're looking to hit. Breezy Breezy not able to save that final goalie barrier. Ooh, very, very scary open clear there from the net. The slime for Carmine. Wow, gonna find that. Technically gonna send it right in there. Carmine looking good here coming into this.
Carmine like dribbled with the first slime to the top part of that middle barrier there, like right where the speed gate was, into another slime that shot it top side. So he got the angle by hitting it to another slime to get that top side, and Natty was just not ready for it. This arrow, you know, you only have so many skills, right? Like you only have one ability that's ranged, and it's not even covering the whole net when that beam. And then that secondary gives you a little bit of speed, but it's not enough to actually get you those last-second saves, right? So definitely requires Natty to have some foresight on what to do, and foresight's not going to save you from a Juno jumping in and taking that last barrier. It's going to be 2-1 barrier here now for Weasel Bees looking to take the second point.
Breezy, though, looking to make sure that feature does not come to pass. Might not get the opportunity here. Shot gonna come through. No, Breezy takes fate into his own hands, calls out Wee for it, but no, Carmine finds the perfect 1v1 situation. The mobility of Juno putting him exactly where he needs to be. Natty doesn't have the tools, doesn't have the character to win those situations. Now it feels like Set almost slipping out of the Sudobu Striker's hands.
Yeah, and the stacks paying dividends there. The reason that Carmine was actually able to run up and find that strike war was because he had that extra speed. So definitely well played and showing the stacks value there. But as we're getting started already, 15 seconds into the first part of this fourth point, Weeb losing both of their barriers. Still one barrier left for Sundubu. This is their chance here. Even though they don't have the energy, they have the setup to actually get a goal here to tie this up at 2-2. This is just like what was happening in the last set. Sundubu does not give up. They never have, they never will. Let's see if they can get this goal. Threezy on the top side cannot find it yet. And it looks like the barrier going back over to Weeb, who now have a shot at this core, and boom, they get it. The slime on Carmine is once again just enough. Natty is not able to find that one.
Yeah, Weasel Bees Milkman here. So you mentioned Big Trev on campus. A lot of options to work with. Team player, explosive entrance, Stinger, Borg. What do you think he's going to pick? How do you think this draft is shaping up?
This is a weird one. I mean, I can understand the explosive here. You get the impact. You also get the dash awakening. It's definitely what you want. I think anything would have been fine regardless, though. 1-2 punch getting taken away from the Juno is probably the most important part of this draft. But hey, there's the spark, though. It is 1-1. That means that Sundubu has bought themselves a little bit more time. Sundubu now getting that second spark onto Threezy Breezy, and Juliet with sparks is probably one of the scariest people with sparks in the game, in my opinion. Especially if you can get that strength, and with leadership, bulk up, and spark of strength now, that is 176 power Juliet on its own. So I would definitely watch out for Threezy Breezy dash punches if I were the Weasel Little Bees. Other than that, I think just general damage all around is going to make this game pretty interesting, and Natty getting that team player as well might be something we need to pay attention to here, Brickbat.
Yeah, speaking of kind of generally just getting a lot of strength too, right? Carmine, the core speed, right? Having that, you mentioned 1-2 denied, and because he did not opt into a Spark of Strength start himself, opted in for that early mobility with the aerials, feels like he's on a timer to get the awakenings he needs, and well, that's a good point for Threezy Breezy right there, and Carmine looking to maybe not get the opportunity, maybe not going to get some of that core speed scaling that you'd like to get on Juno.
Yeah, going to be halting that scaling a little bit. Has the speed, has the mobility, but if you can stack up that prize fighter, that definitely will help a little bit, just with that core speed on raw power. However, I think this does give the Sundubu Strikers a little bit of an opportunity right now in order to come, I would say come back into this game. They are still 1-1 in sets, so they're kind of even. However, they did, I think, look a little bit worse in that last set, and they finally got the awakenings they needed. So this is definitely their opportunity to take the lead, as we're seeing a little bit of an stagnant early game here. Lots of flips, not much happening. One barrier down for each. Here comes a flip from Carmine, who finds the angle through the middle. Not going to be doing too much. Now, it looks like it's going to be the Sundubu Strikers' time to strike, as Grimilla and Natty just trading goalie positions here. The flip is almost up for the Juliet and for the Era. This could be explosive at any point here. Brickbat, this is going to get crazy, as we see an attempted KO taking out Grimilla, but no, actually the recovery drone saving him for now. It looks like the core is going wild. The last barrier falls. The slimes are doing so much. Carmine is keeping this core forward as long as possible, but no, Milkman messes up, loses the last barrier. Natty finds a save at the last possible second, but Carmine is always there. Carmine is inevitable. The slimes are just doing absolutely everything, Brickbat.
Yeah, what can a poor Era do? You can't outstrike it. There are no tools in your kit to deal with this, right? Back during ye old season 3, season 2 of nasl, it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was considered impossible. Threezy Breezy, an amazing flip KO, almost finds it here. We'll pick up that point later. But right now, Grimella's looking to sink that core in, but the defense from Wee's actually going to be coming through here. Natty with a flip as well, looking to play aggressive, doesn't need it though. Threezy Breezy able to put it in off of a good flip KO. That's Sundubu clawing their way back here into this set, but I mean, going back to that point, right, what is a poor Era to do in that situation? This is, I think, considered one of the nightmare midfield matchups here for the Era, right? Into Juno on Night Market. So many situations where you just do not have the tools to deal with a well-placed slime, except with your flip. And obviously you're not going to have flip enough for that to be a consistent scenario. So what can you do? It feels like Natty, even though he's been playing, I feel like, pretty solidly on there mechanically, has been really, really struggling to deal with what Carmine's been putting out, and Carmine has been playing phenomenally. So we'll see how this story ends. But as of right now, Soon to Be Strikers going to be looking to end this set here, as they're going to be up a point.
Up a point here and have an open goal barrier, but so does Weez Little Bees. And there's 3 members on the attack here. Milkman going to be going right back into his own net. Not going to... oh, be careful there. Milkman, the Bug Salt, going to be almost own goaling, but has it all under control. It's all handled here. As we and Carmine both there, like you said, the Era, not much to do, but they do win the strike war and find the clear. 3Z Breezy using that dash punch, not able to get too much from it now. Grimella now needs to stand in front of these slimes. He needs to stand in front of these playmaking potentials here to help his goalie, but the goalie can only cover so much, and the flip from I Am a Milkman, Big Trev, beams it into the top corner, and it's 2-2, even up now. Battle for this third set continues.
Yeah, there it is. One of those, I won't be repeating that saying, but we all know what wants to be said right there. Well played to Milkman. Grimella already going to be taken low here in this situation. 3Z Breezy has a flip, but now he's also going to be threatened as well. Ooh. Oh, does not find the dash punch, but he does get the flip right there. And there it's going to be Sundubu Strikers. The help of Natty there with Tornado sinks it right in. Going to be a point for the Sundubu Strikers, a set for the Sundubu Strikers off of a very killer offense. 3Z Breezy, your MVP. What's going to be happening here?
Lots of interesting things here. You have the heavy impact, you have the build different. Both Monumentalist and Timeless are on the board here. 3Z going to be getting more of that knockback, more of that damage, and kind of just trying to open up this game as much as possible. Still no more Sparks, Brickbat. The rest of them are going to be coming next draft if Weez Little Bees can take it, which honestly is not great for them because 3Z Breezy has 2 Sparks, so he's almost guaranteed to get one if they do go to a point, or a step 5 rather. So we'll have to see how this goes. Monumentalist going to be denied. It's going to be Grimella getting that extra special, trying to keep his teammates alive a little bit longer. Monumentalist on the Juno is going to be definitely very, very helpful for, you know, a little bit faster core, a little bit of control here. But other than that, I mean, maybe we getting size is going to help a little bit. We'll have to see if that actually pays dividends or not. But to your point earlier, before this point goes out of control, with Era, you know, being kind of a really bad matchup against the Juno. The only caveat is that it is Era goalie and not Era midfield, so you don't have to take those strike war wins, but that all depends now on Grimella. If they're able to burn these slimes, burn these abilities from the Juno, but you have no opportunity to burn the abilities, if you're just winning every single strike war, and 3Z Breezy and Grimella just absolutely, like, clinically put that one in, there's not really much you can do when you lose all the strike wars in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like a Grimella play. Wins the strike wars. That's the guy that 1v3'd Peak Demons Raw at one point, right? With just those strikes. So that's something to be contentious about. Weez Little Bees, they're going to be the ones who are the usurpers. They're going to be the ones that will not keep calm under pressure. It's going to be 3Z Breezy here, looking to maybe get another killer play off of that. Not going to be able to do it, though. Flip comes through. Is going to lose one barrier, but the offensive play is still going to be there. Weez going to come back onto the field. The offense is still coming through for the Sundubu Strikers. Flip 1 comes through, but there's still 2 more to contend with. 3Z Breezy trying to get possession of the core, gets it with a punch. The flip's going to be there right in front of the net. Trevor not able to guess the Milkman, unfortunately, not able to get it through. Sundubu Strikers 1 point away from taking game number 1.
The patience is being rewarded for the Sundubu Strikers. They got everything they wanted. 3Z got all the strength, all the power he needs. Grimella got the cooldowns he needs. He got the extra power he needs. Right, he has a survivability. Natty now has so much less pressure on his shoulders in order to save a lot of these things because Carmine and we have to burn so much in this midfield. So now that Grimella heals everyone up, finds the orb, that's what the extra special is going to help you do. It's going to have another ult here soon. However, the pressure from Weez Little Bees, without that first time clear, it's going to be so hard to get past them. So both these barriers are already down for the Sundubu Strikers, and Weez Little Bees need to find this goal now.
They need it to do it. They might have the tools to do so. Carmine cautiously approaching that 150 stacks, but that could be taken away at a moment's notice should 3Z Breezy want to. He might not get that opportunity. He's just going to maybe put it in right here. No, the defense comes through. Grimella has to now deal with this. Flip's going to whiff, though, for the Milkman. Grimella with possession of the core, gets it forward. 3Z Breezy doesn't win the strike war. Dangerous NATO is going to barely be evaded. we an opportunity, maybe just the core now going a little bit faster because of overtime. Team player also very scary to look at as well, but we gets a great bounce. A great pass from Carmine, 50-50 shot. Natty caught a little bit off guard with that one. That's going to be 1 point at least going the way of Weasel Bees. They're going to have a little bit of a ways to go, though.
Still a bit more to climb, but it all starts with one. As, you know, they only have to get this set to go to the set 5 here. And sometimes the most explosive and close points end in the most underwhelming of ways, but this one is not underwhelming whatsoever as 3Z Breezy just does everything, takes both barriers and finds a punch, gets the double hit stun, and goes right in. That was like a 10-15 second point to end it here. Talk about underwhelming. As we get the first game going over to Sundubu, and Weasel Bees just could not quite find their footing in that game.
And I think the reason they couldn't find that footing felt like 3Z Breezy was doing rug pull after rug pull after rug pull. So many amazing plays there in the net. So many times where you found the way to get through I'm the Milkman and Carmine in a lot of those situations, and so many opportunities. 3 KOs, which not a lot to write home about, but I believe some of them were pretty important, resetting Carmine stacks, getting rid of those prize fighter stacks. But not to mention Grimella, another kind of silent carry performance as well. 210 redirects with 6 goal participation. I think 3Z Breezy is a well-earned MVP coming out of that game. And that looks like a 3Z Breezy who really wants to make his way into playoffs. That looks like a 3Z Breezy that is on his on day. And this looks like a Sundubu Strikers that really wants to take this.
Yeah, I mean, so much is riding on this, right? They lose this and they're basically out, I'm pretty sure, of that playoff contention. So they're fighting for a lot, and especially given the circumstances surrounding it too. Sundubu Strikers, you know, have an incredibly good LAN performance, winning that California LAN after coming back together with a new goalie, Shapeshifting, right? Who's not here today, but has been not detrimental, hopefully not detrimental, but has been instrumental, rather, in their success in that tournament and also in their season so far. But with such a close season, if them coming back just for this kind of one last ride thing and not qualifying for playoffs, that's going to be a huge slap in the face. So taking that game 1 is so important for Sundubu here. If you're Weasel Bees, right, like, obviously you want to get to playoffs, and obviously you want to, you know, first thing here, you grind through the qualifiers, which were probably the hardest qualifiers ever. Yeah, I would know. I played in them, and they sucked. They were very difficult. And Weasel Bees making it through, just barely getting through there. So definitely they want to make a statement. They want to qualify for playoffs on their first season. But hey, I mean, tension's high for both teams, but Sundubu, I feel like, have a lot more riding on this, in my opinion. And I would be nervous if I were them, but they're not me. Who knows? That's why I'm retired.
You know, speaking of veterancy, though, I just want to. I'm actually curious. I want to know just how many times a nasl team has debuted and actually made it to playoffs on their first season. I'm thinking, what did Last Call did, right? And Bang Bang did.
Season 3 Last Call did, yeah.
Yeah, Bang Bang did the season after that. I don't think any other just did that season. Going back to season 2, Oshinoko, I think, did. Right.
An elite club, no big deal.
A little bit. It's like hard. It's hard to do. Remember, 4 new teams qual every season, and I mean, hey, you know, some of them don't make it. You know, I'm not gonna name names, but hey, it's hard. It's hard out here in nasl. It's hard out here in nasl. So absolutely,
very difficult.
They're hungry. I think they're absolutely hungry for that title. I think that this is a team. They all do enjoy playing with each other. They all seem to have a pretty good ability to laugh off mistakes, to laugh off games 1s like this and stuff like that. And I think they do. This is a team that, if there is a rookie team to not crack under the pressure, it would be Weasel Bees. I think they are perfectly capable of giving us a very strong showing here in game number 2.
Yeah, I think we're definitely here for a series. It was a 3-1, but Weasel Bees, you know, all those points kind of felt scary for both teams, right? It could have gone either way. I think most of the time. That's kind of the nature of Juno in general as a character, and Kazan as well. It's just like, you never know when a random pop-off play will happen, when the core just goes in the right moment in order to actually, you know, find that goal. But it looks like Sundubu weren't phased whatsoever. Weasel Bees not quite able to find a lot of the chances they were really looking for later on in that game at the very least, and need to come up with a little bit of a new strategy here going into this game 2, which, I'll be real, I didn't even see the map picker draft, so I don't even know where we're going next. I'm not sure if you have that information or not.
Like I might not have it either. But I know where to
Somebody
find it.
has it. Yeah,
That's the
somebody
important
has
part. Yeah, some third man in the. I don't know. Just it could be helpful. I'll just bring up the thread. My little innocent caster stroll over to the thread, over to the match thread. Let me double check.
Wait, let me guess.
Okay.
Is it Atlas Lab?
Let me figure it out. Oh wait, I got Striker Draft open. Oops. Let me bring it up. Place your bets. It is Atlas's lab. Yeah.
Oh my god, how did I know? No way.
Well.
Do not look at the stream.
I had to find it. I had to find it the good old-fashioned way.
Right as
Atlas's
you looked
lab.
it up, it popped up immediately on the stream.
Awesome.
Oh, look at this riveting. Look at these riveting awakenings here, Brickbat. Peak performance cast to last. Didn't she miss me? We haven't cast in so long together. It's great.
Yeah, I've been casting a ton of NASA nasty stuff. I've actually very rarely been casting nasl. I'm excited to be here. So, but yeah, Atlas's lab with cast the last peak performance. I mean, that is.
We just saw this, by the way, in the EKC game.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, we got
Actually,
White
it was a
Bread
different
OS.
map.
We got White Bread OS coming through. I hope you like your no seasoning turkey with White Bread. But you know what? I guess you are the players. It is a fairly consistent start for a game that means a lot. I guess you're pretty happy with it. I guess. I think peak performance a little bit interesting, right? I think obviously these awakenings that give you stagger and some other stat based off of your stagger. I feel like all of these awakenings have come to prominence, very historically been very good. Obviously, we came off of a huge bulk up meta where everyone was like, click bulk up the moment you see it. It's really good, right? Peak performance, not that dominant, but still a lot of the same snowblind potential. Obviously, with Spark of Resilience out, doesn't have that same double scaling opportunity that we've seen, but there is still plenty of opportunity there. And generally speaking as well, this is an awakening draft. No reptile remedy, right? No big fish, no of those easy bake survive buttons that are naturally built into it. So I'm wondering if a lot of teams are going to value that peak performance coming into this game. So we'll see if they do. We might have a very core control-y game to start with, as people are going to struggle to find KOs. But if not, it's a little bit scary to see.
Yes, peak performance, very, very interesting. As we get into this one here, I'm actually curious though. What is interesting? No jokes aside, let's get serious here. Let's lock in.
Mhm.
Is cast to last is one of the least interesting but most game-changing awakenings that can happen, which can in turn lead to a more interesting game. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like the awakening itself is very boring. You just have longer time, like whatever.
Mhm.
Who cares? But it means that now Octavia is super bis. Now certain other things are incredible. Now Era's even better, right? And now there's like these other characters in these game-changing kind of results. Which I mean, I'm gonna be real. They usually end up in worse games. I'm just gonna be honest with you. But sometimes, very rarely, maybe this is one of them. It can result in a slightly interesting draft and how you have to navigate it. So trying to do it justice here. We'll see what happens. The players taking their sweet times. I think they have to take a bathroom break every time that there's a game. I don't know what they think this is. This is an incredibly important league here, and I don't know why they're really wasting our time, but we're waiting for the players. They should be here soon. Let's try to predict this draft here. What do you think Sundubu's going to ban?
What are they going to ban? I wonder if they... I'm assuming it's going to be some Carmine shenanigans if they've done their research. What are they going to ban there? I don't think they're going to ban Octavia. I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to ban Era. Yeah. I wonder if they're going to try. Maybe they're going to try to ban the Juliet. Now that I don't believe they are first pick. Were they blue side last time? I can't remember.
They're blue side this time, but they were red side last time, I think.
Okay. I wonder because I'm thinking if we wants to play the Kazan pretty consistently, and if you're blue side, right, you could kind of take out Wee's his two favorite characters in the Juliet, in the Kazan. I think he still has picks, obviously he's a nasl, right? But I believe those are two characters that he's mostly known for, right? And if you could clinch that pool off the bat just by banning one, picking the other with blue side, that could work as well. That being said, CTL can throw shenanigans. You can risk giving up that Octavia if Carmine feels like playing it. Era as a goalie, if you want to prioritize that for Natty as well, absolutely something you could do. On the flip side, you could do something crazy like the Dubu, right? The Dubu roll with Castellas or Dubu with peak performance, right? Highest base stagger. You could do something with that as well. I think that could be a pick that maybe happens. We'll see. I'm actually unsure what Natty is comfortable picking or not picking because I knew him as the Mako player. I know Sundubu as the team that likes picking Mako. I know that Sundubu is a team that likes picking melee goalies, generally speaking, and we saw Natty on Era. So I'm actually not sure what to expect coming out of this goalie position.
I mean, Era's basically a melee goalie if you think about it, like with how she plays. You get the move speed, and you're focused on more of your strikes and debuffing the enemy. So I mean, it kind of works. I don't know. I feel like Sundubu has grown. They've had their character arcs in terms of their growth as a team. They've been playing a lot more KO recently. They've been playing a lot more of these projectile characters rather than these melee goalies. Can't say it's been working out the complete best for them, but it's probably a necessary evolution they have to have going into playoffs, especially if they don't have this flexibility as a team, which was their problem before. If I'm going to be honest with you, that's usually been their problem as teams kind of figured out what they wanted to do. And, sometimes they'd still get the win anyway, or a good Awakening start or a good map would still allow them to do really what they wanted. But I feel like this evolution is exactly what Sundubu needs at the perfect time. But we'll see if they can actually secure this playoffs and secure past, like a slightly better seed here going into playoffs with this win. And we're actually wrong. Thank God. We have an interesting Awakening pool here. I'm so excited now. Prime time. And Stinger, my favorite Awakening in the game. Whoa. Stinger, my beloved.
Yeah. We've gone from an Awakening plus CTL into Stinger Prime Time, and whoa, that could be a lot of different things. Immediately coming to my mind, right, that Vice. Milkman picking it in the previous game obviously synergizes so well with that Awakening. But on the flip side, things like the Estelle that Grimella could perform on very, very well. Whether or not he picks Primetime or Stinger, right, that comes to mind as well. Zentaro, something that could be piloted by so many of the players in this game, right? Things like that. So feels like damage has all of a sudden come to the forefront. Sundubu, though, actually does want to pick up that or ban that Kazan here. Immediately locks in that Zentaro, and that I wonder if they're trying to push Wii onto the Juliet. This doesn't look like a very strong start for her, but I'm wondering if they want to bait Wii into it out of comfort.
I think yes, they're going for the little brawler bait here. I think Wii has the comfort picks that aren't actually the strongest on this start and on Atlas Lab, so it's going to be a little bit harder for Wii to play. Juliet's still Juliet, right? It'll still be fine. But it's not as strong as Zentaro in this position or Kazan, which would be probably the strongest character in this start with that primetime being incredibly broken for the character. So I definitely like how Sundubu is approaching this draft so far, but it's a little bit interesting. Weeb, it looks like they're going to go full bunker here. That's what the Mako is telling me. I'm expecting a Juliet or an X in that last pick. They don't really need to pick it now yet. They're going to have that Mako era. It's going to be probably a Mako era X. Unless they decide to lock the Julian instead. I can almost guarantee it's going to be a Julie or an X no matter what. But I really like the way that Sundubu is playing this. Like I said, they're going through that growth arc. They're going through the damage evolution, and they're playing it. They're doing it. We saw this at a PPL earlier. That Era and Amy, that Estelle and Amy with the Zentaro. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of projectiles. And like Mako Era X on Atlas Lab, I don't know if Weeb's got this one, Brick, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, today I'm going to click Mako Era X into 3 and stun 3 stingers with 3 damage.
Hey, they're committed.
Hey, I've been wrong before. Hey, this is the team that won a series and locked in Juliet goalie. They didn't win the game, but whatever, But hey, they've been willing to experiment. Maybe they've got something crazy for us. Maybe they're going to go crazy with a full primetime scenario, but I just suspect that we will have a lot of time to think about the team compositions that were chosen because he's going to be sent off and he's not going to be able to play the game for quite a lot of time. So I have my doubts. I'm sure you have your doubts as well. Mako Era X, obviously something that was a staple in kind of the lower leagues throughout a lot of OS history, but now that we're seeing it on the big stage, into damage, into some veterans, eek.
Yeah, definitely a little spooky. I mean, basically, your playoff hopes riding on Mako Era X is flashbacks to Light in season 1. I mean, this is what they did. They picked Mako Era X in every single situation, no matter how stressful, and they just put the fries in the bag. However, this is not season 1 of Omega Strikers, where the game was incredibly different. This is season, what is it, 6, 7, whatever we
Yeah,
were at. I don't
6.
care.
Yeah.
6, something like that. I mean, damage is a bit more king now, and it's going to be a bit hard, but if there's anyone that can get it done, it's Carmine and Crew. Carmine on the arrow. Let's see if he can put up another of these performances and give Wee the ball as many times as he needs. Breezy already getting a little bit lower, but so is Carmine. This is going to be a lot of damage here, Brickbat.
Yeah, already Carmine almost sent off the map. Just a few missed skill shots coming out here from the Sundubu Strikers. And notably, 2 slit kicks on the midfielders. I mean, Ratatouille. Like, eating Ratatouille moment. What? That's been a while since I've seen that. As right now, the Sundubu Strikers, 2 kills already. Gonna lose their goal barrier, unfortunately. But Carmine, unless he makes a hero play real quick, which, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Sundubu Strikers is gonna be taking the first point of the game. Already 2 KOs found in 42 seconds of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of expecting going into this that Weeb is going to be struggling in the first set or two until they can get a little bit more survivability. So we can kind of just talk about more. One thing actually interesting I wanted to mention was usually it's the Amy goalie with the Estelle midfield, because this Estelle is slightly better at securing those goals, and the Amy has a couple more defensive options that you can throw. However, there definitely is a lot of merit to the Estelle goalie in this situation because of the amount of hit stuns that it has. That in like the close range with that strike into Crystal Thorns can be an option to save the X. So it's definitely a very good, interesting pick into the X by itself. And then Grimella, obviously just very good at the Amy, going to be pretty good at putting this core in, and it looks like they might not struggle to put this core in at all because the entire team of Wee's Little Bees is staggered. One of them is off the map, but will be respawning soon. They have an opportunity to reset this as all the cooldowns are gone, but no, Natty walks up, finds the piercing shot, and that's Milkman going down, and Breezy and Grimella are just going to put it right past them. It feels like Wee's Little Bees are just trying their hardest to stay in close proximity of levels. That's really all they can hope for at this point.
And in the back of my mind, I got this absolute monster truck of about to turn Weasel Beach into a fine red mist, and that is going to be Adrenaline Rush. Adrenaline Rush, if they roll it, I don't know, it could be literally all members of Sundubu could use it well. All members of Sundubu will vastly benefit from having it picked up, and you will not get the option to deny it because you are Era Mako X in set 1. So this game could go out of your hands really quick if that Awakening shows up, and I think that's really scary. That's a very scary future for Wee's Little Beast to contend with. So they best be praying that they either get really good or really quick playing early game Mako Era X, or Adrenaline Rush does not get rolled into this upcoming draft, because if it does and you're getting KO'd like this on set number 1, it is curtains.
Drumroll, please. As we get into this draft, we'll see if it is, and no, it's not. Oh, it is! It is! You summoned it into existence! Honestly, okay, I will say Natty getting it might be best case scenario. It's not good. It is still an awful scenario, but it's better than 3Z or Grimella getting it because it's not immediately converting into goal pressure. Explosive Entrance getting denied is huge for Wee's Little Bees, that they're able to at least get that, but the bulk up is definitely not going to help as the peak performance goes over to Grimella's way as well. Both these survivability stagger awakenings going to the side of Sundubu. I mean, Wee's Little Bees didn't really get anything to help them here. Maybe if we can pull off some crazy prize fighter stunts and get some KOs, but I mean, their job did not get any easier.
It absolutely did not. And that's, I mean, what's left?
Oh.
Spark of leadership? I mean, okay, good point coming out from Wee's Little Bees, but
Fight or flight.
Yeah, fight or flight, I guess. Yeah, fight or flight to keep alive. And there we go. A NATO kill is gonna find its way onto Grimella. Some hope here for Wee's Little Bees, and at the end of the day, hey, they can get Adrenaline Rush, but if you play better, win more, you can absolutely still take it. Grimella not gonna come back though. Carmine gonna be feeling a taste of some Grimella's wrath there. Final goalie barrier gonna go down. Flip here for Milkman. Grimella, good patience there. Make sure he had the best possible option. Flip coming through. Oh, Breezy! Breezy does not want a taste of a dairy right now. He's going to send it right there. Flip burn from Milkman as well. And Newbie Strikers find their first point in style.
Welcome to nasl. And that's just the difference between an experienced vet and someone that's just starting out, right? Is just knowing what to do in every situation. Threezy Breezy has just the poise and the calm, you know, just the calmness and the confidence to just wait for Milkman to walk up, try to contest, find a shot around him. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do in the moment, but Threezy Breezy is more than up to the task. It looks like Carmine is just going incredibly low, but this is what I'm talking about. We manages to find an incredibly random KO and a great clear from Natty, actually. Manages to stall the bleeding just a little bit, but not before We ends up taking that last barrier in the end. That's 2 prize fighter stacks for the X, and that could be a possible win condition if he can find a couple more of those KOs, but that might just be a little bit too tall of a task. We'll see if Natty can save this one. Finds a great Rose Warp to stop that one, and a great Tornado going into the corner, but it sends it the wrong way as We is not quite able to get it. Now Grimella is going to get this last barrier. Threezy Breezy has that passive. Grimella sets up the ultimate. Here comes the primary, which Milkman is going down, and the core is flying in. Sundubu just needed to wait for their perfect opportunity, and they found it.
Yeah, absolutely. They found it. They're probably... I just a suspicion they might find it again. They might find another way to kill the Milkman here, and well, it feels like they definitely have a lot of tools for that. Bit of an awkward start. Grimella, unfortunately, we get a known barrier there, but like you mentioned, We here actually going to be taking that second goalie barrier, and with these 2 prize fighter stacks, has the ability to maybe keep himself alive with some assistance from the vicious Vambrace, but going to be a bit of a tall order here. Grimella flip. Ooh. Doesn't get it off in time. We there with a bull rush to secure it. That's going to be a point on the board for Wee's little bees here, and maybe they're going to be picking up steam here in this second set.
And that's actually a little bit of a mind bug moment. Sundubu tried to kill Wee instead of Carmine. Carmine is definitely the target this game because of the amount of survivability that We has with that Stinger Vambrace, but it's not going to matter if you just knock back KM off the side, as that's back down to 1 prize fighter stack and only 1 barrier for the Wee's Little Bees. It was looking so good, but now they're back on the back foot, losing their second barrier here. We manages to clear it, but not before their goalie gets put on 1 HP. Has the clear, but needs to be careful. Grimella could be looking for it at any moment here. Pops the flip just in case, and now manages to get back in this. We is doing a good amount of damage with this Stinger and healing off of it too, so it's definitely not over yet. Threezy Breezy has that flip looking for, finds the flip, finds the bottom corner, the perfect angle. Oh my gosh, Milkman was just not able to get it in time, and Threezy Breezy is just winning these interactions against the goalie of Wee's Little Bees over and over again.
Yeah, just superb play, and he might be rewarded there. Heavy impact. Yeah, going the way. I think as a Zentaro player yourself, you're rubbing your hands, but
I'm taking aerials here.
Oh, really? Yeah.
No,
oh, Dash Awakening. Wait, really?
I mean, I might. I low-key might, because I'm a greedy bad word. But I mean, heavy impact's definitely the pick here. You're focused on damage, you're doing damage, that is what you want to do, but that does leave aerials open for Carmine, which is going to help the mobility just a little bit, and obviously recovery drone onto Wii is going to be helping with that as well. I think Orb Replicator is one of the best things you could be looking for at this point if you're the goalie, and I think it's going to be a bit easier for Wee's Little Bees to survive now. The only problem is Natty has Hot Shot, Grimella has Extra Special. They didn't get more damage, they got more cooldowns, which I guess is more damage in some way, but that's not even their win condition anymore. Obviously they can still kill, as we're seeing right now, but they have the cooldowns to just shove the core through no matter what the situation is anyway. As you're seeing right now, Grimella pops that ultimate, Threezy Breezy has the passive, they have the damage, they have the pressure. This is going to be even higher of a mountain to climb. Wee's Little Bees need to pull off a miracle.
100%, and just kind of putting that, I think, a little statistic in our brain. I mean, how many seconds has the Milkman actually held down Mako's drum and bass? It really feels like it might be like 3 seconds cumulative. Like, it really feels like it is immediately getting interrupted. If it's not 3 degrees just sitting on the face, it's gonna be Grimella with a glitch pop cyber swipe. It's gonna be Natty with a piercing shot. Even the Rose Ward potentially, right? And there he goes. Goalie gonna be down. Right now, Threezy Breezy and Natty gonna be looking to put this core in. It just goes right in. Ave Maria. It's gonna be sent right there into the top side of the net. Threezy Breezy gets a slow roller.
I mean, that was looking okay for Wee's Little Bees. Like, they're finding a lot of damage, they're surviving, but you know what, I'm gonna say it, Brickbat, goalie players notorious for being the worst at surviving once they leave their goal box. They're so used to that reduced knockback and damage and everything that once they leave that net, I mean, Milkman just went right down to that Zentaro passive, not knowing that was gonna happen. But welcome to the Brawlers, baby. Finds that core flip, finds that kill, finds the double barrier earlier, and does absolutely everything. The increased size is going to be doing so much there. That is going to be a huge play for Wee's Little Bees and possibly a momentum swing.
Yeah, you got to be feeling good coming out of that one. And hey, Wee's Little Bee is a team that can ride that momentum. There's a team that they celebrate moments like that, and they have the capacity to really shift things around. Flip gonna come through from Natty, and now Grimella looking to make it a second goalie barrier. Probably gonna happen. Yeah, that's rough. And a flip right in front of the net. Can it be defended? No. Milkman is going to get slapped right out of that point. And now 3Z Breezy has put his team here onto series point. The soon-to-be Strikers, again, looking to kill 2 dreams with 1 goal. The Bozo Bunch now in their 11th hour, going to be dependent on this point, this set, this game, this series. They're the ones to look out. They're going to be the biggest losers out of this, but we'll see what happens. It's right now 1 goalie barrier going to go down. The second is going to be defended.
Going to be defended for now, but is going low, has that recovery drone, but Carmine has no energy as well, so the focus might start going on to the midfielder here as Milkman, forced to walk up, has the flip, has the ultimate, is keeping this core forward. They're fighting for their lives. They're not done yet, Brickbat. Even though Sundubu seemed to get the draft Exodia, they seemed to get the better characters as well. They seem to get everything they need. That doesn't mean that they can just go and win the game, or does it? Breezy going down now, and it looks like Wee's Little Bees have an opportunity to get back in this one. Grimilla and Natty both have the flip. This is going to be scary, but Wee manages to find another kill, and it's another power play.
Power play. Natty, though, has flip, but Wee's going to look to exchange it. No, it's going to be defended away, and now the defense all too easy. The strike shot's going to be here. 3Z Breezy, an opportunity. Milkman barely reacts in time there with the primary, but the core speed now ramping up here in overtime. Wee's Little Bees finds it though, trades his recovery drone, but this is potentially an opportunity that you needed to capitalize on. Carmine, the patience is immaculate there. Flip comes out from Natty, doesn't get the point. Grimella, though, has possession of the core. The cyber swipe is there as well. Wee's Little Bees need to take this 50-50. They need to win it, but the strike ward's going to be lost. Carmine now walks up. Wheelo tries to get it with the X Maximus, but he's not going to get it. Carmine, half HP and a dream. He needs to get this flip on the enemy side. No, has to use it defensively, and now this is looking tough. We needs to find the core, but it is not coming to him. 3Z Breezy going to have another opportunity to score here. Not going to be finding it right now, though. The hole is going to be popped. Wee now with the spin is going to actually find it, and Wee's Little Bees for another point stay alive here. They need 1 more point to get the pressure off, but they're not out of the woods yet.
And the constant pressure onto 3Z just made it so he couldn't really do anything. He had to stay around midfield. He had to keep going for these orbs, and he does not have a dash awakening yet. So he couldn't really involve himself in a lot of these plays. And another great play there, honestly, from Sundubu taking their own barriers there. A little bit unfortunate of that play, but this gives Wee's Little Bees another opportunity here to get something going. But no, Wee finally goes down in this game. So incredibly hard to kill for Sundubu so far, but they finally managed to do it. And now it's opportunity for Sundubu to end this game. Milkman flipping on the goal line, managing to save both their barriers, allows Wee to come back online. Now Carmine and Wee are walking forward. They have the tornado, but not quite gonna find anything yet. The flip from Grimella going down here. Wee 1v1 finds the corner, but Natty has the flip for it just in case. 3Z Breezy now incredibly low, needs to be careful, get shrunk away. Now is looking for something here, trying to get some damage on before he might go down. The middle is up, Milkman is healthy, but Carmine is not, needs to be careful, but the strike is going to be doing so much for this era, and it somehow squeezes in between the 2 members of the Sundubu Strikers, and Wee's Little Bees might have just found their way back into this game, Brickbat.
They might just have Era X have pulled through. We're in set number 4, baby. And that is a Might of Colossus fighter flight built different on the table. If this super surge potentially could get denied, which the Era could take comfortably, 3Z Breezy is going to have to deal the rest of this game without a dash awakening. And he is an angry little mosquito, but he's going to be a little mosquito that has his wings cut off. No, it's actually not denied by Carmine. Oh no.
That's a bit rough.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of think about this, you know, all the survivability is already off the table, right? The only thing that's been left this whole time is more damage and explosiveness. And They did get the Fight or Flight onto Carmine, which is going to help them a ton. We did get the Might of Colossus, and Milkman, I mean, Missile Prop Mako is definitely not nothing, as we're seeing a KO immediately. We getting that prize fighter stack already early on, which is going to be absolutely huge for the Bees. See if they can get the second barrier. They do now, and it looks like the Little Bees actually have a win con now, even though 3Z Breezy did end up getting that Super Surge. He has the Dash Awakening now. Natty has that Deadeye. They have a lot more damage and a lot more opportunity to make plays. That doesn't mean that they're out of the woods just yet. Weez Little Bees get both barriers. Wee has the flip, he pops it, gets the KO, and it just goes straight in. The Wee Little Bees, they found a resurgence, and they're somehow managing to come back in this one.
Was that the Milkman? Did he just shoot Gramella from across the map?
Oh my
god! I mean, alright, we're getting closer to the saying, guys. We're getting closer to it. I don't want to say it, but I'm feeling the energy right now. Wee's Little Bees have found their footing here. Set number 4, Era X Mako, is now finally online, and now it feels like the Sundubu Strikers, they had all the power in their hands, but it is all on a timer. That being said, we're seeing a little bit of a repeat of the early sets here. 3 members low here for the side of Wee's Little Bees. So the NATO comes through, but not going to be finding any value. The Milkman has to take this 1v1 against Gramella and the turret, going to successfully do so, but at the cost of potentially his life. Holy Barrier goes down. Carmine able to get it to Wee one more time. No, the strike shot's going to intercept it. The piercing shot not going to be enough to find the clear either. Gramella with the cyber swipe glitch pop combo, not going to find too much value out of it, but finds himself with possession of the core. 3Z Breezy, another opportunity. No, the dash just a centimeter too wide. Right now, the Milkman is able to get it. It goes scary wide across the open net here as we get into overtime. As we looking to find the KO and on 3Z Breezy, but on the other side, Gramella's 1v2ing. Flip now here for Wee. The 50-50 is coming. How is Natty going to respond to it, though? Not going to be able to find the core. It's a little bit too fast, a little bit too complicated. And Wee and Carmine get it done. 2 points here for Wee's Little Bees, and I am staring down a set number 5 here for 2 dreams here. Wee's Little Bees and Bozo Bunch are on the line. They are on the table for these next 2 sets.
Seems like Sundubu's kind of just lost the plot here. I mean, they kind of just have forgotten how to win here, it seems. They have their formula, they have everything they need, but the problem here is Weez Little Bees is doing such a good job at providing the pressure and the damage back at it, while also surviving at the same time, and they're managing to get 3Z and Gramella incredibly low and save a lot of these potential power plays even more. So, like, if they can find the first kill, Weez Little Bees definitely have the chance. Now, I say that Sundubu is on a power play right now, but 3Z Breezy incredibly low. They still have a barrier alive here, and Weez Little Bees are kind of sitting pretty as 3Z Breezy doesn't have a really great way to survive here if he keeps taking hits like this. So, Sundubu Strikers need to figure this one out if they don't want to get overwhelmed by the Era X Mako.
1v1 situation, not even really going to be a 1v1. 3Z Breezy just blinks out of existence. The black hole sends its regards. The Aeronado's going to be here. Natty doesn't get the flip in time, and Carmine sinks it in. A 3-0 set in set number 4. Era X Mako may just be inevitable, and hey, if Era X Mako is succeeding in nasl, hey, you know, you just lost the fundamentals, but coming into the set, I'm looking specialized training, team player, 1-2 punch. These are some big ticket awakenings, even though this is our final set.
And you'd think that X would want Spec here. However, he does have the Might of Colossus, so that recovery drone plus the Demolitionist, I mean, with the prize fighter power, that's a lot of power onto this X now. Probably going to be a bit more useful overall in this game, as they do need to poke down 3Z Breezy or Gramella to make this work. Now, I will say that Natty does have team player. They do have a little bit of more of a way out here. 3Z Breezy with that 1-2 punch, a bit more damage as well. So, I mean, Sundubu literally have everything they need. They have everything they could possibly want. They have the extended turret duration too, if that means anything. And they just need to control the game. They need to control the pace. They need to control the damage. But on the other end, Weez Little Bees need to run spoiler. They need to keep poking Natty, keep poking Gramella, keep poking 3Z Breezy. Find someone to just dump your cooldowns on. But it looks like the damage from Sundubu is starting to mount up, and Weez Little Bees are struggling to find an out this point. This one might get nasty real quick.
Yeah, absolutely can. That, not to mention, yeah, the damage, the win conditions are all there. Both teams, though, feel like they have an opportunity to take it all, to take this entire game. Milkman here with Flip has to make use of it to get through this power play. Does do so, but strikes are there from Grimella. The triangle for Sundubu Strikers is there, and it is perfect. Grimella finds that cyber swipe, doesn't get the KO, but more than happy to take a set 5 goal here.
Yeah, it's actually good he didn't get the KO, because now the Mako, 0 energy here. That's not quite the focus of the damage, but that definitely is an option for later on. If they can find a power play, or if they can find some of that residual damage from a turret or something like that. Breezy now does have that flip. He does have that passive. He has a lot of opportunity for damage, as we're seeing right now. Carmine going incredibly low, staggered, almost gets taken off the map. A great save from the Mako, going to be doing so much for this point. We trying to stall out and trying to provide some space for his team, but it's just so incredibly difficult against this much damage. They're not quite able to find any more pressure than they were last set. It seems like Sundubu started to download them, but as I say that, Grimella looking incredibly low. Some great primaries from the Mako is getting this Amy really scared here as we're getting to the end of this. Breezy manages to find that barrier, but not before Grimella goes down, and so it is going to be a power play for Weez Little Bees. However, the barrier is still up. Natty still has that flip, still has that strike shot, has everything he needs to keep this one stable. Breezy going for that goal, but not quite going to be able to get it just yet. Grimella now going to be back up and going to be looking, but no, he manages to find that KO, and it's going to be another power play for the Bees. Can they do something with it, Brickbat?
Yeah, right now, flip from Natty has to be used defensively. No cooldowns for this. Estelle right now had to be used all in the previous play, but Grimella's going to be back up here, and a breakaway can be found here. Breezy with a flip. No, Grimella snipes it away with the cyber swipe. The reactions on the Milkman not there. Might not have the range for the core flip. And now the Sundubu Strikers, again, 2 dreams here on the chopping block. The Executioner's axe now looms above the Boza Bunch and Weez Little Bees. But now, here in the 11th hour, one more opportunity. Weez Little Bees backs against the wall for what feels like the 5th time this game. Will they be able to make it through? We'll see.
We will see, and let's try to slow it down here. Carmine gets staggered, but gets an orb, but it's going to be a kill for 3C Breezy, who with that increased dash range manages to find the Oni's Blade and take him off the map. It's going to be a power play. However, a great flip from the Mako, from the Milkman himself, going to be securing that last barrier and stalling out the game for Carmine to come back online. However, Wee is going to be down now, and there's no energy on either of the members of Weez Little Bees. They need to be careful. They need to put everything into the save, and they're defending for now. A great drum and bass going to be holding as long as possible, and it's going to be held. It's going to be saved, and Natty has to use everything to save the strike from Wee, but it's not enough. Weez Little Bees get a point on the board, and this is so close.
Yeah, it's getting to it. We are in the final few moments here. 1 point on Weez Little Bees, but it could be taken away at a moment's notice. There are no safety nets here for Carmine and crew. There is no second chance. There is no opportunity here to slip up, and this just may be it here. Grimella has the flip. It's going to get sent through and into the bottom side of the net. It goes. Weez Little Bees and the Bozo Bunch have been knocked out of playoffs contentions. The Sundubu Strikers will be taking that final playoff spots for themselves, and in the dead sprint that was this week, the Sundubu Strikers will be the ones walking away victorious. They'll be punching the final ticket into the Season 6 playoffs.
Sundubu in the closest playoffs race in nasl history. All 6 seasons, nothing has been anywhere close to this. I think there's never been a team that hasn't been 2 wins or less.
Yeah.
And every single team has at least 3 wins, which is insane. The craziest regular season, I think, of all time. One of the most entertaining seasons of all time, and now has led to one of the closest week 9s of all time as well. So the Sundubu Strikers coming out on top, running spoiler, but also securing their playoffs for sure. No tiebreaker to be had for them, as they are going to be sitting pretty, not sure exactly in what seed. We'll be talking about that a little bit more in the post show later on, I believe. But man, I mean, that was one of the craziest last games. I did not expect that to get so close. I think me and you both were so just dejected. We're trying to find some narratives for Weez Little Bees to come back, and somehow managed to cast or bless them into a set 5 at the very least. So props to Weez Little Bees for making it close, but it's all Sundubu, baby.
And It is Justin Dubu. This is the team that won the California Land. This is the team that looked good. And even though they had a substitute today, right? Natty looked phenomenal. Breezy Breezy bringing in that old Cosmic Calamities connection through. I think that really did come through. I was worried about the adaptation, but Grimella seemed to handle it just fine. And they lost the script for a little bit, but they eventually found it into that final set. So props to them. They absolutely were the team that played better on the day, and they deserve that final spot here into our postseason playoffs. And one more kind of shout out to Wee's Little Bees. I think they gave us some fantastic games here to go out. They are the team that, you know, it was a joke, but their wins were against Hungry Like Nephew and Demon's Raw, right? Historic, teams right here in the North American Strikers League. And I think for a first season, they gave us a phenomenal showing. And if this is just the first, with the premonitions of what to come, we might have a new mainstay here in the North American Strikers League. We'll see what they are able to do, though, in the postseason.
The next generation, so it seems, creeping their way in here. I mean, I'm going to be real, blowing away expectations. I think a lot of people, to be incredibly blunt, I mean, people thought that this team had no business being in nasl. They thought they cheated their way in. Not cheated, but, kind of fluked their way in here. But Carmine, Milkman, but previously was Zaxmac as well. This whole team has managed to surprise everybody and put up a showing that no one expected. So definitely props to them. Props to the Boza bunch as well for putting up an entertaining couple of games and seasons as well. It's been very, very interesting, very, very well fought for everybody. However, it is going to be Sundubu Strikers securing their spot here, and the playoffs picture has been found, which we will be talking about more in the post show, I believe. So I might as well just send it to Brink now here, Brickbat, if you want to say anything else before that.
Excellent day, an amazing end to an amazing regular season. We'll catch you guys later, and I believe for the post show, later tiebreakers as well. You're not going to want to miss that. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, and we're back on the post show here, and I'm joined by some absolutely stellar individuals here. Let me make sure that we are good here. Yes, we have to my top down here. We got Vaughn from Hungry Like Nephew. Little, some might say MVP. We'll have to see how the season goes. Well, maybe we'll see. We'll see. And then we have Liari, Bun Bun
Hi.
Bonanza, and then we have Barcode here from Showtime. And everybody, standings are done. The playoff picture is complete. We know exactly what's going on here. Just to go over it very quickly before we prompt everybody with some questions and talk about what's going on. Hungry Like Nephew securing that first seed at 6-3. Lots of teams at 5-4 here. It's going to be a very big tiebreaker. However, based on the head-to-head wins, it is going to be on the standings like you see now. It's going to be EKC and Bun Bun Bonanza tied for that second place. So we are going to have EKC and Bun Bun playing a tiebreaker next weekend. And then we have Showtime already locked in, secured at 4th, and Return to Form and Soon to Be Strikers tied for that 5th and 6th place respectively, which kind of only really affects the bracket. So not the most important thing in the world, but definitely means something in terms of momentum going into playoffs. And that will be happening as well next Saturday, I believe. So let's just get into it, everybody. First of all, we talk about the day a little bit before we get into the playoff picture. Vaughn, I'll start with you. How do you feel like your day went today? And as well as what you think of kind of just in general, the playoff picture looks like.
Oh, I was happy. I mean, it was kind of our victory lap today. I promised A at the start of the season, because he was bummed he didn't get to sub last season, that no matter what, he was going to play a nasl series. And so we went through the first half of the season. We got to week 7. We were first seed. Then kind of had a sub in a couple weeks. And then we got to end it playing with Aiden, and he got to play in his first nasl debut. Now he did get shot a little bit. It was, thrown in the deep pool with RTF, but we got to vibe out. Had some fun moments. Had some moments where it's like, oh, W patch, But overall, I was happy that we got to get it done. And I think playoffs is full of some killers. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the tiebreakers shape out. And overall, just very, very pleased with the season. I personally met every goal that I had for this season. So I'm looking back on it and I'm feeling pleased with both me and my teammates. So that's how to answer that one.
As you should, as the first seed coming in here, feeling strong. Liari, down to you next. Similar question, how you feeling with the season and today as well, and how you feeling going into this tiebreaker? I guess we can talk about it a little bit later against EKC, but really just the playoff picture in general.
Yeah, first I was really impressed with Raw today. They almost took us in game 1, and I think game 2 looks really different if they have the momentum from that. And besides that, overall today I was really happy with my mental and my performance along with my teams. And then overall this season, honestly, after week 5, if you told me after week 5 that we would end up at a chance for second, I would have been really surprised. I obviously came into this season wanting first, like always. Didn't get that, but I feel really confident going into playoffs, and I really hope that. I want to get picked by Hug. I want to beat them. I don't care if the Kai Noob's in. I don't care if Vaughn is in. I don't care who's in. I want to stomp them. And yeah, I'm really excited, and I can't wait for the games.
Strong words there. Very, very excited going into this playoff picture as well. We'll come back to you a little bit later to talk about these tiebreakers coming in. But before that, Barcode, how we feeling? 4th seed. Obviously, as the previous champions, the defenders here coming in at least on that top 4. Are you feeling good about the season? A little bit underwhelmed with the season. How are you feeling overall about today, the season, and your final placement in the playoffs?
I think we're happy getting top 4. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I think top 4 is the thing that you got to strive for most, just so that you get 2 chances at the very least. But we had a pretty shaky season. Again, the meta's kind of shifted out of our favor, and it shows. But I think we're kind of finding our footing again, and I think we're pretty confident to have 2 weeks to prep and get ready for playoffs.
Simple but sweet. That's the Barcode way, baby. Now let's just get into the tiebreakers, shall we? We talked about the games a little bit today. No need to go in too deep with everything here. Let's talk about the meat and potatoes here, the tiebreakers going into this playoffs here. You know what? Guess what? I'm not just the host. I'm also the EKC representative. Maybe not all of you know, but I'm also their coach. Very involved, by the way. I'm not just a freeloader. I'm helping out, so I can talk about EKC a little bit here. Liari, let's have a little battle here. EKC versus Bun Bun. State your case. What's going to make this a little bit different about the regular season game that we had, and what's Bun Bun going to do to change the tides a little bit?
Well, EKC has always beaten us. We have never won a series against them. But EKC lore, they always choke when it matters.
Okay. Counterpoint, they choked when it mattered without me.
Yeah, now they have Borg, who's won
Now
a
they
lot
have
of
me.
things, so he's bringing that
I've
expertise
done a lot of
to
things.
EKC.
I'm gonna be honest. I think the most that I've done this season was just make sure they didn't just completely grief. That's kind of it. I'm their checks and balances, but I believe in EKC. The boys got it. Katsuna should be back in for the playoffs as well, full strength. I think it's gonna go full EKC way, but it doesn't matter what we think. Obviously, we're gonna go for our teams. Let's just go to the other gentleman in the call here. Barcode, we'll start with you, actually. Who do you think's winning this one? EKC versus Bun, and anything else you have to say about that matchup?
I really don't know. I think, I don't know. I feel like I got to give the nod to EKC, but Bun has been, surprisingly, really solid this season. So it's anyone's game, but if I had to choose, I would probably pick EKC for now.
EKC gets a vote. Hey, we'll have to see. Vaughn, what are you thinking?
All right, well, my lifetime S-tier win-loss versus Liari's team is 100-0 my favor, but my lifetime win-loss versus EKC is not. So, you know what? I'll have to go with the team that beat me so hard at LAN I had to roll swap. How can I vote for anything but those players? So I'll go with EKC as well, because who can beat them, guys? Who can beat them? They're just too dominant. So I'll go with EKC.
Hey, remember that for the ballots, all right, everybody? Remember all that. And to be fair, hey, I'll go, to be fair to Liari and to Bun Bun, you did just get the under Bun buff now for this game.
That's
so
true.
Enjoy that one. Technically 3-1 on the desk if we're counting it, but I mean, me and Liari don't count. So looks like it'll be an interesting playoff picture. Catch that next Saturday as well. Now let's go on to the other one here. RTF versus Sundibu. None of us have any stake in that game here. It's going to be 5th, 6th seed, kind of the battle of the bottom here. I mean, in a weird way to call it, but two interesting teams, in my opinion. Not really sure. I mean, at the beginning of the season, I wouldn't be surprised to see them both here. Definitely kind of fits overall with, team coming back back together and then return to form kind of on a resurgence with this new midfielder. So it will be pretty interesting going in here. Barcode, let's start with you here. RTF versus Sundibu. What do you think about that matchup? Who's coming through with it, and how do you think it's going to go?
I don't know. I think I'd have to pick RTF. They've been improving all season. I think the meta's again shifted into their favor, and I love Josh and 3Z and Shape, but there's definitely some holes in their game that I think RTF could exploit. I also think, honestly speaking, RTF could beat a lot of the teams in top 4 right now. So I think they're looking pretty strong. They could probably make a pretty significant run in losers bracket, and I think they're going to win the tiebreaker.
See, Vaughn's in a Baldur's Gate fight, so I'm going to go to Liari next. Liari, what do you think of the RTF Sundibu matchup here? Any other things that you want to mention about it, and who do you think is going to take it?
Yeah, I think RTF, from what I've watched, I feel like they always perform when it matters. When we played them, they had 2 subs. That wasn't really a super real game. And unfortunately for Dubu, Gramella's never won a game in playoffs. I think it's hard.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
nasl West Season 1, dare I say, madame. Try
My
again. Real Sundibu fans know.
Oh, apparently he said in chat.
I went, oh. Josh, you suck.
Oh no, that's rough.
Okay.
Real
Never mind.
Sundubu
Oh,
fans
no.
know.
Real
And Liar,
Sundubu fans
real Sundubu
hallucinated the wins. Okay, we thought we won. Thank you, Resnock.
Yeah, so I'm voting for RTF. Leo Leon is insane right now. Moffin's insane. Hungry Boy is insane. They're all just really good. I felt like if I played them in playoffs, I would be a little scared.
True.
Hey, speaking of Leo Leon being insane and whatever meaning you want to call that, Vaughn has his own feelings on that. I'll go to you next. RTF versus Sundubu. How do you think that matchup's going?
I think if anyone remembers anything I've ever said on a post show, it has been me glazing RTF like all season. Like legit, I'm like, this is the best team in the league. This is the best team in the league. This is the best team in the league. Now, is it true? I don't know. But they did kind of smoke us today. So I think there's some credence to that. I've also never seen Leo Leon actually like grind the game this hard. He's been like hovering top 5 NA the entire season. They're scrimming 2 to 3 times a week with On all the time, who also are a really good team. I would be pressed to vote against RTF versus almost any team in playoffs now. So, and also Leo Leon has knocked me out of playoffs before. So I have a lot of respect. Actually, multiple S tiers. I've been eliminated by that guy. Shout out to God, was that team Evil something Lemons, the SpongeBob reference? Yeah, someone will know. Someone will remember. So yeah, RTF is still the goats. And those guys put a lot of pressure on the forwards, and Moffin is young. So I'm gonna go with RTF because those guys are beasts now that their starting rosters back together.
3 votes for RTF, and you know what? As much as I love the Sundubu boys, Threezy Breezy being, you know, one of my greatest and most favorite former teammates and friends of all time, Mr. Grimella as well being one of my good friends. I think I agree with Barcode. There's definitely a couple holes in their game right now. We saw against Weasel Bees, they did take it 2-0, but that last game definitely was looking a little bit shakier. I think, you know, not the cleanest finish of the game. So I do think that they have some time to figure it out here. I just don't know if they're going to figure it out for next week. I think that they'll look great in playoffs, but I'm not sure if they're going to beat RTF on that day. So I'm going to take RTF, and obviously Hook Resets coaching that team. Got to go with the Last Call Brethren, but Threezy Breezy also Last Call Brethren, so that doesn't really, you know, OG Last Call with Hook Resets. It's different, guys. It's different. So I'll go 4 votes for the RTF squad here. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of it for the tiebreakers here. I'm going to go around one more time, a little bit of kind of unique questions for everybody here for just some curiosity in general. Vaughn, I'll start with you because, you know, we've been talking a lot about rosters. We're talking a lot about subs and things going on here. Kainu played in the last couple games. We saw A play this game. What is there any reveal for the roster going into playoffs at all, or is that under wraps still?
You know, I think some people might know what roster we're fielding for playoffs. Some may not. We'll let the people find out on nasl playoffs day. So we'll keep it a surprise of who
let it
could
simmer
be playing
a bit
or not. Yeah, let it simmer. Let the normies wonder. You know, if you've scrimmed us though, you may know, because we've actually been scrimming. That's how you know we want to win. We've been scrimming a lot. So we'll see what happens in playoffs, Borg.
Secret for the fans, but not for the teams. I like that one as we get into playoffs in the next 2 weeks. Excited to see what Hungry Like Nephew decide to take on for this playoffs here. Liari, Bun Bun Bonanza, been pretty consistent, honestly. You guys have been very consistent this season in terms of your roster and in terms of positions and everything, especially compared to last season. Regardless of the tiebreaker match, how are you feeling going into playoffs in general? And how consistent are you feeling as a roster and just as like synergistically wise? How's Bun Bun doing right now?
I think we're the only team in the league who has never fielded a sub. Which is kind of cool. Besides that, overall we're feeling really good. Weeks 4 and 5, we played against EKC and Hug, and my computer started having issues, but I've more or less fixed that. I feel like we're very chill in a lot of our games. I still am the most emotional. I almost tilted during game 1, I won't lie. But it was like compared to my like peak tilt, it was way lower. And yeah, I feel like Scyther, I want to give him a shout out in particular because I feel like he evolved a lot as a player this season. I feel like historically, Scyther is just kind of his own dude who does his own thing, and he still has that. But there was this one moment in the game today where Lily was playing Dubu and Scyther like passed back to her so she could set up a wall, and that stuff is like stuff Scyther 12 would never do in the past. He's grown a lot. He's worked a lot with Lily and figured out how to like improve certain elements of the game he was bad at. And then also, of course, like a total shout out to Lily. She does all our draft prep. She does everything. She decides my character. She tells me what gear to pick. Um, so big shout out for that. Really, really thankful for her. And I feel like I've been playing like the best Juno games of my life. And fun fact, if you know about me, I've called my Juno shit bad for like seasons now.
That's your one. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Yes, I got my one in. But yeah. And just happy, really excited to play in playoffs. I'm really thankful for people who helped me with tech support issues like Spartan, Wallaby, and John Fortnite. And also, I think that's everything. Thank you, our subs and Tempo Melon in particular, for being willing to sit on the bench in case I wanted to sub her in. Didn't end up happening, but like I said to her, like there was literally no other midfielder I had wanted to possibly have that spot. If she didn't say yes, I just wouldn't have gotten anyone. And knowing she was there was really helpful at the end of the season.
Keeping emotions controlled. You know, Scyther cooking, Lily Bun doing her thing. Seems like Bun Bun is primed and ready for this playoffs run, and I'm excited to see it just as a fan in general. So glad to hear that. And lastly, Barcode here. One thing I'm definitely curious about, and you mentioned a little bit earlier here, if you want to elaborate a bit, is just the change in metas and how the game is meant to be played. Very, very different from season 5, right? And we've seen Showtime kind of with the ups and downs. How are you guys feeling going now into playoffs? You have these 2 weeks or so to practice and kind of get things figured out. Do you think that you guys have figured it out, or do you think you still have a little bit more work to do? How's that going on that front?
Definitely still figuring it out. I think it's coming along, albeit a bit slowly. But I think some of that's also been, delayed because of the amount of subs we've had to use throughout the season. There's a few games that I've missed. I think Shianzu missed a game. We've kind of been swapping people in and out, and I think now that the full starting roster's back, and then we get 2 weeks to really prep, I think we're pretty confident going into it. Even in the matches or the series that we've lost, they definitely feel winnable. I don't think there's been any match that we've felt like hopeless in a way. So I think over these next 2 weeks we're gonna iron some things out. Hopefully, make the same run that we did last season.
Sounds good. And while you're still here, Mr. Barcode, any shout outs before we start to wrap things up here?
Yeah. I always give a shout out to Puffy. That's my dog. Shout out to Merchant today. I was not familiar with this game. That dude is a beast. Absolute beast. Especially game 2 in our series. He made some insane saves, and it sucks that we won't, get to see him in playoffs. But the matches earlier were really fun.
Shout outs there, Liara. You kind of had your swell of shout outs earlier, but if you have anything else, feel free to speak up.
Shout out Vaughn and Bells and Kainu. They're all really sweet to me. That's all.
Okay, and speaking of the man himself, Vaughn. First of all, how's that Baldur's Gate fight going? And 2, any shout outs for you before we finish things up?
It's great, obviously. For speedrunning a little act 2, the vibes. Shout outs are anyone that subbed for us or not subbed for us on our sub roster. The hardest team we played all season was our sub roster in a scrim where we lost 6 games in a row for 2 hours, and then we didn't scrim for like 3 weeks after. So shout out if you were on the Hug sub roster, and then to a bunch of people who have supported us this season. Really cool. And shout out Bestie and Slot as always, especially for organizing another LAN. I'm excited to go. So I'm hoping to see everyone there. And I think that's it. Yeah, we're good to go.
We will wrap up here real quick for me. Shout out to EKC, having me as a coach. Been a great season so far. Excited for playoffs. Shout out to all the members. I think they've been playing like beasts. I think most people can agree. It's been a pretty good season for them. So I'm excited for that. But that wraps it up for the show here. Make sure everybody tune in next week for the 2 tiebreaker games. It will be the 2nd of August. I believe that is the Saturday. So make sure you are there for that. And then the week after, I believe, will be the start of playoffs. So make sure everyone is still tuning in. This is the closest nasl season we have ever had. So make sure you're tuning in for these playoff games. Make sure you're supporting the players. Bet your channel points, type up in chat, watch the stream, do what you can, because it is going to be hype. So definitely be there for it, and be there for the pre-show on Saturday in the 2 weeks from now, I believe. Let me make sure that is the 9th when that first playoff day happens, because we are going to be going over all the teams and we are going to be doing a fun little show for that. So definitely be there, and thanks for watching. And that's about it for me and for us over here at Bestie and Slot. So have a good one, have a great night, and be safe out there. See you later, everybody.
GG's.